Farming Life in Another World. Volume 3. By Kinasuk Neft. Translated by SHM Trans. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 101. Cleaning Up in Aftermath. The festival is over. Now, I know that they still want to relax, but we need to do what we have to. We clean up everything now that the festival's over. Though there are a lot of people who are still suffering from hangover, we still manage to clean up things quickly. We'll be in trouble if they will be in a festive mood forever. I was asked about what to do about the ring, and audience seat. Since they are not obstructive in any way, I leave them be. I think there will be a time in the future where we will use them. It is outdoor, so the only thing I can imagine on using it is for plays or concerts, though the other might have some other idea too. However, the ring is made of soil and the audience seat are made of wood, so it will rot as it was exposed to nature. There's no blue sheet in this world, so what should I do to preserve it? Should I consider roofing it? What about leaving the wooden chairs, making chairs using soil? If I have some free time, let's try making chairs from soil. Afternoon. Dors, Raymarin, Dorame's wife, Bezel, Yuri, Demon King, and Ancestor San woke up late and began preparing to leave. They seem to have talked about a difficult topic before leaving. Is there a problem? Ma, they are people of great standing, so I don't want to get involved unnecessarily. I said goodbye to each one of them while passing giveaways. First is for Dors, Raymarin, Dorame, and Dorame's wife. That was fun. It was good and lively. I would like for you to stay a little longer, but that will probably disturb you. Please return straight home. I still need to find new villagers for the village. My daughter has matured. I want to work with you more in the future. Next are Bezel, Yuri, and Demon King. I was able to relax for the first time in a while. We'll invite you too when there is a festival in our kingdom. Hey, that's my role. Moo, well, that's it. I ask for your continuous support. Finally, Ancestor San. I'd like to be with Alfred a bit more, but there are still various things I need to do. Right. I saw a field full of medicinal herbs. I wonder if I can get some. I will bring rare herbs next time. They left using different methods. The Lamias also woke up and greet me, so I also passed giveaways. Is this all right? It is for the sake of sharing the festival for those who were not able to come. Thank you, and I will definitely win next time. There is no schedule for next time. The Lamias returned, but the Beastkins from Howling Village has yet to leave. They checked the state of those who migrated in this village and plan to return together when it is time to trade during autumn. In other words, 4 Beastkin males, including Gulf, will stay in the village. Papa. Daughter, are you well? You're safe here, right? Mother is also fine. Such conversations can be heard in 4 different places. Every one of them is married. They even have daughters from those who migrated. Yes, I understand. I don't plan on destroying any family. Please get along. I'm sorry for only thinking of looking for marriage partners for the Beast Girls. After finishing tidying up the martial arts festival, the atmosphere of the village returned to normal. However, the aftermath remained. First of all, the number of people training has increased a little. Though there is still the normal running and stretching, war simulation is now a common occurrence. Be careful and don't get injured. By the way, Lou, you're a vampire. Why are you saying the obvious? During the martial arts tournament, I never saw you fight like one. You only fight normally. How do you think of vampire battles? Let's see. How do I imagine vampires? For example, turning into mist to avoid attack. Have I ever turned into a mist in front of you? How did you know about that? Imagination. I don't know how you imagine vampires, but turning into mist will not work on battles. It is tiring and has no offensive capability. Moreover, you'll be unprotected when you transform in your normal form again. It is a technique mainly used for invading locked room. I see. Then, can you transform into animals? That's not a technique for battle. There is no stronger form than my current form. It is a technique used for sneaking. Only for sneaking. Then, what about the technique of changing the age of your body? It's not a technique, it's more of a characteristic. I don't consume much energy in my younger form, but I'm at my strongest at my adult form. That's the reason why we transformed into a younger body upon receiving fatal damage. Like the time when we first met. When you suck blood, can you take the power of your opponent? I have my beloved husband, so I will not ask blood from anyone else. Ahaha, I'm sorry. Back then, I thought that it is a vampire-exclusive attack, like hypnosis or something. Hypnosis? A technique of manipulating opponents. Ah, dazzlement. That will only work if your opponent is weak. It won't work against the participants in night section. Ah then, how about blood manipulation? Blood manipulation? What is that? Attacking an opponent using a sword made of your own blood. Is it some sort of liquid manipulation? I probably can do it, however. I think it would be better for me not to. I'll be at a disadvantage if I pull out enough blood to create a sword. Moo. The way you imagine of a vampire is strange. By chance, do you know any other vampire other than me, Flora, and Ancestor Sama? Hahaha. I only heard those from stories. Don't look at me with scary eyes. Isn't Tyr capable of manipulating golems? Why didn't you use it during the martial arts tournament? Golem has power, but it is slow. It is not suitable for a martial arts battle. Then, when do you usually use golem? I mainly use it as a decoy. It can catch monsters and demon beasts, and also for me to not get dirty. To don't get dirty. Monsters and demon beasts are existence that can be considered unsanitary. I see. I feel slightly sorry for golems. Anne, I would like you to answer my question honestly. Is there anything in your life you're unsatisfied with? There's nothing in particular, but why are you asking me? No, I just thought that it would be scary if you store things up. Ah, is it about the martial arts festival? Please do not worry. With just saying it once, the village chief listens and improves. What about Luz? I already told her over and over again, but I can't see any improvements. Ah, but I don't have any enmity. I just thought that if she would stay as she is, I'm afraid that she'll be a bad influence for Alfred Sama and Tysel Sama. Since there is that opportunity, I unintentionally. If you want to say something, say it. Don't store it. Ah, there's one. HNN. I want to call you master instead of village chief. Aren't you already calling me that from time to time? But because village chief is shy, it is only limited when we're in the room or at the bath. I want to be able to call village chief master anywhere. I can't allow you to do that, yet so please forgive me. The dwarf Donovan came to my house. Village chief, do we the sour fruit? Can I have some of them? Sour, you mean lemons? What an unusual request, something happened. It is to make the alcohol scented. Also, the alcohol that the human merchant sent for the festival, I want you to purchase some of them. Merchant, you mean Michael-san. Then that would be honey liquor. Didn't you say that it tastes awful? Immediately after receiving the alcohols, the dwarves immediately came and test them. I can still remember their spicy criticism. I still think so, but the Oni girls did something to it to make it delicious. Even though you don't ask yet, let me say it to you. It is not really a difficult method. You just need to add a bit of that sour fruit juice to that honey liquor. That alone made it tasty. It is similar to the method of matching alcohol with fruits that the village chief taught. I see, let me try it next time. Then please purchase more. Ah, and don't forget to make sure that the alcohol you bought can be exchanged for a reward medal. I'll do that, but if you can buy alcohol, I'll take out the after-meal alcohol. Really? Then, does that mean that alcohol will only be served during banquets? The main reason for limiting the alcohol is because, if the heavy consumption continues, all the crops of the village will need to be turned into alcohol. I put some restrictions to have everyone drink moderately. Moderately, is it? That would be difficult, Ma. Let's just work hard. Let's follow the restriction. Drinking alcohol every day is delicious, but drinking alcohol occasionally is also delicious. All right. Makura, who won the martial arts tournament, have left the trophy crown at my house. It is probably safer to have it as a decoration in my house than the place where she sleeps. In any case, I made a shelf and put it in the corner of my house and put the trophy crown there. Yeah, satisfying. Makura seems to be satisfied too when she saw it. Zabuton also looked at it delightfully. Chapter 102. Evaluation Meeting. I prepared a big table in the hall of the house and took a seat. The first martial arts festival of the Big Tree Village, I would like to start the evaluation meeting. One of the civil servant girls, who acts as the chairperson, declares. Aside from the civil servant girls, who belong to the Festival Executive Committee, representatives of various races are sitting around the table. There are also the Oni maids who were the cooks and props men of the festival. First of all, for your work for the first martial arts tournament, thank you for your hard work. Everyone responded. The festival can be called a success, however, there are still problems. Let's reflect on those in order to improve the festival next year. The meeting progresses steadily. Because I know all of the arrangements beforehand, the problems I heard are things I already know of. I have a feeling that it's like reporting to those who don't know of them yet. It was troublesome that we have not anticipated the arrival of several guests. We should have thought of that. Though all of them are relatives, it is still a matter of concern. We failed to anticipate that. The outsiders, the Beastkins from Howling Village and the Lamias also joined. Right? Because we only know the ability of the citizens of the village, we don't know where to assign them. Since there are participants that we have a little idea on how much ability they have, it probably added some element of liveliness. By the way, hearing about not fully understanding one's ability, I would like to add 2 more people for that, Rivalry Bulga and Black Spear Stefano. Door's group were the ones who informed me that. I already did. When I was still a child, those names can be heard from the fairy tale that my nursemaid used to tell me. When one of the civil servant girls said so, the other civil servant girls agreed. Fairy tale. Yes, it's a famous fairy tale in the Demon Lord's territory. It is a story about the archdevil Gucci who kidnapped the princess and fought with the armed forces of a great country. They are Archdevil Gucci's subordinates. A name I heard before came up. It's a fairy tale series with many volumes. However, even though there are several versions of the book, it always ended when the archdevil Gucci is punished by a dragon. Punished by a dragon? There are occasions where fairy tales are stories based on facts. Next time we meet, I'll ask about it. Those 2, do you think they are the same person who appeared on that fairy tale? Same person? No way. What are your grounds for denying it? My grounds? Because Bulga-san and Stefano-san are both good people. They are not the ones who'll do cruel things like the Bulga and Stefano in the fairy tale. Certainly. They probably got their names from them. Yes, in addition, there are a lot of people who got their names from characters of stories. It is understandable given that they are feared and possesses strength. I see. That's right, it's true. That is something that can be considered as the common way of thinking. Why did I ever think that the characters of that fairy tale are those 2? It is probably because they are stronger than I had expected. But they are doing the complete opposite of what the people they were named from have done. Ah, and neither of them won, so I guess they are not that strong. After all, they only have the same name. We got derailed. Back to the evaluation meeting, how about the foods? To my question, one of the Oni maids raises her hand. Everything was well received, but they were not much different from what we usually serve. I wonder if the food were enough to give off a festive atmosphere. Right, I also thought of preparing food that will give off a festive feeling. Speaking of festivals, what I really imagine is stalls. Food that can be served on stalls, candy apple. It is made by covering the apple with candy. It is just a normal sweet apple, so cast aside the idea. And if there's no sour apple, it will be pointless. I decided to raise a sour apple tree. I also thought of strawberry candy, but strawberry is sweet too. It might be a good idea to harvest them before it gets sweet, but I thought that it will still become sweet once it was dipped in sugar. While the everyone is at lost, a beast girl speaks. Won't it be all right to serve normal candy? She's exactly right. Let's just make candy. We can use the fruits as fragrance and flavoring. It is extremely popular. It is regrettable, but I already challenged making cotton candy. Raw material for making cotton candy is sugar. I know how to make it since I saw it on TV. First is putting sugar on the can. Then, as a prototype, I'll use a bamboo cylinder. First is making numerous holes on the side of the bamboo cylinder. Next, put a wire on the top of the bamboo cylinder. I don't have a wire. Let's use a thick thread from Zabuton as a substitute for a wire. Then, tie the bamboo cylinder above using the thread. Above, I can see the sky. I'm sorry, spiderlings, I'll hang the thread to your web, thank you. I put sugar on the suspended bamboo cylinder. I lit a bonfire under the bamboo cylinder. The sugar on the bamboo begins melting. When the sugar begins to melt, it is time to spin the cylinder, sing the thread. The melted sugar moves to the side of the bamboo cylinder because of centrifugal force and jumps out of the holes. As it jumps out of the hole, the sugar becomes filamentous and will turn into threads as it cools down with the help of ambient air. With the use of a stick, collect everything. However, as it is still being heated by bonfire from below, the sugar that jumped out was not cooled but hit the flame directly and burned. Failure. I had Lou cooperate with me and re-challenge it by using magic fire. I went well somehow. I finally understand the concept of the cotton candy making machine. It's just sugar strings scattering around. It's still noon, but I decided to take a bath. I abandoned the idea of making cotton candy. At least we have a finished product. Lou took a bath with me too, but she ate the cotton candy immediately after we finished making it. Great. I feel like I'm eating cloud. She loves it, so let's make a proper cotton candy machine after the festival. After hearing about it from Lou, several people, Tyr, Rasudi, Hakurin, and Frau, gathered before me. I was again covered with sugar when I made cotton candy again for these ladies. I really should make a proper cotton candy machine after this. I also tried making various things. During the festival, we didn't serve a new kind of candy. Afterward, with the cooperation of the Oni maids, I cooked several dishes for the festival, but it can be considered as an extension of our everyday food. There is no festive feeling. If there is something like that, I should have cooked it. Though I was able to make some dishes using the ingredients Michael-san sent, I have not thoroughly researched on how to season it, so it is already a misstep. Right. Though it was not bad, it is a little roughly seasoned compared to our usual meal. Normally, when we speak about festivals, it means that we can eat delicious food and fill our stomach. However, in this village, the everyday food is delicious, and there's a reasonable amount of them too. That's right. We never considered the surroundings, that's why our preparations are insufficient. I was too much focused on sweets back then. That said, candy is delicious, and the cotton candy is really superb, though it was not served during the festival. Also, isn't there the thing called crepe? I recall that it is fruits with cream that is wrapped with thin bread. It was a shame that we were not able to prepare some for the festival. Ah yes, thank you for your input. However, the people who have yet to taste it are staring so. I'm sorry, we should have suggested foods to cook. I'm really sorry. The Oni maid tried to bow, but I stopped her. We are exactly conducting an evaluation meeting because of things like that. Now, let's think about countermeasures. Countermeasures? I mean, what kind of food will give off a festive feeling? I asked that question to everyone. It should be a food that we don't usually eat. Should it be large? Being large gives off a good impression. During New Year festival, we eat preserved food from previous year. During Harvest Festival, we cook using newly harvested crops. Is seafood a bad idea? I think grilling a hellcatch will be flashy and will certainly give a festive feeling. Hellcatch? Squid. Then I think Buburu Gutsu Grill will give off a festive feeling. Buburu Gutsu Grill, grilling on top of a turban shell. Both are seasoned with soy sauce. I feel the magnitude of Florisan's achievement again. Speaking of soy sauce, baked corn is good. Even if it is a normal dish, it is rarely served. It is also big. Though I can eat a whole bunch myself. Various opinions come out. Though it is called a festival, I think the food should be easy to carry and easy to eat. Everyone took their food to their seat and continued to watch. Indeed, the nearby eating space was not used much. That was regrettable, but it was utilized during the second half since we arranged the food there. To summarize it, it should be big, easy to carry, easy to eat, and seasoned with soy sauce. I think there is no need to limit it to soy sauce. There are also other seasonings. However, their smell is not that attractive. I won't deny that. For the time being, all opinions were recorded on paper. Let's wrap that out for today. Regarding the festival foods, I'll think about it, but it will be good if you think about it too. Even idea is good enough. Thank you for your hard work. Now, I'll bring them to the place where our next agenda lies. Now, problems regarding the progress of the martial arts tournament. When the contestant was called, he will not come out immediately. Waiting for the match to resume is boring. But I think it is necessary to give them time to recover. Things to be done if someone obtains victory unfairly. Something must be done for it. Should we prepare a number of people for that? Other various things. It was a long evaluation meeting. Other things are even beyond what the committee can do. However, we understand that if we can't do anything about those next time, it might damage our reputation. I don't want to conduct another martial arts festival anymore. I'm excited for next year. I'll win next time. But the atmosphere forbids me to say that. But I'm the village chief. I'm in the position where I can decide that, so I have to tell them firmly. Ma, I don't want you to be upset, but next year, we'll also decide what kind of festival we'll conduct using lottery. It means that there is a possibility that it won't be a martial arts tournament. I did my best. I did my best. I see then, does that mean that we'll be making a martial arts society in order to have a martial arts tournament again? So we'll basically conduct a martial arts tournament and a new festival. Everyone looked at me with eyes full of expectations. Let's carefully consider it. I did my best, I really did. Chapter 103. Queen Bee's Despair. Hello everyone. It is I, the Queen of the Bees. The neighborhood calls us Gnostic Bee. I am the queen, but I am in trouble now. First of all, I don't have guards. Normally, I should be accompanied by several guards while making a new hive, but my guards went missing after fighting a huge bear. Ma, it can't be helped since the other party is that bear. We have no chance of winning. Therefore, I hid while my guards charged at it. Was it my mistake on what to prioritize? Now, I'm alone and in big trouble, because I'm currently being glared at by a spider now. Spider. My natural enemy. My supernatural enemy. If it was a small spider, I can do something about it, but not with one of that size. Unlike my guards, I have intelligence so I can escape. Under normal circumstances, I should have fled already. But I won't flee now, because we are looking at each other eye to eye. The moment I let my eyes of it upon trying to escape is the moment I die. Therefore, I cannot avert my gaze. In other words, it is now impossible to escape. What should I do now? No, there's still hope. The spider is only looking at me and not moving. By chance is this, the thing that happens where an opponent can't move upon being glared at by the stronger one. I'm the queen, so I don't have a needle, but it seems like the other party is wary of that. I can't use needle like my guards, but I can use magic. I can understand the wariness of the spider. Ooh, good, I can do this. I was fired up while looking at the other party. Behind the other party are a bunch of spiders similar to it. Am I seeing things? No, there's no mistake. It's the end. Yes, my life ended. From there, I'll just be waiting on how will I be eaten. I wanted to lick more nectars from flower before dying. I also wanted to have offsprings. Yes, I am fully resolved. I'll run away with everything I got, but it was useless. At this moment, a spider web is already wrapped around my neck. I can fly, but I'm already a captive. Humiliating. If you want to eat me, can you do it in one go? If possible, in a not painful method. My only hope in this situation is for my guards to safely return and kick these spiders. Such a convenient thing will not happen, though. Despair, that's what I'm feeling. But there's still hope. A human came. Ooh, I know you human, you want the honey we collected. In other words, an ally. I am usually surrounded by guards, but I don't have any guards now. If you eliminate these spiders, I'll give you what you want. Jesus. Good, Guwad. Now, human, do something with the spiders for me. Are, why are you talking with the spider? Humans usually have bad relationship with spiders. Is that not the case? How cruel, I was deceived. You gave me hope to sunk me in despair more. I will never forgive you. Oya, after hearing the human, the spider will take me somewhere. Where are you taking me? This place smells good. Flowers are blooming on the trees I have never seen before. This place is full of them too. I cannot let my guard down. They have given me hope again, so they'll probably throw me in despair. The human who came with the spider brought a tree from the forest, and he's walking towards us fast. Are, how can that human simply cut down that tree and bring it here like playing? Even my guards will take a considerable amount of time just to dig a hole from a tree. What is he making? No way is that my execution stand. How can you be so cruel to me? I was wrong. Apparently, the human has prepared that place for me to make a hive in. What is he trying to do? What human wants is the honey we collected. No way, you're trying to have me build a hive here, so you can continuously exploit us into making honey. TTT terrible, however, I have to survive. Hope, super hope. Don't expect me to be satisfied with the place you build without planning. What a wonderful place. Come, my body is aching. I want to build a hive in this place. I wonder if I can really build a hive at this place. I look at the spider who wrapped me with web. After being troubled a little, it undid the web. Thanks. I will do my best to lay a lot of offsprings and collect honey. Sorry, Spider-san. Can you please catch male? Yeah, a vigorous one. I think there will be some of them flying around nearby. Yes, please take care of me from now on. No, it doesn't have to be handsome. It just have to be with good physical strength and with good personality. Thus, I obtain my paradise. I can be considered as a winner. I did it. I reversed my fate. Though we have to pay with some honey we collected, we don't mind because the spiders will defeat foreign enemies for us. Symbiosis? Yes, this is symbiosis. Phew. Though I say that this is paradise, it's not like I'm entirely satisfied. My only complaint is that there's no flower that we love nearby, eh? The human is raising flowers near our hive. I'm sorry. Thank you very much. I'll continue to work hard. Cough, I have to change the way I view things. They said that we can never be in a symbiotic relationship with humans or spiders, but look at us. Where are those who said that we can't? You better shut up. Chapter 104. Summer has come, and so does trouble. Time quietly passed by, and the Kuros began giving birth to new pups, so it became busy. We probably don't have to do anything since we are already used for puppies being born, but I would feel awful if a pup dies. Together with the citizens of the village, we helped them with their deliveries. Presently, there's no report about stillbirths. There's none. Good, I also think that they'll voluntarily restrict their reproduction again next year. Thinking about it makes me delighted. Ma, I'll permit you for now because the wolf pups are cute. I probably won't need to expand the field next year. The new village building is doing well, and all the things that we could do on our end here are complete. I think it will be fine to leave the rest to the new upcoming residents. But where are the new residents? The reason why there are no new residents is obvious. We're depending on Beazle, Dorame, and Michael-san to gather villagers for us. They were able to gather at least 30 villagers each. We predicted that there will be 50 people at most, so we prepared buildings for 50. To be honest, I never expect them to gather that much people. I heard that the Forest of Death has the worst reputation. Only with a lot of confidence, tons of courage, and good understanding about what is waiting for you here will make you decide to migrate. I will never expect anyone to migrate just because of hearing about us. However, the three of them, despite being in the Forest of Death, managed to gather more than 200 applicants in total. That's too many. Furthermore, though I only meant to consult them regarding that, the three of them took care of the immigration itself. Was your explanation not clear? There is a plan of making a new village. Is there anyone who wishes to migrate? It is located in the worst place, so don't expect too much. It's like that. I said something similar. Me too. I also did not talk about taxes. I never thought that there will be people who'll aggressively migrate. I'm sorry. Those were said by Beazle, Dorame, and Michael-san, the root of all of this. I'm also at fault since I was too late to stop them. The three of them are busy, so the frequency of our communication is not that high. I should have utilized Horenso, Hakokyudo, Renraku, and Sodden in order to reduce trouble. Even if we are using the small wyvern messaging, there is still a time lag of several days. Horenso. Report, communicate, inform. The root of all trouble is the three of them only talking to me and them not communicating with each other. I thought that they would only gather 10 each. I have to reflect. After that, Beazle, Dorame, and Michael-san struggled to adjust, but it did not go well. Although I reminded them that it is located in the Forest of Death, they are not willing to give up. They are even presenting their village treasure in order to migrate. They even caused a riot when I tried threatening them. There seems to be some reason for those groups to live in this place. That said, even if we tell them to wait obediently, it doesn't seem like they'll withdraw. But we can't accept them all. Even though I want to, but what should I do? Let's make new rooms for them immediately. Let's try to accept everyone. Presently, I'm checking all the arrangements we made. I already asked them to stretch the migration date as much as possible, but it's not going well. There is even one group that's already started moving towards here. What should I do now? First of all, I gather all the races' representatives for a meeting. I'd like to expand the new village to accept one group and create new villages to accept the other two groups. I explained the situation and my thoughts about it. Won't it be possible to expand the new village and let everyone migrate there? From what I heard, the three groups are 3 different races. I thought that it would be more efficient to divide them than put them together in one place. Certainly, though Big Tree Village is home for several races and is doing well, it is a rare case. If we think about how the newcomers will feel if they settle down somewhere with other races, they'll probably be restless. In addition to that, thus, it has been decided to make new villages. Where should we build them? There are several proposed sites prepared before, but there is a problem. What is it? Water. Those places are nowhere near the waterfall. The waterway would be too long. Right. Though I think there will still be water if we dig wells, but how are they going to farm with that? How are they going to water the fields? Fields made from all-purpose farming tool will be fine though. However, I can't do that. This is hard. It doesn't rain that much in this forest. Though that is the case, why is it that the river flowing from the mountain in the north is abundant? Well, because of that, there is no problem with the volume of water flowing in the river. The problem is the position of the waterfall. In other words, the height of the river is the problem. Is there a device that can draw the water up from the river? Like a magical tool? No, not like that. I mean, like the water wheel used in the bath. Is there a tool like that? No, there's no device like. That's it, village chief. What? What don't we use a water wheel like that to draw the water up from the river? I blush a little. That's exactly right. Wait. That water wheel is a failure. Failure, but it can draw water, is it not? Yes, but manually. It should have been automatic. A water wheel should be able to use the water flow of the river to draw the water up to a higher place. Hearing my explanation, the mountain elf raises her hands. I have been interested in that water wheel for some time. I will do my best to complete it as you describe. I am thankful for Ya's proposal. With the assumption of a complete water wheel, there are several places that I can recommend if the waterway problem is no more. It will be autumn harvest soon, and winter will come next. It seems like we lack time. We build the new villages in a hurry. First of all, the expansion of the new village is almost complete. Currently, it can only accommodate 50 people the most, but it should be able to accommodate twice now. I used the all-purpose farming tool to clear the forest in order to expand the village. It took me 5 days to do it. 3 high elves and several curos checked the new proposed village site. The place is 10 kilometers south of the new village. It is fairly far from Big Tree Village. Can you make it a little closer? If the village is too close, it will coincide with the first village once it becomes bigger. I personally think that this distance is too close. Is that so? Thinking about it, since they are 10 kilometers away from each other, if they mutually expand 5 kilometers, they'll coincide. But will that actually happen? That might be so because of the river. Given the location of the river, Big Tree Village is expanding southeast. Did they choose to build the new village in the west because of that? Fumo. Let's just think that they really chose those places because of it. I understand. Let's build the next new village in that place. Yes, and also, village chief, can you temporarily name the new villages? I don't have a naming sense. It is only temporary. Is that so? Then, the new village will be Kawakami Village. The one you went to will be Kawashimo Village, and at the other one will be Kawanaka Village. Kawakami, upper part of the river. Kawashimo, lower part of the river. Kawanaka, middle part of the river. Kawakami Village, Kawashimo Village, Kawanaka Village. Affirmative, I'll notify the others. Oh wait. Kawakami Village, Kawashimo Village, Kawanaka Village. Yeah, it is easy to make mistake, so I have to fix it right now. How about 1 village, 2 village, and 3 village? It is only temporary, so I think those are good temporary names. In addition, I think that the new inhabitants should be the one to decide the name of the village, rather than having poor names attached to their new village. Yes, when the new residents want to name it on their own, let them be. We're going to ask the new residents. Anyway, those were only temporary names. 1 village is under construction due to expansion. Next will be 2 villages' turn, and last will be 3 villages. 1 village, 2 village, 3 village. Bell Village, Hill Village, and Valley Village sounds better. Whatever, it is only temporary. I shouldn't think of pointless things. We should make 2 village quick. Let's make a road. Straight north of here is 1 village. Affirmative, thanks for your hard work. It took me 5 days to make a road that connects 1 village and 2 village. And 15 days in making construction materials for 2 village. I also made toilets and wells. We are also behind schedule since we were attacked by monsters and demon beasts frequently. Is it because this is the first time some people stayed in this neighborhood for a long time? Thinking about it, Weren't the monsters and demon beasts around the big tree village decreased? No, the rabbits with fangs are on the rise. We often capture them. By chance, is the reason why the rabbit with fangs is on the rise because we're killing monsters and demon beasts? As expected of the power of balance of nature. I have to keep in mind the ecosystem of the forest and the preservation of species from now on. Humans should not trouble the other residents of his surroundings. He should not waste praise. He should not hunt wastefully. That's for the best. I left one big tree in the center of the two villages. I decided it to be the standard style. I also made shrines below those trees. Because we don't have enough time, I only made statues of the two gods. I postponed making statues of Kuro and Zabuton. However, I will definitely make it later. Now, 3 Village. 3 Village is south of 2 Village, about 15 kilometers along the river. After receiving an explanation about the planned construction site and judging that there is no problem, I made a road that connects 2 Village and 3 Village. It took me 10 days. There are still a lot of monsters and demon beasts after all. The Kuros drives away majority of them. I'm wondering why this side is attacked frequently. In this survival of the fittest place, I made delicious foods using the monsters and demon beasts. When I was about to start working on 3 Village, the High Elves completed the construction on 1 Village and started working on 2 Village. That time, a message arrived. Village Chief, with Dorimsan's guidance, the migrant applicant has arrived. Please return to Big Tree Village. Chapter 105. The first group of new residents arrived. The first group. They are migrants who were gathered by Dorame. They will be transported here via sky route with the help of Dorame, Hakuren, and Rasudi. For that reason, a huge 4-legged table was prepared. Given the shape of a dragon, it will make it easier to transport things better if they have a table on their back. As for the 4 legs, it is made for them to wear the table easier when they transform from human to dragon form. It is also convenient to use it for carrying, loading, and unloading things compared to what we've been doing before, so it is popular. The 4-legged table was also devised so that things on it will not easily fall. The figure of the 3 dragons carrying tables coming towards the village reminded me of the wyvern attack, which scares me a little. A total of 72. Every one of them is from the Minotaur race. The Minotaur I know of are giants with head of a cow, but the Minotaurs in front of me now have normal human face. Other than the 2 big, buffalo-like horns on their head. Also, the Minotaur I know of is a male-only race. Forget about male-only race, most of them are females. This world is really different from the world I came from. I shouldn't trouble myself in every single detail. I thought of giving Dorame something as thanks, but he declined, saying that I should just pass it to the Minotaurs. I'm the one who troubled him to gather villagers. Why is he worried? I'm the one who requested them, so there is no need for him to worry. On the other hand, Hakuren and Rasudi did not hesitate to take my gift of thanks for them. I felt relieved when they took it. As for Dorame, he looked at the Minotaurs he brought for a while and said, "Will I be deemed irresponsible if I say that I'm no longer responsible after taking them here?" The other party might also be uneasy. "I'm the representative, Gordon. Please take care of us from now on." While greeting me, I observed them. Minotaurs, around 28 males and 44 females. Among them, there are 8 bull calves and 15 calves. It looks like there are 49 of them that can be used as manpower. Immediately. But all of those laborable Minotaurs are really thin. It is obvious at first sight that they are not eating well. The calves are not as bad as them, but it is obvious that they gave their foods to the young ones. With that, it is obvious that they are not very laborable. How about eating first? I'll have them prepare some now. I had the Minotaurs go to the place where the martial arts competition was held. I had the Oni maids prepare and give them foods. I had them prepare foods that are gentle to the stomach. Is there a taboo food for their race? It seems like there's no problem when the Oni maids gave them, so I guess it's all right. After this, I'll have Lou, Tyr, and Flora heal them if they need any treatment. Will that be enough? No, I haven't decided who'll be their caretaker. If they wait for my permission or judgment every single time, the progress will be slow, and some things might be too late, so I better have someone take that position. They need a guide for their village life. When the Beastkins arrived, I asked the Oni Ramurias to take care of them, and she's still working hard to this day. The caretaker of the Minotaurs will be... Who should I entrust them to? I can't think of anyone. Village chief, would you let me take care of them? One of the lizardmen spoke. Is it all right? Yes, though they are not them. I have had a contact with Minotaurs before. Unless there's someone else here besides me who has knowledge about Minotaurs. I looked around and waited for 10 minutes to check if there will be another motivated individual. Lizardman Nuff. Though I can't distinguish which is which from the beginning, we have been associated with each other for a long time now. I somehow managed to distinguish who is he, though I still can't distinguish hatchlings yet. I'll leave the Minotaurs to you. Thank you. After leaving the Minotaurs to Nuff, I gather everyone else at home to consult them. There is a problem with the new village. Problem? The High Elves and I were troubled. I'm sorry. I haven't been to the new village, yet so what kind of problem did you notice? The mountain elf, who's struggling to make the water wheel in Big Tree Village, raises her hand and asks that question. One of the High Elves answers it. The new village was completed, and it can accommodate up to 100 residents. Good, they doubled the 50. They did it, but... What is the problem? Isn't that more than enough? Right, but we based it on normal race's size. A blind spot. I completely have not thought about it. Up to now, no extremely big race has come to this village. However, though they are thin, the Minotaurs are really big. Not counting the calves, the adults are all over 2 meters in height. Some are even almost 3 meters in height. In addition to that problem, clothes, every one of them is wearing ragged clothes. Let's ask Zabuton to make some in a hurry. I looked at one of the spiderlings on my side. It raises one of its legs to show its consent and heads for Zabuton. The first problem is that there are no beds for them. Right, let's pray that it won't rain so they can sleep outside for a while. Even if you say that, it will soon be autumn harvest. I'm already thinking of temporarily suspending the new village building. Food security is essential if you think about winter. It is not possible to not select harvesting over something else. Harvesting is the top priority. Their housemaking must be delayed. Assuming that I have them help us with harvesting and house building, I don't think that we'll be able to complete it by winter. No, if the house is not enough, how about having them live in the northern dungeon during this winter? The Titans are living there, so there is definitely enough living space. Those who went to the dungeon in the north suggested so. Although it is not a bad idea, will the Titans be okay with it? They gave me this friendly atmosphere when we met them. I think it will be all right. However, it will be necessary to gift them with fuel and food for the winter as a reward. Right, I want everything to be handled here as much as possible, but we better prepare for the worst-case scenario. Let's have someone negotiate in advance. I understand, let's choose the candidate. Please, also. Food, using the village's money, let's buy food from Michael-san, and tools too. From what I saw, the Minotaurs have no personal property. Some of them even borrowed swords and spears. Should we prepare weapons for them too? I'm in doubt, so I asked the people around me of their opinion. They are almost wearing nothing. What in the world has happened to them? Nuff, talk to them. I want to know more. Next issue, regarding the immediate need for food. There are many things to talk about. In addition, a new problem came up. Village Chief, the group gathered by Bezel-sama, arrived. I feel a little dizzy. Chapter 106. The second group of new residents arrived. The second group, their lower body is of a horse, Centaurs. There are a total of 104 of them, 30 males and 74 females. There are obviously 30 colts and 34 fillies. That means there are 40 adults who can be labor force, but all of them are mares. Though I say they can be labor force, all of them are equipped with leather and iron armors and are also equipped with weapons as if they are about to invade. They are also wary of the surroundings. The young ones don't have weapons, but they are wearing armors. I got a feeling that they are a group of individuals who had just escaped from a war-sieged castle. Bezel they are. It was Bezel who brought them here. Bezel brought a large number of people near this village via teleportation magic, so he still can't stand up straight yet. I would like him to take a rest at Frau's house after this, but I want to ask you about them before anything else. As you can see, they are a group of individuals who had just escaped from a war-sieged castle. You offered them to migrate in the middle of a war. Of course not. The front lines of the war already moved to a dangerous area where it is impossible to take refuge in that region therefore. You can consider their migration as some sort of evacuation. The war has advanced that much. Yeah, I can't abandon them, so I took them here. Who's the enemy? The Kingdom of Full Heart. The human country, who's at war against the Demon King's kingdom, huh? I'll cooperate as much as I can, thanks for your hard work. Great. Beazle has already reached his limit, so I asked a lizardman to take him to Frau's house. Now, I look at the Centaurs. I should do something about their attack mode. It will be troublesome if they continue to act like that. I'm Hiraku, the representative of the village. Who is your representative? That's me, I'm Gluewald. A mare stepped forward. She looks like a female knight with her iron equipments. Her lower body is of a horse, though. Ah, it looks like the Centaurs don't wear anything on their horse part. From the front, they look like a normal human. I'm a relative of a retainer of Viscount Bigu. What are you staring at? Ah, sorry. Who's Viscount Bigu? Presently, Frau took Beazle at her house. Then, how about the civil servant girls? Welcome to Big Tree Village. This place is somewhat related to Count Chrome, who guided you here, so please be relieved. Count Chrome? Ah, is that Beazle? We heard that we're supposed to emigrate here. Were you also informed about it? We do. We were notified, but there are several problems. Then do something. Gluewald-san, why did you come to this village? If you think that this will be your new territory, please think again. You. How can a village girl talk to me like that? Excuse me, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm the second daughter of Count Drowa of the Demon King's kingdom. I am Rashashi Drowa. One of the civil servant girls, Rashashi picked up her skirt and bowed beautifully at Gluewald. She's wearing a village girl outfit, but she's overflowing with elegance. I can't believe that someone with intolerable grace is working as an attendant. Viscount Bigu of the Western faction that you are serving is under the jurisdiction of our house. Can you please introduce yourself properly now? Apologies for my rudeness. I am Gluewald Rabbi Cole. I'm a relative of Viscount Bigu's retainer. Rashashi is on top of the food chain. I just said that you may be relieved. How long do you plan on holding those weapons? My apologies. With Gluewald's instruction, the Centaurs fixed their stance. Peace of mind at last. All hail Rashashi. Thank you very much. Village chief, they seem to be a little confused. In order to calm them down, I wonder if it's all right to feed them like we did with the Minotaurs. That should be fine, let's do that. Great. Also, since they seem to be related to my house, should I be the one to be in charge of them? It would be great if you do so. Please do. Leave it to me. However, is there a problem? They are from the area under your house's jurisdiction. Even if your parents are officials, will they be all right? According to the information we received from Beazle-sama, there are no problems yet. Is that so? However, if something happened, I'll need to ask a favor. I understand. I left the Centaurs to the civil servant girl Rashashi and returned to the receiving meeting. Now Gluewald-san. Yeah. Good reply. It would have been good if you did so from the beginning. My apologies for my rudeness. No, sorry. I do not intend to bully you. I understand that you're only doing so to protect the young ones. Before coming here, I'm probably worse than you. The Big Tree Village will accept you according to the previous proposal. However, you are not to settle here, but in a newly made village. And that village is not even completed yet. I've heard about that. At the very least, can you let the children live in this village? The village chief is the only one who can decide that. That's right. I forgot to mention something important. What is it? The village chief is the pinnacle of power in this village. The village chief, that man from before. Yes, and unfortunately, my position in this village is regrettably low. No, it can be said that I'm at the very bottom. No way for Count Drowa's daughter to be. Even Count Chrome brought you here himself. Use your head to understand things here. In this village, I'm in the lowest class. This is that kind of village. Ma, you probably can't believe my words. Let's have you eat dinner first. This is from the village chief's goodwill. Don't forget to show your gratitude. After eating, I'll show you and some of your companions around the village to see and feel what it is to be here. I return to the meeting. They are rude. Are we really going to accept them? I don't think they're really rude. Ma, they are in an unknown territory. They are only vigilant. Maybe, but let's hope that Rashashi can take care of them. Now, our problem deepens. Yup, more problems. The second group, the Centaurs, has a lower body of a horse. The size is about the same as a true horse. In other words, big, they are roughly at the Minotaur's level, and their lower body is of a horse. Their lives will be difficult with the facilities we made that are designed for humans. They probably can't even enter a door. The toilet size will be a problem too. Are the Minotaurs same as them? Village chief, where are you going? For the time being, let's make a proper toilet for the Minotaurs and Centaurs. Can you please postpone it? It's okay. I know that the village chief loves cleanliness. We will tell them to take care of their poops properly, so please be relieved. Moo. By the way, village chief. What is it? Is there a reason for the Kuros and the spiders not showing up before the Minotaurs and Centaurs? It was requested by both Dorame and Beazle. They are frightening by nature, so the newcomers will be restless if they suddenly met them. Because of that, most of the Kuros are in the forest, and the spiders are either on the trees or on the top of the buildings. Some of them are acting as liaison officers, though. When I said that, one of the spiderlings bungee jumps, raises one of its legs and waves, and climbs up again. A wise judgment. Ma, let's prepare and keep our face up this night. Why? The first group and the second group arrived earlier than planned. I will not be surprised if the next one will come. That can't be. Haha HNN. It seems like someone has arrived. Hahaha, good joke. I want it to be a joke, but... Village chief, a report came from Gran Maria. She encountered the group gathered by Michael-san in the forest, and they will arrive here soon. Chapter 107. The third group of new residents arrived. The third group. The first were Minotaurs, then Centaurs, so will it be Taurus this time? After thinking something stupid, I greeted the people who came here because of Michael-san's introduction in front of my house. The group that came because of Michael-san's introduction is composed of beautiful women and tree stumps. 8. The height of beautiful women ranges from 150 to 170, which is a normal human's height. I'm immediately relieved. Their ages range from late teens to late 20s. They have a well-formed face, and every one of them can be considered beautiful. Their style is not bad, too. No, it can be considered as pretty good. I might be a little rude, but my first impression of them are similar to those one-essen who works at night. It's because of their clothes, or else they would look like ordinary village women. Honestly, it doesn't suit you. And there are 40 of them. By the way, why are there 10 tree stumps here? I thought that I already cleared this area using the all-purpose farming tool. While I was thinking about that, a tree stump talks. I am the representative, Eeg. I want to express our gratitude for accepting us. Did that tree stump just talk? After listening to them, it seems like the tree stumps were also immigrants. It seems like the beautiful women and the tree stumps are from the same race called nunaphnes. According to my knowledge, they are close to tree spirits called dryad, or was it dryad? I thought that their appearance difference is because of the difference in sexes, but that doesn't seem to be the case. The tree stumps are also females. In other words, a female-only race. Do you interact with humans? To my doubt, their group only replied with a smile. I thought my question is really important. Village chief, do not be upset. Us too are willing to give you our proof of loyalty. Proof of loyalty. And no, that's not it. That's unnecessary, that's not what I mean. Don't misunderstand. I tried to smooth things up after that embarrassing situation. Compared to Minotaurs and Centaurs, they are quite normal. You should all eat first. Is it all right to give you normal food? Thank you very much for your consideration. However, we already heard about problems regarding the migration. We don't want to trouble you regarding our food. It will save us a lot if you do so, but do you have anything with you? No, we don't. Because of that, can you provide us with a sunny place and water? It will be a great substitute for food. I understand, but... A sunny place. Ma, the big tree village itself is sunny as long as it isn't near the forest. Water, there is a river nearby. If that is the case, the place is. I suggested them the first place I thought of. You can stay on the field there, but I request of you not to trouble it. Because the representative Eeg complied, I decided to take a rest. Not counting the tree stumps, it was surreal to see beautiful women standing in a certain interval around the field. They look satisfied, so I guess they're okay. I'm worried about tree stumps, so I'll take a note of them for now. Do I need to cut their roots when it is time to move? They look like tree stumps, but they are still people. Let's let them do what they want. The nunaphnes crossed the mountain of Howling Village on the east and came here by walking in the forest. They have the ability to assimilate with any kind of plants, so they did not need to fight against monsters or demon beasts. However, it seems like it is still impossible to avoid being marked by monsters and demon beasts. To put it simply, they are scratched by their claws. Though their sense of pain is minimal, those who were scratched by the claws of monsters and demon beasts cannot transform in their human form until their wounds are healed. That is the reason why the others are on their tree stump form. I see. In other words, their true form is the tree stump form. I recommended them to take a bath. They don't smell, but they give off that feeling. Do tree stumps hates hot water? I don't mind if they take a bath. Just clean yourselves. After several hours. I finally heard their story form their representative Eeg who finished eating and bathing. The reason for their migration is because the place they were previously living at became desolate, so they requested a new place. It seems like a nearby village caused a massive deforestation that caused a large-scale flood there. They heard about Michael-san's invitation when they were thinking of moving to a new place, so they asked several things. Hearing about the fruits that originated here from Michael-san, it seems like they immediately decided to move to this place before Michael-san was able to say anything. The place where you are looking for new residents, these fruits, apples and pears grow on that place, aren't they? That is right. Everyone prepare to move, hurry up. Michael-san was there with the intent of examining them, but seeing them moving immediately made him panicked. After that, he still tried to negotiate with them, but they are already migrating with no intention to stop. By the way, Michael-san has prepared the nunaphnes migration supplies in Shashato City. I also asked him to prepare clothes, weapons, tools, and foods for the Minotaurs and Centaurs. However, if you came to this village because of the fruits, isn't it a bad deal for you to refuse food? Eeg of the nunaphne, I'm carrying her in her human form. It is because moving while in their tree stump form is really slow. I understand the reason, since carrying a beautiful woman is better than carrying a tree stump. Don't mind it. Our true purpose is not the fruits. Really? Yeah, the reason we came here is the soil. Soil. If the land here produced such splendid fruits, it means that the soil here is excellent, which is very good for us. Can you put me there? I have no reason to refuse. I see soil It is probably because I plowed the soil using the all-purpose farming tool. I see. I hope it didn't disappoint you. Not at all, looking at the field. It is really enviable. I hope that the place where we will settle in will be like this one. Ahahaha, so you like a place similar to the field. Wait a minute. Though the field and the place where you're going to live in will be prepared, do you not live in houses? We can also live in a house. However, we prefer outdoor. You don't live in a house. We prefer outdoor. Do not upset, it is too early to be upset. Yeah, but I feel a little tired. The caretaker of the nunaphne was decided. Eeg, let me introduce her to you. My name is Mamu. I was appointed to be your caretaker. If you encounter any problem, please let me know. Please take care of me from now on. We designated one of the Beast Girls as the nunaphne's caretaker. The main reason is because the person herself volunteered. Though she looks like a junior high school student, I consented because Senna, the Beastkin's representative, said that it will be all right. Likewise, please take care of us from now on. One of Eeg's root got up and shook Mamu's hand. Mamu, I want you to know everything from Eeg. What kind of place do they want to live in? What kind of job they can do? What are they good at? What are they not good at? And how about their race's custom and taboo too? I understand. At the same time, I'll tell them about the village too. Please. Good, she's reliable. I left the nunaphne to Mamu's care and went home. It is necessary to have a meeting again. We're still facing a lot of problems after all. Chapter 108. Consultation. I understand that there are many problems. The origin is, the number of the migrants we received are too many, and they arrived too early. And since we have decided to accept everyone, we can only work harder. Though it will also trouble the residents of my village, I would like to ask their help. That night, I gather every representative of each race to discuss it. This includes the representatives of the Minotaurs, Centaurs, and nunaphnes, as well as their caretakers Nuff, Rashashi, and Mamu. Dorame and Beazle are also participating. Though there was an objection on having the newcomers to suddenly join, I think it is better for them to know what the problems are. Besides, they are not visitors. They'll live in a different location, but they are new residents. Minotaur's representative, Gordon. Centaur's representative, Glueworld. Nunaphnes' representative, Eeg. Eeg is participating in her human form. It seems like Mamu finds it hard to move. Even so, it's a good thing that each migrant groups are a unified single race. It is easy to call them. In addition, their race representative will also serve as the migrant group representative. We usually conduct a meeting around a table, but there is no table for large races like the Minotaurs and Centaurs. Everyone is either sitting on a log chair or sitting on the floor. Before we start, how are you? The Centaur's representative Glueworld raises her hand. I did not know my place earlier and was really rude. I'm very sorry. Please let me apologize. I'm the only one who behaves like that, so please, let me bear all the responsibility for what happened. She bent her forelegs, bowed with her upper body, and lowered her head deeply. She's not bending her hind legs so her but is sticking up. Is this the Centaur's apology pose? Let's ask her later. Though I did not think that you were that rude, I'll accept your apology. Don't me, cough. Be careful in the future. I thought of saying to not mind it, but Rashashi, who's beside Glueworld, wrote something on a wooden board asking me to say them. Who is it that taught her such a move of cheaters? Thank you very much. I will be more careful from now on. Glueworld did not notice Rashashi's cheat board and express her gratitude. I expect for your improvement in the future. That is also Rashashi's instruction. Yes. It seems like she's satisfied with Glueworld's reply, but Rashashi flips her wooden board again. As expected of the village chief, excellent performance, you can even become a king now. Thank you. But that cheat board can also be seen by those around me. Lu and Tyr, stop laughing. Let's move on with the meeting. For the time being, the immediate problem is the beddings of the newly arrived residents. Every one of them says that they have no problem sleeping in the open, but I at least want the young ones to lay down in a place with a roof. There are 3 places in the village that match that description. My house, the inn, and the liquor factory. If you ask if they are big, but if you ask if they have enough space, they don't. I get it. I know that you don't want others to use the factory, so stop glaring at me, Donovan. Let's have them use the inn, prioritize the children. Though it is a place where other people sleep, I still want to do more. Yes, some will be sleeping in a place with a roof, but there are still some that need to sleep outside. Though we're sleeping outside, if you can let us use this place, we will appreciate it. The Minotaurs want to use the martial arts competition ring. We can stay to the place where you let the cows and horses stay. The Centaurs are requesting for the ranch area. As long as it is light up by sunlight, we don't mind where we are. The nunaphnes are okay with anywhere. Then, Minotaurs and Centaurs, go the place you desired to take a rest. Do not hesitate to ask your caretaker if you need anything. Affirmatives. Yeah. Nuff and Rashashi, please stay as much as possible with them. Also, sleep in my house for a while. I understand, we're going to sleep in your house. Is there a reason? It is to save the Minotaurs and Centaurs the trouble of looking for you. Indeed, I understand. I'll do what you say. Nunaphnes, you can stay in any place you like. But please don't be in the middle of the field. Also, try not to bother others. If you encounter any problem, get in touch with Mamu. Affirmatives. Mamu, it will be hard for you, but do your best. Yes, I'll work hard. And so, I also want Mamu to stay at my house. Is that all right? It's all right, but I like to return home and report to Ramurias first. All right. Anne, prepare rooms for the 3. I hear and obey. Afterwards, we discussed several more things. We'll leave the village 1 since it's complete. First of all, everyone needs to harvest everything first. After that, we'll try to complete village 2, then village 3 if time permits. As soon as the village 2 is complete, we'll have the first group to live there. We decided to make village 2 suited for the Minotaurs, considering the first come first serve principle. The Centaurs will be at village 3. After that, building a village for Nunaphnes. Both Dorame and Bezel will visit from time to check the situation, in addition to stabilizing the spirits of the Minotaurs and Centaurs. I appreciate their cooperation. Let's begin harvesting. Those who can harvest will harvest. Those who can't harvest will hunt in the forest. A new problem came up. The Minotaurs, Centaurs, and nunaphnes seem to be unable to hunt monsters or demon beasts in the forest. Looking at them, they look strong. Even if you say that, Minotaur is originally a mild race. Nuff, the caretaker of the Minotaurs, explains. They are not someone who will fight someone else other than the ones who are protecting their group, which specializes in battle. Also, only those Minotaurs who specialize in battle are strong. Most of them are shepherds. Minotaurs who specialized in battle, are they trained from infancy? No, they are seen to be determined by birth. They are discernible from the form of their horns. I see. So, is there someone who specializes in battle among the Minotaurs that came to this village? Other than the race's representative Gordon, there is someone else but still a child. In other words, only Gordon has the ability to enter the forest. Yes. Even so, if we ask him to unreasonably enter the forest, he'll just be wounded, which is troublesome. My apologies. How many people are centaurs in the forest? 7 adults including Glueworld. It is impossible for the children to do so. Rashashi, the centaur's caretaker, explains. Other than the children, aren't they moderately armed? They are armed, but most of them were only gathered to protect the children. Are those 7 who entered the forest properly educated soldiers? No, only Glueworld and another one were trained as soldiers. All-purpose farming tool, since their weapons are long, they probably can hunt fanged rabbits. I'm sorry. It's because I don't know how to assess the vicinity. Is that so? I'm worried that they entered the forest. Yes. So, should we only let Glueworld the other one to work in the forest? Yes, let's think about something else for the others. Thank you very much. I can understand the nunaphnes. They have the proper skill to escape, but they have no fighting power. No, we have the ability to fight. We're good at magic too. Really? Yes, however, rather than looking for something to hunt, our style is to wait at a certain place to wait for prey. Ah, I see. Once we're hurt, we'll become tree stump, and we'll lose our mobility so we can't really chase prey. Indeed. However, you can't hunt that much using that style here. I know. Since the Kuros are already all over, we won't make much result. Mobility is your only issue. All right. Let's talk with the Kuros and decide where you'll hunt. Thank you very much. In this way, those who can't enter the forest are given with new work. Minotaurs will be responsible for transporting the harvests. Regardless of their gender, they have sufficient power. They'll carry the harvested crops to the warehouse. The Centaurs will make beds. Since it might rain, they'll also be the one who will set up shade for sunlight and rain. Not only for the Centaurs, but also for the Minotaurs. Incidentally, we also ask them to take care of the bull calves and calves. All of the nunaphnes are moving around village too. They decided to hunt around there. With this, even though they are not used to it, are doing their best with their respected jobs. On the first day, other than the nunaphnes, the hunting result of the group is only 1 fanged rabbit and 3 injured people. Gordon, Glueworld, and the other centaur. Is the fanged rabbit strong? Ato, if they are met by a normal person, that person will lose all hope. After hearing what the civil servant girl said, I decided to give them another job that is not related to entering the forest. By the way, can you beat a fanged rabbit yourself? Please don't joke around. I'm one of those normal people. Chapter 109. Race against time. Harvesting was done at a fairly quick pace. It is almost winter. Nobody knows when it will get cold. The harvests were counted by the civil servant girls before storing them to the warehouse. I thought of not selling anything this year, but what will happen to my contacts? First of all, we have a trading relationship with the Howling Village. Presently, Gulf is also in this village to accompany the migrants and needs to head back there too. Thank you very much for taking care of them. Is that so? I don't remember going to the Beast Girl's residence to do that. I also don't remember taking care of them that much. Ha, right, but they are able to eat good food and even drink alcohol. This village has been good. Are you divorced? Ah, no, I have a wife and other daughters waiting for me. As long as your daughter is in this village, she will be fine. I know. I appreciate that you accepted my daughter, no, all the girls. Ma, if you can, you are welcome to stay again. Then I will not hold back when the time comes. Tyr and Rasudi were the ones responsible for the trade with Howling Village. Do your best. Next, the seasonal crop sharing in the pretense of gift to Dorame, Dors, and Raymarin. Although I'm not sure why it has to be food, it can be considered as kind of good sale. because there will be something given back for those gifts. Though those are gifts will be sent while expecting something back, it will surely be not something for the stomach. Those crops will quickly return as either cash or jewel. Our transaction will Bezel is similar. Food in exchange for cash. We also have to deliver crops to Michael-san of Shashato City. We buy foods with the money we receive from him, and the rest will be our savings. Since we are communicating in advance, food is also prepared beforehand. It feels strange in selling food to buy food. One of the civil servant girls who went to Michael-san's place says so, but we need quantity now more than quality. Even if she says that she feels strange, we bought more seafood than grains. Our goal is to get over winter safely. Next year, we will also farm in each village so everything will be okay. Are. Can the Minotaurs, Centaurs, and nunaphnes farm? No, they have lived their lives before coming here, so I guess it will be fine. But I never heard them farming. Don't tell me they can't. It is possible that the nunaphnes haven't. It will be inefficient to force them to do something they can't. Let's ask them next time. Don SFX, the foods are being carried in the village. I want to build a warehouse for preserve food supply, but I postponed it. Let's just dig basements to increase the capacity. After harvesting and trading, I and all who doesn't have anything to do head towards village 2 in a hurry. We will make big houses for the Minotaurs to live in. It will be hard to build a 2-story house for the Minotaurs, so everything will be 1 story. There will be no furnitures too. Let's complete the roof first. Next are the walls. Of course, that includes the measures against the cold winter. The Minotaurs are also participating in the construction work, so we are advancing fast. I also constructed proper well and toilet for Village 2. I returned to Big Tree Village, but most people who are participating in building Village 2 are sleeping there. There is quite a distance between Big Tree Village and Village 2, so it will save time. A number of Kuros and Spiderlings are patrolling around Village 2 in order to protect those who are constructing it. Thanks to that, the Big Tree Village has become lonely. The Minotaur adults are living in Village 2 because of the construction work, while the Minotaur children are staying in Big Tree Village. The Centaurs are taking care of them. As expected of their figure, the Centaurs are good runners. Their tactics in battle are using their mobility by raising speed and charging, then running away at a distance. They are good to hit and run while taking distance if the enemy uses long-range attack. At first, Glueworld is struggling against fighting a rabbit in the forest because she can't run away. If there is a road where they can run, they're considerably strong. Therefore, I ask them as transporter and messenger for Big Tree and Village 2. If it is not possible for them to beat the monster or demon beasts they encounter, they can run away. By the way, not only Glueworld and the other centaur cooperate, but also other adult centaurs. It became a standard for 5 of them to form a team. From Big Tree Village to Village 1 then to Village 2, they'll take about 30 minutes of travel. I think their speed is about 40 km/h. I can make them run faster if I want to, but I don't want them to push themselves. However, since I really want to know how fast is their fastest, I challenged them, and it took them 20 minutes to travel from Big Tree Village to Village 2. Amazing. Ano Village Chief. There is a horse on the ranch, but are you riding it? HNN, I do, but only in that place. It doesn't listen to me. Could it be, can Glueworld talk to the horse? Then, will it listen to me if she speaks to it? No, maybe the horse is dissatisfied with something, that's why she's bringing this up. Perhaps it doesn't like the name I gave it. I don't have a single piece of confidence when it comes to naming. That is, Village Chief, do you want to ride me? Since we can communicate, I think it will be easier for you to ride me than that horse. Ada. Glueworld's lower body is of a horse. Yeah, of a horse. I look at her horseback. I think I can get on. I think I could ride. Can I ride on you? Yes, please do. Glueworld bends her hind and forelegs, so I obediently ride her. Glueworld stands up. Hi. This is the standard height when I was riding the horse. Walk. Glueworld walks briskly. My butt is jumping up and down on her back. Yes, this is exactly how I feel when riding a horse. I will walk a little faster. Ooh. I'm riding a horse. Run. It was fast and it felt scary. I think this is dangerous since there is no saddle or stirrups. After that, Glueworld began to bring me to Village 2. Gran Maria is following us while looking at Glue World with eyes that have a hint of jealousy. The Kuros, too. I understand Gran Maria, but I have never ridden any of the Kuros. Incidentally, the horse is also sulking. No, I'm sorry. It's not that I'm neglecting you, but you're not listening to my command. I had a hard time fixing the atmosphere. Let's make sure that the horse won't see me riding Glue World next time. Village Chief, prototype number 6 of the water wheel is now complete. It will go well this time. The water wheel making of the mountain elves didn't go that well. Prototype number 1 and 2 were both total failure. Prototype number 3 rotated but was not able to draw water. Prototype number 4 rotated and drew water but broke down after a few days. Also, the water it drew were really small. Because of pursuing durability, prototype number 5 became too heavy and did not turn well. And now, number 6. It was based on number 4 that works but with improved durability. Its shaft is even made up of steel. In order to increase the amount of water it draws, its size was also enlarged. It has a diameter of more than 3 meters. Although it was lighter, we still asked Rhapsody to transform into a dragon and help us install it to the water-drawing site. We made a fixed base in the river for the water wheel. The previous tests were conducted here. Position check, no problem, get off the water wheel. Almost all the mountain elves are here to watch the water wheel. They took off their hands on the water wheel that was fitted to the shaft of the fixed base. And the water of the river pushed it and it began to move slowly. Cheers of joy rose. However, it is not drawing water. A dark atmosphere of failure emerged. AHH. The water wheel was installed on reversed. It will naturally be unable to draw water. It was reinstalled correctly immediately to test it again. It succeeded in drawing a good amount of water this time. Good, really good. The mountain elves began to cry. So this is what it feels to finally taste victory. We have to think more about the weight of the wood. Right, but we still had a good time. There are still 3 things we can improve. In any case, we did great. Then, after this, we still need to build 2 more. Whether it will be used for farming or not, being able to draw water on the river using this will definitely be useful in the future. Let's continue to work hard. 40 days after the autumn harvest, 25 one-story big houses were built. The Minotaurs are already living on those one-story houses, so all that could have been problems were already fixed before completion. Now, the housing problem of the Minotaurs is resolved. During the winter, the Centaurs will now the ones who will be living in the dungeon in the north. If possible, I would like to stay in this village during the winter as well. I want to grant Glueworld's wish, but the coldness of winter is severe. If it is only 1 or 2, there will be no problem, but there are over 100 Centaurs. Let's speed up the construction of Village 3. Until the winter comes, let's do as much as things we can. Chapter 110. Accustomed, the nunaphnes are more self-sufficient than what I thought. They don't even necessarily need food. It's not like they can't eat or drink, but it seems like water and sunlight is enough for them. And they are doing that while waiting for prey when hunting. They also have an incredible endurance since they can wait on the same exact location for days until a prey comes. In short, they don't need to be taken care of by us. They also ask permission if necessary. Do you mind if we bathe under the sun around here? I don't, but please make sure that you are not naked if you're in your human form. But they feel like tree parasites. Okay, we're going to check the condition of the tree in the center of the village. They don't really need to be taken care of by us, but it takes effort to deal with them. The nunaphnes' hunting ground is Village 2, but ever since the construction work in Village 2 started, the Kuros are now in charge of the vicinity of that village, so they have to move. Because of that, some of them are standing by in Village 1, some remained in Village 2, and the rest are on Big Tree Village. The reasons for standing by? To serve as a light source and an alarm. It seems like the nunaphnes have the ability to communicate with each other at a certain distance. It is not on the level where they can talk with each other, but they can send simple content messages with each other like satisfied, dissatisfied, safe, and danger. As soon as they noticed an approaching danger, it will be conveyed. In other words, even if I'm in this village, we'll know if a danger is approaching. Even though it is not that accurate, I think that using this method, we can definitely avoid other villages from being annihilated by monsters or demon beasts. That is them being an alarm. As for serving as a light source, the nunaphnes can emit light in their tree stump form. When in their tree stump form, they can make a branch grow, they make a flower bloom that can emit a fantastic light. Since they like to stay outdoors, their position as the village streetlights at night was established. Mamu, was there any demand from the nunaphnes? There were some, but those are something I can handle myself. The problem is their clothing custom. It seems like the nunaphnes are originally a naked race, even though they look exactly like humans. After hearing what happened, Michael-san prepared clothes that they are willing to wear, and it was considered as gifts. Thanks to Michael-san. Yes, so what should we do? I think we should focus on teaching them the custom around here, but it seems like their clothes will come off if they transform in their tree stump form, so they need to be naked in order to hunt. And with their figure, they are simply poison to the eyes. When you are in the village and you're in human form, you are obligated to wear clothes. If you're inside a house, I will not force you to do so. I understand. It has been a while. Have you heard about the circumstances of the Minotaurs before coming to this village? I was busy and forgot about it. Yes, I heard about it. The Minotaur's caretaker, Nuff, replied. I heard it from Gordon-san and the others. It seems like they were doing sericulture from where they lived before. I thought most commoners are farmers, but they were raising silkworms. I was wondering before if they can farm, but now I feel uneasy. I asked if they can farm, and it seems like they were doing it too. Yes, they also farm, but the main reason for their migration is the sericulture industry. What happened? Were the silkworm annihilated because of an epidemic? No, they even boasted their good sales, but the lord governing that place has requested something unreasonable. Unreasonable? The cocoons of silkworms are sold at a high price, and he requested an increase in production volume. I see. I understand what the lord is trying to do. He wants to increase the profit from that business. However, even if he requested an increase in production, it is impossible to have an immediate result because they are end products of living things. Obviously, the lord got angry and raised the tax. What? Raise the tax? Is that lord stupid? I think so. Gordon-san's group worked hard for 3 years, but since they could no longer bear it, they eventually abandoned the village. This is the result of being blinded by profit. The industry itself was crushed. Furthermore, the inhabitants even abandoned the village. Afterwards, they wander around the country. They were lucky to have come in contact with one of Doriem-san's underling and have come to this village after that. I see. So that's why they were at that condition when they came to this village. Though this is only my selfish opinion, I think that they will be able to live at ease at village too. I agree. Let's work hard so everyone can be at ease in the future. Yes. By the way, what country does that incompetent lord came from? He can't be from Full Heart Kingdom, right? I don't think so. I don't remember the name of the country, but it is a country west of Full Heart Kingdom. Should I ask them? No, you don't have to. I was just a little anxious. I'm already thinking that the Full Heart Kingdom is the cause of all problem. My image of that country is really bad. The construction of Village 3 where the Centaurs will live is considered as an urgent job. I, with the all-purpose farming tool on my hand, cleared up the area while the high elves, lizardmen, and minotaurs are building houses. Like the minotaurs' houses, all of them are one-story houses. It is a bit different though since we have to consider the horse lower body of the centaurs. The hallway of the houses are too narrow, only one of us will be able to pass through it. The position of the door handle should be a little higher. Raise the window too. Put it halfway more. Don't forcibly lay the floorboards. The rooms inside should use a curtain than a door. At first, the centaurs were holding back, but since Rashashi and I requested it, they began voicing their opinion little by little. Living in a house that doesn't fit you will only stress you out. Upon compiling the opinions of the centaurs, a slightly luxurious horse stable. That's what the house gave me. The only difference is that there are a toilet and kitchen at one corner of the room. Mama, because our lower body is of a horse, I wonder if you can grant our request. Gluworld embarrassedly said that to me, so it is probably really something they want. I understand, let's do it as per your request. Since the house design is now decided, it will be easier from now on. We began building several houses simultaneously. It is already becoming chilly slowly, so we have to hurry. This is our last chance to make it in time. We are all engaged in construction work for a while. Meanwhile, I called for Gordon and Glueworld. The venue is one of the newly built houses of Village 3. Since nobody is living on it yet, no one else is around. I have something important to discuss with you. I want you to listen carefully. Hearing what I said, the faces of the two of them tensed up. This is really important. Listen to me clearly. Gordon, can you mate with other races? Mate I'm sorry. Aid, it is possible, but there is a problem. Gordon talked to me in a more polite way than he has ever done. Is it because they were about to settle down in Village 2? However, if he continues to do that, I feel like the distance between us will get a little further. So why? I'll cast my doubt aside. Problem? Yes. That. Gordon is worried about Glueworld, so he asks Glueworld to cover her ears. Now, he can finally talk about the mating habit of the Minotaurs. Yeah, normal mating habit. Ah, is it a problem with the size? Yeah, Minotaurs are big, so it can probably only fit other Minotaur. Then, doesn't that mean that it's impossible? It might be good if I don't ask them about it. Gordon, I apologize for asking something embarrassing. I understand now. Only a Minotaur can make another Minotaur happy and build a happy family. I agree, Anno, however that. What? We barely have males. Some females might want to be with someone other than Minotaurs. Though I'm not sure if they fit the village chief's taste, can I present them to you? Wait. Yes. I never demand that from you. I'll say it clearly, I don't ask for them. I never express that in any way, both directly and indirectly. Hearing my declaration, Gordon looks embarrassed. It's not like I despise you. However, you told me that a Minotaur wishes to build a happy family with another Minotaur. Let's leave it like that. I understand what you're trying to say, but some Minotaur females seek someone other than a Minotaur. Straighten them. I only ask you to correct their path. I have never thought of you presenting someone to others when we receive all of you here. If you want to return our kindness, do it by working hard. As you wish. If you are still unsatisfied, let me tell you this. The only males here are the dwarves, while the lizard men will not copulate with anyone else other than lizard women. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? You don't need to present anyone to me because of my position. Besides, even if you do so, none will receive my preferential treatment. Remember that. Certainly. After my talk with Gordon was over, I now speak with Glueworld. It is embarrassing to ask a woman about this, but I must do so since you are the representative of the race. What is it? Is it possible for a centaur to mate with humans? That question, if you mean to ask if centaurs can bear a human's child, then it is impossible. She answered while blushing. Impossible. No possible, huh? Okay, the best answer. However, if the village chief wants to, please use this useless me. Enjoy me as much as you can. What? Though I'm still immature, I have heard various things on how men enjoy women. Fortunately, I have confidence with my chest. Wait. I'm already resolved. Now order me anything. I won't order you, and throw away your resolution. Why, even if I'm like this, I'm a bullish woman. I heard that men find it joyful to gnaw bullish women. Who told you that? Not all men are like that. Then, why are you asking me that question? All right, I should have said it first. It's like a survey to prevent trouble with other races. I'm not asking you because I want someone to be presented to someone. Prevent trouble. In the future, what do you think will happen when the children grew? What do you think? I never thought about it, thank you very much. No, well, there are also other circumstances regarding that matter. But since mating is impossible, I want the centaurs to build a happy family with other centaurs. Yes, I understand. Good, a favorable response. So, when should I visit the village chief's room? I'm asking on how long will it be before you call me to your room. What are you talking about? When will you enjoy me? This questioning, is this some kind of play? No, of course not. I just said that centaurs should build a happy family with other centaurs. Yes, I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude to the village chief. Then why are you asking when will I enjoy you? If we're not in a stable position, how can we build a happy family? In order to stabilize our position, I think it will be good if I receive the village chief's love. If this Glueworld is unworthy, then. I also said this to Gordon. It should be fine, so don't worry. I will not drive you out, so you don't have to worry about it. Even if you say that. Why does dealing with these newcomers so troublesome? I thought that they were already accustomed in living here, but it seems like that's not the case. Ah, a difficult problem. For the time being, I managed to persuade Glueworld who's trying to remove her clothes. Someone, please help me out. Chapter 111. Drunkard and Meaning of Existence. Husband Yumini. Husband Yumini Desu. Village Chief, can you please be more considerate? I think his clumsiness in those kind of situations is one of his strong points. Lu, Tyr, Ria, and Frau said those respectively. There are also others here besides them. The dwarf Donovan, the caretaker of the Minotaurs, Nuff, the caretaker of the Centaurs, Rashashi, and the caretaker of the nunaphnes, Mamu. The content of our current meeting is about Gordon of the Minotaurs, Glueworld of the Centaurs, and the nunaphnes. To summarize it, each of them is trying to send a mistress to me, but I declined them. It resulted in this meeting. Mama. Donovan pacifies the place using alcohol. There are probably various opinions regarding this, but first of all, village chief, you should act like a village chief more, no? It might be useless unless you think like what a ruler should be. Think like a ruler. Yes. This is not a difficult topic. Donovan drinks 1 cup of alcohol and explains while pouring alcohol to the cup again. By the way, the alcohol is my treat. I'll give you an example. I, along with the other dwarves, am living in this village, who permitted me to do so. Isn't it me? Yes. I and the other dwarves are making alcohol for this village. The dwarves are making them, but it is not ours. All of the alcohol the dwarves made belongs to the village chief. It is as you say. Then, let's say that the village chief intended to drive all the dwarves out of the village. This is just an analogy. If the dwarves will be chased out of the village, who will brew alcohol from now on? Even so, can we still stay here? Donovan raises the alcohol on his hand and shows it to me. Though the village chief is not that much of a fan of alcohol, most of the villagers are. If I and the other dwarves are driven out, no one will make alcohol. Even if the village chief is fine with it, the others will be dissatisfied. When that happens, the village will be unstable. If you carefully weigh it, is forcing the dwarves away good for the village? Think about it. Think about it. Think about it. In other words, it can be said that I and the dwarves are making alcohol in order to gain the permission to live here. Do you get what I mean? We are making alcohol. Ludono and Tierdono gave birth to the village chief's children. In addition, they are your counselor. The Anis are taking care of everyone's personal needs. The high elves hunts and are in charge of construction. The lizard men are doing the heavy labors. The beastkins are doing the processing jobs. The demon girls are helping the village chief with his job. The mountain elves are working as blacksmiths, making instruments, and they also recently built a valuable water wheel. Zabuton Dono and the spiders, Kuro Dono and the wolves, and the dragons are making this place safe. Donovan tells all those to remind me. Up to now, the people living in this village has a reason to stay in this village. That made the newcomers uneasy. If the village chief wants to, they can be chased out any time. No, I don't have any intention of driving them out. We know that you won't. You didn't refuse them when they came, so you will definitely not chase them out. However, do you think they think so? It hasn't even been 100 days since they met you. When you say it like that, it might be so. Village chief, you have to be aware that in Big Tree Village, you hold the pinnacle of power. You're also the most influential person in the newly made village, so you should act accordingly. Act accordingly. To what you've done today, they became uneasy. That is not what someone in your position should do. Donovan drinks up the alcohol and pours his cup again. To put it simply, it's about the balance of position between the newcomers and the village chief. Now, when the village chief asks them something, they can't refuse it. The difference between can't refuse and can refuse but still has to do so is great. Presently, the village chief is giving them too much. I give too much. Yes. This is a peaceful place. They eat delicious food. They can drink alcohol we made. They are wearing clothes Zabuton Dono made, etc. You have given them mountain. Winter is coming, but it is still unpaid. They will feel better being used by a villain since they don't know how to repay you, a good-natured person. They will be crushed with the things you gave. No, I'll have them help with construction and other various things. Building things where they will live while we still feed them during that time. Do you think that it will be enough? Do you know the reason why they want to present women? Ila. As for the reason why the village chief did not accept them. Moo. Ha ha ha, this has become a preaching session. But you must understand what's happening around. A village chief should be a village chief. HNN. Even if you were offered a woman, it doesn't necessarily mean that you'll have to make her your mistress. The important thing is you formally accept them. It means, what a scary custom. Whatever the village chief's final decision is, don't forget to tell the other party why you refused. I can only say things like this when I drink alcohol and is drunk. Do not expect too much from me. Sorry. Since we're already talking about it, I want to say something to Rhea. What is it? The high elves are wolfing him down too much. Please lessen it a little, like giving him some breather. Donovan. I'll buy all of Donovan's stocks. If you can't give him a breather, you shouldn't monopolize the village chief that much. Think of the other races too. Yeah, please tell her to be obedient and I want to take a rest. We are talking with other races properly. However, Ma, let us discuss it. I'm making guts pose in my heart, and I'm even about to give Donovan a reward medal. No, I shouldn't. I decided to give him alcohol. Thank you. Also, can you tell what you said to Rhea to the Anis too? And please, can you give me advice when you get drunk again? I'm not prepared for this. I only prepared for accepting more than 200 new residents. I thought that giving them shelter and food is enough, but it was a mistake. The new residents are living beings. After that, we start the meeting all over again. After the meeting was over, nothing was solved because it only became a preaching session. I also asked for Nuff, Rashashi, and Mamu's opinion too. The result: staying in Big Tree Village. I met with Gordon and Glueworld and spoke with them. This won't be a hard request. I just want each of you to choose someone to stay in Big Tree Village. I understand what you're trying to say, but what do you plan them to do in Big Tree Village? They can act as a liaison member and convey my order to each village. Also, since they are located somewhat far away, it will be troublesome if they don't have sufficient information. It will be their job to record those events while we are staying in Big Tree Village, then convey them to the other villagers when they returned. Also, those who came from those villages will be the one responsible to convey the information from that village here. It would be faster if the Centaurs will be the one who will do that, but they'll believe it more if they hear it from someone of their own race. I will also ask them to do any work I'll ask them to do. I'm not speaking something foul, but you can call them as my errand maid. Errand maid? Right, while they are in this village, I will work both their hands and feet hard. They are basically sacrificial lamb for their race, who's somewhat far away. As for the people of village 2, you may decide who will stay or how long will that person be here, but please let me know the details first. Is there any question? When will that start? Today. Please decide who'll be the resident officer. Resident officer? That will be the official title of the person who will stay in this village. I see. While they are staying in Big Tree Village, where do you have them to stay? For the time being, use the inn. For the time being. Next spring, my residence will be renovated. At that time, I'll prepare a room for each resident officer of each village to sleep in. How can they be my errand maid if they're not there? Ew. That is, I asked them for some errand maids, and that errand maid will live in my house in the future. Even if each village sends me women, I can have them serve as liaison officers. Though I say that I'll use them as liaison officers, it is the same as them offering women to me. Though this might be shallow, this is what I concluded after consulting the people involved. And I will also ask each village or each race to do something for me. Please do. For Gordon's village, you'll mainly focus on farming. You can also raise livestock if you want to. Since you have done sericulture, we'll gather silkworms once everything is settled. Thank you. We would like to focus on farming first, so we can establish a good foothold. Gordon lowers his head. Until now, I did not tell him anything to do and just ask him things for inquiry. I have reflected. I should not forget about give and take. Give back the amount you receive. I could withdraw it later, but I decided to tell him my immediate goal, which is what I should receive. For Glueworld's village, although your village has not yet been completed, you will also mainly farm upon completion. Also, the liaison officer who will run from your village to Big Tree Village should have good legs regardless of the season and regardless of the weather. Got it. Yes, please leave it to me. Then, let's decide the details after your village has been completed. Gluworld lowers her head. My work ends here. I still have one more thing to do. I called for Eeg. Eeg's village, this might sound bad, but I decided not to make it. Eeg was surprised that an ivy appeared on top of her. Don't be upset. You won't live in a new one, but Eeg's group will live in Big Tree Village. We can live in this village. Ah, yes, but I want you to continue your warning network on each village. I also would like you to continue doing your work as Nightlight. I agree. Because you work as a warning network and as Nightlight in each village, you will have to live separately and you will part with some of your comrades. Is that all right? No problem. Really? Good. This might be unfair for you, but I will need to take care of the Minotaurs and Centaurs first since they came here before you. Although there are problems with size and lifestyle, and even some discord with the first two groups, the latest group will live in Big Tree Village. What should I do? I want you to be a manager of a village for some time. A village manager. Ah, the completed one. The one that can be lived in any time. It hurts me that there's no residents staying at that village. It is currently an empty village. I would like you to take care of the village until new immigrant comes. That is in addition to your warning network and Nightlight. I'm being hard on you. It's okay, leave it to me. I was surprised that there were flowers blooming on the ivy that pops out on her earlier. Yes, I'll leave it to you. I'm tired, I want to relax. Oh no, we have to complete the Centaurs village. Winter is right before us. Chapter 112. It's winter. Winter has come, snow has suddenly piled up. It was dangerous. If the construction work was delayed for even a few days, the Centaurs would have had to spend their winter at the northern dungeon. Food has been delivered. Each village has no problem. One of the Centaurs, who checked the status of each village, reported that to me. The nunaphnes are on Village 1. The Minotaurs are on Village 2. The Centaurs are on Village 3. Everyone, except a few, started their new lives in their new villages. The exceptions were those who were sent to Big Tree Village. What about the countermeasures against cold? There is no problem. They have sufficient firewoods. However, Gordon-san and Gluworld-san want to consult you about the snow on the roof. HNNN. Snow on the roof. If they climb on the roof, there is a possibility of breaking the roof. Ah, right, I see. Take some snow-removing personnel with you when the weather is good. I understand. Have you encountered any problem on your way? Nothing in particular. How was the river? I feel like the amount of water was higher than usual. The water wheel seems to be not that operational. I see. How about the waterway building? Both Village 2 and Village 3 are still on the planning stage. I told them to not do something reckless and only do something when the weather is fine. Good. They shouldn't overdo it. We transferred some jobs to the villagers of Village 2 and Village 3 this winter. However, since this is their first winter in this unfamiliar place, I asked them to put serious consideration on safety. What is the status of Village 1? No change. Really, is there anything else? Just one thing. Eeg-san of Village 1, Gordon-san of Village 2, and Gluworld-san of Village 3 want to convey something to the village chief. HNN. What is it? Since the three of them will also be entitled as village chief, they said that the village chief should have a new title. Ah, right. Since the number of villages increases, the number of village chief will increase too. I see. I haven't thought about it. I only thought of making and naming new villages. However, a new title, what do you call someone above the village chief? I wonder. The three of them have thought about it. They suggested that the village chief of Big Tree Village will be called Great Village Chief. What do you think? I'll consider it. However, don't expect too much. Yes. Then I'll wait for 2 hours, then report to each village until I arrive at Village 3. All right. As expected, I don't like to be called Great Village Chief. The Kuros call out outside, so I open the door. There are 20 of them lined up there. The one on the front is Kurogo, one of Kuro's pups. After barking once, they all ran to the west. Today, the 20 of them will be guarding Village 1, Village 2, and Village 3. Even if I say guarding them, they'll only live there. By the way, Kuraroku, Kuranana, and Kurohachi are the leaders in each village. Kurogo's group is a mobile unit. The mobile unit is basically protection for the Centaur messenger, in addition to Kuraroku, Kuranana, and Kurohachi's protection. Though the 3 groups guarding each village can take care of most monsters and demon beasts, there is a possibility of them escaping their network, so we can never be too sure about safety. Though this is hard for the Kuros, please persevere. I waved my hands while looking at Kurogo's group. Ah, yeah, I know. It seems like they're telling me to close the door since it's cold. I closed the door and apologized to Kuro and Yuki, who are lying down on my house. Where have your wildness from the first time we met gone to? Winter. It's cold. I didn't dare to go outside. Days like that continues. There's also no problem in eating 3 meals per day, though it is not that good. They are edible. There are also Kuro pups that are born this year. Hakurin and Rasudi went south because they thought that the food was bad. They solved the food problem by catching a big fish. Thank you. The food problem, why didn't you solve it immediately? No, we shouldn't rely on them and must do what we can with our own hand. I want deep-fried food. Me too. In any case, I cooked fish for Hakurin and Rasudi. Gran Maria came to me for consultation. Village Chief, the range of our patrol will be considerably wide if you include the new villages. It's that bad. Though there is no problem when we are flying, but we won't be able to patrol the ground that much. We'll definitely miss something. It can't be helped. Just don't miss big things. I don't think the small ones will move that much this winter. In addition, the one I'm most cautious about is wyverns. I understand. We'll do just that. Also, when the spring comes, I want to bring my friend here. Is it all right? Is your friend an angel? Yes, she's not that strong, but she can fly. I don't mind another one living here if she wants to, but don't force her to. I understand. I'll contact her this spring. Gran Maria's friend? What kind of person is she? I went to the ranch area and checked the horse, who seems to have a change of heart, and it is listening to my command. I'm riding a horse. When it saw me ride Glueworld, its reluctance is now gone and it began to act strangely familiar with me. I guess even it can feel jealousy, and it now took this opportunity to change. Good. Okay, here we go. Though it is only walking fast, I enjoy horseback riding. Then, I found Glueworld, who's watching us with intense eyes in a place a little far away. I felt chill on my back. What's wrong with Glueworld? Oh, she came here for the periodic report. Ah, I haven't done anything wrong. Why are you looking at me like that? The horse laughs bluntly when it saw Glueworld. It's probably telling me something. Glueworld is really scary. During winter, the spiders won't show up. I guess they are hibernating. Time like this is a little lonely. But there are still some of them who are moving energetically at the ceiling of my house. They don't go to absolute cold places, but please be careful when getting close to fire sources. You might get burned. Now, what will I do this winter? I decided what to do. First, increase the number of reward metal. I'm still consulting the nunaphnes, the minotaurs, and centaurs if I can introduce this to them. If I'll give them some, how much should it be? I did my best in order to increase the number of reward metal. Am I familiar to it now? My production rate is much faster than last year. Next, making miscellaneous items. The new villages have 2 little housewares. They only have the bare minimum, so we need to increase them this winter. I had the centaur messenger to pass it to them as she passes news. It is said that my handmade goods have a good reputation. Ano village chief. What is it? An oni maid, who I gave my handmade cup for house use, spoke to me. The carving in this cup is so amazing that it is hard to use. I also need to be careful when washing it. I overdid it. Looking at the density of the carving in this wooden cup, this can already be considered as a work of art and not something for daily use. Isn't this similar to the level of the Shrine of God that village chief cherish? I recommend you to use this as a gift instead. Isn't it embarrassing to gift others handmade items? Not at all. By the way, I was informed that the tablewares you sent to the other villages are used as decorations. What? The tablewares aside, even the lip of the cup has carving. You should have made one side of it normally, so it can be used. Like this. This is this for me. Yeah. Thank you very much. I'll make it my family's heirloom. No, it's just a rush work. I want it to be utilized in everyday life. The Oni maid did not listen to any of my words and went out of the room skipping while holding the cup with both of her hands. At a later date, a group of Oni maid excitedly come to me to request something. Yes, I'll make one for each of you. Village 2 and Village 3 already has a shrine with God's statue, so I'll make a statue of Kuro, Yuki, and Zabuton that I haven't carved yet. I'm carving slowly and carefully in a room. I won't be satisfied with mild result. Should I change their pose? I challenge carving again with the theme, stirring heart in mind. I gained some impression from the Oni maids who came into this room and were on attack mode. And charm against evil. This is not one, but it gives off that feeling. The statue of Zabuton that I carved with the theme, stirring heart, is extremely popular with the spiderlings who are active during winter. I can see them moving around the statue. And last, 3 high elves, Rhea, Rise, and Rafa, are pregnant with my child. Ma, they are in a relationship with me for a long time. Hearing the pregnancy, the high elves were festive even though it's winter. They look like they're hoping for a boy, but I don't mind what gender they'll be. I just want them to be born safely. It was a little late, but it seems like Anne of the Oni maids is pregnant too. Of course, it is my child. The Oni maids are as festive as the high elves. As a father, I'll do my best to prepare everything for their future. Females of various races, can you please stop being impatient and don't casually drive me into a room? Chapter 113. Troubles during winter. Although I want to relax, problems pop out from somewhere. There are 3 major problems during this winter. One of them is the food problem for the Kuros, but it was already solved by Hakuren and Rasudi. The other 2 were guest-related. It was a good, warm day of winter. I beg you. It is a man with a height of over 3 meters. He's wearing a full-face helmet, a full body armor and a big mace. He has a noble figure. Beazle is standing next to him with a troubled face, so I asked him, "Who is he?" "One of the Demon King's 4 heavenly kings, Glatz." 4 heavenly kings? The 4 heavenly kings are something like ministers in the Demon King's kingdom. Why is a minister here? Demon King Sama is praising this village non-stop, so he's here to test the power of this village. Demon King, test the power. Is it about the martial arts festival? Yes. Let me fight against the number 1 of this village. Shut up, don't say anything else, and let's return. But, Moo, unfortunately, even if I want you to fight her, Makura is currently hibernating. If you find him a suitable person to have a fight with, I think he'll be satisfied and return home. Ja the Kuros. I'm sorry, but can you choose a different opponent? Even before coming to this village, we already know that they'll beat the hell out of him. Ja Gran Maria. Similarly, even before coming to this village, we already know that she'll beat the hell out of him. But Gran Maria even lose at the first round. Isn't he one of the 4 heavenly kings? He is indeed in charge of military affairs, but he is a good rear commander, and not the type who rampage in the front line. Then, why did he come here to test power? The person himself wants to rampage in the front line. Is it all right for someone like him to be one of the 4 heavenly kings? He is a genius commander. You have it hard, huh? Yeah. Now, I'm troubled on who should I choose as his opponent. Rhea and Anne are absolutely a no-go since they are pregnant. Even if they want to, I will never allow them. Then that leaves me with the lizardman Daga, the dwarf Donovan, and the mountain Elfia. Though Daga was defeated in the first round, he's strong enough to participate in night section. Yo is the champion of the warrior section. Is it safe to choose Donovan? But he's not the type who hold back. Thinking about it, the Beast Girl Senna might be the best opponent. Can you please choose someone weaker than my daughter? What a difficult request. Ma, I really love it to have a new time killing event during winter. But entertaining guests is not one of them. The second problem is this. Please be my wife by all means. One of the Demon King's 4 heavenly kings, Glatz, proposed to a woman. That woman is Renana. She's the errand maid that Gordon sent for their village. She's a minotaur. She's a small minotaur, here height is only about 2 meters. If I were to describe her, she's like the light-hearted neighborhood one-esson type. Also, her chest gives off this amazing feeling. What a woman. It is also obvious why Glatz fell in love with her. Every time he fought someone and get hurt, Renana is the one nursing him. It must be the reason. Glatz took off his full-face helmet and exposed his face. An Eichmann. He also has these small cow horns on his head. It is probably his way of saying that he's a minotaur too. However, I'm sorry. I already dedicated this body for the village. I cannot respond to your feelings. Renana replied in an instant. I thought that this is a heartbreaking event, but Glatz did not give up. You dedicate your body for the village. In other words, you're unmarried. Good, should I bring this up to your father, or to someone else? Renana continues to refuse, but Glatz is tenacious in love, unlike his fighting capability. There is no other way, unless there is a permission from the village chief. The result of their talk, my name has come out. Village chief. I was stared at. No, please don't start a fight. I'm just a representative of the residents of this village. I guess saying that is useless. Yes, it will be a waste of time. Please state the condition. A. Please tell me the condition that will make Renana my wife. Give me some time to consult those who are nearby. What do you think about this proposal? A lovely story. Wonderful. But their love was torn up by the village chief. I'm here to consult, not to gossip. I understand that nothing will be settled unless I state some conditions. According to Beasel's advice, if I don't think he's not suitable, I'll just have to ask something unreasonable. Personally, I want to cheer on you, but I want to emphasize on how you feel with each other. I will not allow you to marry Renana unless she herself wants to marry you. In other words, if Renana wishes to get married, you will allow it. However, you must not force her. You cannot threaten her or use any form of violence. After telling that to Glatz, I spoke with Renana. You do not have to reply in a hurry. Don't think about the village, think if that man really deserves you. I will support you if you say that you wish to marry that man. If you don't like him, just say so. I understand, thank you very much. With that, the case of Glatz and Renana settled down a little. It seems like there is no more problem, or so I thought. I will live here. Glatz declared that he's going to live in Big Tree Village. What are you saying? You are one of the 4 heavenly kings. You are also a marquis. In addition, you are the current commander of the Western Army. What will you do about your job and your territory? Beazle opposed. I'll handle those too. You can't, you can just return here. Then I will resign. I will also step down as the marquis. I'll leave it to my younger sister or younger brother. Don't be impulsive. I live for love. This has become a big problem. For Glatz, being close to Renana and getting to know her more is the topmost priority. For the men in this village, but it's really just me, they also want him to get close to her. I understand how he feels, but they need to compromise at some point. Beazle is already crying. The compromise. Beazle will have to inform Glatz whenever he'll come to this village. If he can, Glatz can come to this village again. Beazle really worked hard to achieve that result, or Glatz probably agreed to compromise when Renana told him, please, do your best at work. I think it was that line that nails it. Before going home, he spoke with Renana how much he loves her for an hour. He doesn't seem to be a bad guy. After that, Glatz and Renana optimized the small wyvern messengers that were supposed to be used to communicate with Beazle to communicate with each other. Renana is like his pen pal. That is the second problem's current state. Ma, I can only watch. I will not forcibly step forward to interfere. I also recommended the others to just watch in the sideline. No, I ordered them to. In order for them to not do unnecessary things. No matter what age, other people's love affair is a good type of entertainment. The third problem, Dorim's younger brother Demame has run away. Chapter 114. Demame and Quan. Demame came to this village, transformed into his human form, and greeted me. He's now staying at a room in the inn. After that, I called Hakurin. We began drinking at the dining room of the inn. It has been accustomed to serve alcohol to the inn's guests. Please hear me out, Anu. It's really terrible. The reason why Demame came here, he runs away. He has been coerced to marry, so he ran away. By the way, I'm at the inn too for some reason. Why? Hakurin forcibly brought me. Cook. I cooked several dishes for Hakurin and Demame. They are drinking, so they want something that is suitable for alcohol. Normally, we don't serve the guests of the inn with an all-you-can during winter. However, it is all right with Demame's case since he brought foods as present. So eat without holding back. And while cooking, I heard what exactly happened. His wife candidate is an acquaintance dragon. It seems like their cousin from a certain younger brother of their parents, and she's stronger than Demame. He said that with a tormented face, so he definitely doesn't want to marry her. It seems like Sekirn, Demame's older sister, is targeting the younger brother of his wife candidate. She is supporting the wife candidate. Even Dors and Raymarin are promoting their union. He has no ally even at home. Because of that, he lost all hope and ran away. So that's how it is. I see, and presently. The wife candidate is in her human form sitting in front of Demame across the table. Are you the village chief? My apologies for my late introduction. I am Kwon. My father is Reincarnation-sama's younger brother, and most likely will be Demame-sama's wife. Nice to meet you. She's wearing a dress. She has a well-groomed, Japanese-style, raven black long hair. Although I haven't seen what she looks like in her dragon form, I will not be surprised if she looks like an Eastern dragon. I'm the village chief Hiraku. Nice to meet you too. By the way, no one was injured during her visit. She quietly followed Koodle's instruction when she welcomed her upon arriving in this village. She came to the inn to greet me, but because Demame is also there, she sat down. Currently, Demame is not moving an inch as if frozen. Demame-sama, what happened? Are you feeling nervous too? Fufufu, what a funny guy. Demame-sama, reply. Yeah. He managed to squeeze up his voice. Aren't you delighted to see me? I'm glad. Aren't you happy to be able to marry me? Demame-sama. Reply. I've been saying this before, but do you favor a woman other than me? The inn's dining room is now filled with bloodlust. Hey Kwon, don't bully my younger brother. Harem-sama, I'm not bullying Demame-sama. On the contrary, I'm the one being bullied. Is that so? Yes, although he promised me that we'll go out together to place, he dropped it like it was nothing. When I was about to pick him up, he suddenly went missing. Demame, you're a meanie. Demame shook his head. I got it. I want to leave, but how can I leave another man with similar circumstances to me? Harem, can you please continue speaking with Kwon for a while? I'll have something to talk about with Demame. Couldn't you talk here? Although Kwon tried to stop me, I had Demame go outside first, then whisper something to Kwon. I'll try to persuade him about his marriage with you. Give me some time. I understand. As expected of the husband, Harem-sama approved. I chased Demame in a hurry. If I don't, who knows if Demame suddenly flies right away. Actually, he was about to escape. Wait. I pulled back the escaping Demame. What is it? Even if you run away, she'll chase you and it will all be over. Mama, try to calm down. Let's talk a little. Talk. Ma, that's right. Though I just met her a moment ago. That Kwon gives off this dangerous atmosphere. You can feel it too. Yeah. Gee, good. Really good. Finally, someone who understands my feeling. Don't cry, and answer my question honestly. What is it? Regarding your marriage with Kwon, can you state your condition? To marry Kwon, what do you want her to do? Know that, to begin with, marriage partner. Give up on that. Give up? I just said that she gives off a dangerous atmosphere. You can't run away from her. Perhaps, even if Doors and Raymarin oppose your marriage, Kwon will not give up. In the end, your luck has run out when you met each other. We've known each other. When I was born, she's there. That's fate. Give up? Is that so? You're only going to marry her. It's still early to feel despair. What are you trying to say? It's about the condition. You have something you don't like about her, right? Have her fix that. Tell her that you won't marry her unless she does that. Do you really think she'll listen? Why not? Have you already asked her? No, I haven't said anything. Then try saying it first. It should be fine. She has no choice, so she'll definitely listen. Really? Yeah, but you need to say it firmly to reach her. But I can't speak well when I'm before her. I understand. Let's write it on paper. It will be all right to write it on paper. Do your best and write it. It's cold outside, let's go back inside. Why, yeah. We came back inside. I waved to Harem and Kwon in the dining room and led Demame into a room. I prepared a pen and paper and hand it to Demame. Here it is. Write all your demand to your partner on this paper. Don't forget the details as well. After reading this, I'm sure your partner will think about it and change. Don't forget to write to Kwon that is your type of woman. Why, yes. I left Demame, who looks really motivated to write now, and returned to the dining room. Have you convinced Demame-sama? Before that, I want to ask Kwon about something. What is it? Do you want to marry Demame? Of course. Is the current Demame already good enough for you? Yes, Demame-sama is already good for me. I understand. Currently, Demame is writing what he hopes for his future wife on paper. Future wife, what do you mean? It is addressed to Kwon, Perhaps only you can accept everything he'll write. We just met a while ago, but I feel like I understand her. All right, because that's what Demame-sama hopes for, I'll do my best to fulfill it. An ideal bride. Thank you very much. Then, what if your married life doesn't go well? What do you mean? Though I don't think I'm in the position to speak about it, I just want to say. To a married couple, mutual recognition of both partners is a serious matter. Mutual. One side must not overwhelm the other. In addition, it is also not good for one side to submit. Being a married couple doesn't only make a child, but they also must cooperate to build a home. Kwon, can you do it? Oh, of course, I will build a happy home with Demame-sama. Good. Then write what you hope for Demame on this paper. I offered a pen and paper to Kwon. I want you to write something you want Demame to do. But the other party wants you to do something. It is normal for you to ask of him too. Don't hold back, write it all. I understand. I prepared a room for Kwon and have her write there. Hakurin and I were left behind. Village chief, you have quite got involved in this. Are you really like this? Demame is your younger brother. Just because my younger brother is involved. Yeah. Village chief. What? There is also something I want to demand from the village chief too. What a coincidence. There is something I want to ask of you too. Hakurin and I enjoyed the food and alcohol while flirting a little. The next day, Demame sat down on the chair while facing Kwon, who wrote a 20-sheet masterpiece across the table. Then let's trade. No. Are you sure everything on those is necessary? I have not spared any effort to make sure that everything I feel for you is written. The hesitating Demame was scolded. Exchange. Go back to your room and read it all. Read it all, don't miss a phrase. The two of them returned to their respective rooms. Is this going to be all right? I don't know, but they'll be able to discuss each other's feelings. It is a one step forward from their current relationship. Indeed. I don't know if the result is what I expected, but Demame and Kwon left the village together. Demame's face looks slightly refreshed, so I guess it's fine. A problem came and left. Hakurin and Asama, village chief, unfair. Rasudi is sulking a bit. Are we able to mutually recognize each other too? Of course we are. Then, does that mean that husband knows our desires as well? Of course I do. Lu, Tyr, Ria, Rise, Rafa, and Anne reconfirmed our mutual understanding. And, thank you very much, my relationship with Quarren. Sekirn is now in front of me, who was praised as a miraculous advisor that developed the relationship between Demame and Kwon. Chapter 115. Still winter. If you want to ask me about the food I want to eat during winter, my answer is machi. Machi. Steam it, then pound and pound and pound it. Machi. I want to eat machi. I want to eat a lot of machi. Machi, machi, machi. Even though I only have a small amount of glutinous rice, I can't call myself a human if I don't make machi. First try in steaming, failure. Second try, I somehow succeed. However, the texture is somewhat off. Did I pound them the wrong way? Or is it because of rhythm? Or maybe I don't have the right strength. On my third try, I told my centaur errand maid to have the Minotaur pound it for me. The result was great. Sugar soy sauce is exquisite. Sugar soybean flour is not bad too. Let's increase the glutinous rice field next year. It is a good crop that we can preserve. If you want to ask me about the food I want to eat during winter, my answer is zensai. Zensai is mashed red beans sweetened with sugar that is usually used as stuffing in dumplings such as mochi. Boil azuki beans and add sugar, and add a little bit of salt. It is difficult to balance the taste. After my 7th try, I finally tasted the taste I'm looking for. I'll stuff this to the mochi. Perfect zensai. Oh, to stuff it in mochi, great innovation. Mochi is already delicious, to think that it will be better. It was eaten up in no time. If you want to ask me about the food I want to eat during winter, my answer is, what? A humaki, a sushi roll composed of 7 ingredients. Its 7 ingredients signify luck. As for nori, I ordered them from Michael-san. I have rice here too, and vinegar. For other ingredients, the stuffing is usually vegetables. How about using omelet? Has anyone tried this before? Is that your new dish? Yeah. Originally, it should be cut to several pieces first before eating, but they are already eating it without cutting. It has a mysterious taste. It's not that different from onigiri. Since we can change the stuff inside, I think this has limitless potential. It was popular. Speaking of amaki, I remembered Setsubun. Setsubun is the day before the beginning of spring in Japan. A humaki is eaten for good luck during Setsubun. Setsubun. It will be impossible for me to sprinkle beans during that day now, since food is presently scarce. There is a custom of throwing roasted soybean during Setsubun. After that, Valentine, chocolate. Chocolate is made from cacao. I can raise cacao using the all-purpose farming tool, but I don't know how to make chocolate from cacao. But I want to try eating chocolate. When spring comes, let's raise cacao. I can connect with everyone using food. Because there are a lot of people who were not able to taste the food I made in my house, I decided to make it again a couple more times. Mochi was popular. It can block your throat. Experiment during the winter. When the weather is good, I asked Rasudi to drop something from a great height. The thing that was dropped is falling. On its way down, a sling cloth spread open. It's a parachute. The falling object's falling speed decreases as the parachute opens. I made sure that the crate has enough weight. I even put glass bottles in it to check if it won't break. Gran Maria was surprised with my experiment. Village Chief, what's that? It's a parachute. I'm testing if it will still be in good condition if Rasudi or Hakuren drops it. Drop? Are you planning on things being dropped like that? If it's an emergency. Ma, I also want to try it on people, not just on luggage. I think it is okay for luggage, but it is too dangerous for a person. It will not be completely safe, but it will be better than nothing. There is a magic that can control descend. I can't use it. I'm sorry. Ma, I will not suddenly try it on people. After I'm done with several experiments, I'll ask those who can fly. Then I am relieved. Rasudi, who's flying back, gave her review from the sky. It will look great if it can scatter a lot of roses. In any case, that is also an improvement to the parachute. Zabuton is still hibernating, so I can't do any more than this. Let's wait for spring. HNN. The wine slime strangely came. Is it all right? It replied, indicating it's okay. I pray for good luck. I took the lid of the crate and saluted the slime. The wine slime entered the wooden crate. As for the lid, would it be good for it to be an open type that you can see what's inside? I'm afraid that the parachute will not open if it is two-folded. Rasudi, can you take it like this and fly again? All right. Gran Maria, stand by at low altitude. If any unlikely event happens, save the wine slime. Affirmatives. And it was dropped again at the same height. The unfolded parachute immediately opens and its falling speed slows down. I feel like I'm watching a balloon. The wine slime is safe as it lands on the ground after enjoying a few minutes of floating. The impact is also minimal, so it looks like it doesn't have any particular problem. The wine slime looks joyful too. It looks like it had some fun. Right. Gran Maria and Rasudi are also looking at it. Now, in case of emergency, it will be fine for two people to enjoy this. It's so good. The feeling of slowly descending is a fresh and pleasant experience. However, it is a little embarrassing to wear parachute since you need to wear it on your shoulders and thigh. I agree. Is there any other method to wear it? After hearing that conversation, I asked Zabuton to make trousers for those who will use a parachute. Oh, it's the wine slime's turn again. Let's let it be as long as it doesn't cut in the line. The piled-up snow does not hinder the movement of the Centaurs. Do not force yourselves to travel if there is a snowstorm. We know, there's no problem on our end. It is a bit scary to cross the bridge with the snow piled up. It would be great if it is a little wider. HNN, is it? However, I'm worried that monsters and demon beasts will cross the bridge if we make it wider. Monsters and demon beasts, now that you say it, that's possible. You're passing through it every day. If it is inconvenient, let's think of something else to fix the issue. Since we can't widen it, how about making a handrail? Handrail? Certainly, we will be saved by that. Presently, I'm a little afraid of slipping there since the snow has piled up. Then let's go with that. Carry me there on a sunny day. I hear and obey. And so, I rode the centaur to go to the bridge. Along with us are 3 centaurs. I assigned them with the position of liaison officers. We are also accompanied by Kuro and 10 of his pups as guards. Half of those pups were just born this year. Are the 3 of you enough to regularly contact everyone on time? When you started, there were 2 of you, then it increases up to 5. Yes, after various trials, we concluded that 3 is the best number. I see. But don't push yourselves too hard. As you wish. We arrived at the bridge. Although the weather is nice, snow is piled up on the bridge with traces of centaurs coming back and forth. It is a wooden bridge, so we're afraid to use fire magic to melt the snow. Ha, it's good that you didn't try. The bridge is a trunk of a tree with plain top. If I want to add handrail on it, I have to use nails. Good thing I brought nails, now let's make handrails. I entered the forest and looked for a big tree. This one is about 3 meters in diameter. Its length is also enough considering the width of the river. I cut the tree, then processed the timber. I shaved the log, making it U-shape. Wait, this is not a handrail, this is a side wall. How about this? It's not bad, but it will limit the visibility. The height is also... I see. I cut the height of the side wall to make it half its current height and bore holes too. With this, even if it rains or snows, it will not accumulate water. I opened some drainage holes on the side walls and make a gentle slope on the surface of the bridge too. How about this? Looks great, thank you very much. Hahaha, good. Since you are the liaison officers, inform others about the new bridge. Affirmatives. The 3 liaison centaurs crossed the bridge and started running. We spent some time here. Let's go home. I was urged by my centaur errand maid, and when we were about to return, it seems like the Kuros are driving away some prey. Even the pups who were just born this year are doing their best. It looks like the prey they are chasing is something I haven't seen yet. Is that a deer? But looking at it at my angle, it looks ferocious. Ah, its action is also ferocious. Though it was cornered, it counterattacked, but the pups evaded it. Looking at it, it's charging towards me now. My centaur errand maid panicked. I transformed the all-purpose farming tool into a hoe and plowed the neck of the ferocious deer, killing it. Kuro barked at me as if praising me. Ahahaha. Bleed it, then take it home with you. To unexpectedly secure food, I chuckled. It's a panic caribou. Yeah. The Oni maids and the civil servant girls all have serious faces. Am I wrong to hunt it? No, it's just pretty rare. It's a demon beast, so of course, you can hunt it. The most valuable part is its horn. Because I used the hoe form of the all-purpose farming tool against it. Its head, along with its horn, turned to fertilizer. Sorry, but safety is the priority. It will be bad if we got hurt if we deal with it the wrong way. We know that, but it is said that the horn is very tasty. Horn, you can eat that. I haven't eaten one yet, but those who have eaten it praises it highly. Could it be that it was evaluated as such because it is rare and has a strange taste? Generally known as distinctiveness taste system. Probably. The panic caribou meat was delicious, but taste normal. It became a matter of concern, so it has become Panic Caribou Hunting Day on Sunny Day. The angels and the Kuros were heavily mobilized, and they luckily hunted one had on the 7th day. Horns were secured. It seems like it should be crushed into powder, then boil it to make a soup. We did just that and tried it. It really was tasty enough for me to be impressed. It is tastier than the meat. This is surprising. However, no matter how much we enter the forest after that, we did not encounter another panic caribou. Only the memory of its taste was left. How mean of you, panic caribou. Chapter 116. Pleasant spring. Spring has come. Because of that, we'll be very busy. Greeting Zabuton, who came out of hibernation, is the start of the pleasant spring. First, check the food. Frau and the civil servant girls are the ones who'll do that, and they'll also calculate how much is left. Big Tree Village, no problem. Village 2, though there is a consumption bias, there is no problem in terms of quantity. Bias. They consume fruits first. On the other hand, grain consumption is not that much. Is it because of taste preference? Know that. Perhaps they are not consuming food that can be stored for a long time. Aren't they informed that we'll replenish it if they run short? Does Village 2 not trust us? I don't think so, maybe it's a habit. It seems like they have it hard before coming here. I see, next. Village Tree, they seem to have consumed a lot during winter. We need to replenish their supply in the near future. Can the supply of Big Tree Village last? No problem. With the present consumption, it will last until the next harvest. We'll arrange it. I'll leave it to you. What is the reason for the heavy consumption? It seems like we had a mistake about the amount of a centaur child can eat. Centaur child, they eat a lot even if they're still young. I see. Village 1, there is no problem, or should I say, the consumption is almost negligible. Large amount of food we sent there are kept as it is. They did their best to eat only a little. Let's thank them properly for suppressing their consumption. Presently, there is no food problem until the next harvest of Big Tree Village. In other words, I'm expected to do my best using the all-purpose farming tool. I have to work hard. Clean everything that the winter causes. It's dirtier than expected. Combined with the help of the drying sun, we had a general cleaning. I plowed everything with the all-purpose farming tool to turn them into fertilizer. Next, the field. I want to start immediately, but before that, I hold a meeting with all the races' representatives. Village 1 nunaphnes Eeg, Village 2 Minotaurs Gordon, and Village 3's Glueworld participate too. The main agenda is the activity plan for this year and the delivery of reward medal. Though I said that this is a meeting, they were already consulted beforehand, so this is like some sort of final notification. First of all, I want to develop Village 2 and Village 3 this year. The ideal situation is for Village 2 and Village 3 to be self-sufficient, but not in a rush. Things will not go on easily if they are rushed. I want them to get used to their current life and live with peace of mind. I receive a report that all furnitures needed are already created during winter. The building of waterway has also not been completed yet due to weather. I told them to not overdo it, so that is not a problem. However, water is necessary for the field. Thus, the priority now is the construction of waterway and reservoir. Also, the problem that occurred this winter should no longer be a problem for now. It is the outdoor toilet. They requested to construct something like a passageway from their houses to the toilet. After all of that, it's time to discuss the field. I have the all-purpose farming tool, so it should not be a problem. The only problem is that my working hour schedule is jam-packed. Next topic, construction. The High Elves will be the one in charge of it, with the Centaurs and Minotaurs helping them out, but I also have to take part in this too. Presently, each village was built thinking of winter, so there are only houses there. I would like to construct facilities such as a big building where they can conduct meeting or schooling, and bath. Regarding the reward medal, we talked about it a lot during winter. The result. Everyone from the Big Tree Village, except the nunaphnes and the representatives of each races, will receive 3 pieces each. The representatives will be given 10 each. Yup, it is the same as last year. Alfred and Tysel and the Lizardmen's hatchlings will not be given since they are not counted as workforce yet. On the contrary, even though they are still small, the Beast Boys will be given their share because they are working properly. I gave Kuro and Zabuton's group their share too. Thank you as always, and please continue what you've been doing. I will not hand any to the residents of Village 1, Village 2, and Village 3 this year. However, I will give each village 30 pieces. The local representative will be the one who will manage it. There is a clear difference to how the newcomers were treated. I wanted to treat them equally, but Eeg, Gordon, and Glueworld refused. They said that they are not useful yet. In addition, they told me that it will be troublesome to treat the young ones and the adults the same. Certainly. After that, we discussed other various things and handed them 30 pieces each at the end. The exchange list of the reward medal is not that different from last year. With regards to the furnitures that I need to make, an additional provision was added. It will take time. I also added 2 additional reward medal for Rhapsody and Hakurin for their contribution regarding the food problem during the winter. I had trouble giving them 2, because Rhapsody and Hakurin said that it is not necessary. Should I prepare an achievement list? It seems like the evaluation of how much reward medal can be given to such feat is entrusted to me. After that, we discussed about Big Tree Village, like the renovation of my house. Field expansion and what crops should be planted were discussed as well. The expansion of the fruit area and the care of the bees were discussed too. After that, a big issue, it's about the children's education. Village 2 has 23 minors and 49 adults. Village 3 has 64 minors and 40 adults. It seems like the adults should be the one who should be originally teaching them, but the number of adults is too small compared to the number of children. In addition, the adults are busy adapting to their new lives. Presently, the education of the children is being neglected, and the adults are just looking after them. Thinking about the future, it would be better for them to be able to read, write, and calculate. I agree, but given the present situation, even the adults can't possibly. When I heard the details, It seems like the Minotaurs have the ability to teach their children how to read and write, but none can teach how to calculate. The Centaurs are like that too. Hearing a more in-depth explanation, it seems like they can do basic calculation like addition and subtraction, but they can't do multiplication and division. Is the common education level really only like that? Ada. As for the residents of the Big Tree Village, several calculations of the High Elves and Mountain Elves were doubtful, but Hakurin is teaching them, so I guess it's all right. I am now cautious if someone, other than the children, slimes, and bees, can read, write, and calculate. By the way, are the Kuros and Spiderlings capable of doing that too? It seems they can. I feel the difference in education, and it is not possible for me to leave it this way. It will be a huge burden to move the children. Each of them should be educated in their respective villages. I will have a teacher dispatch from the Big Tree Village. Teaching is Hakurin's job. Should I have the civil servant girls do it? Ma, education is important, but it is wrong to rush it. If we forcibly teach them, they'll dislike studying. Let's do it without being impatient. And finally, the confirmation of searching for migrants to Village 1. The migrants are the main source of my anxiety. There are two things that made me uneasy. The first one is the all-purpose farming tool. If something happens to me, the villages will be in trouble. I don't feel like I'm going to die anytime soon, but I'm still a human. I'm not getting any younger. I will die someday. It would be nice if Alfred and Tysel can inherit the all-purpose farming tool. That would be the best. Also, in case that I don't die, but by some chance I'm no longer able to use the all-purpose farming tool, what will happen? Thus, I wanted the residents to farm normally. Another problem is the ratio of male to female. Currently, there are too few males. Morbid. Even though it is gruesome, I can't do anything but go with it. I can only prepare. To be honest, I already gave up in various ways. But what about the future? The next generation will all be Alfred's siblings. This situation is nothing but morbid. Thinking about the village, it needs men other than me. However, the migrants, Minotaurs have a size problem, and it is impossible to mate with Centaurs. The nunaphnes is a female-only race. When it comes to farming, there is no problem with the gender ratio. I have no choice but to continue, to seek migrants. I confirmed that and the meeting was over. After the meeting, next is field work. I plowed the field of Big Tree Village with my full power. I managed to successfully expand the edge of the field. It was expanded from 32 by 24 to 32 by 32 fields. I also expanded the medicinal herb field at the northeast. It was expanded from 8 by 8 to 8 by 24 fields. It is a good thing that with the arrival of the new residents, the Kuros increased their population. Like usual, during my field expansion work, some spiderlings left. They raise one of their legs as a form of salute and fly one after another. No matter how far you'll go, please be well. And to those who chose to stay, thank you. Thank you very much. When the expansion of the field is over, I expanded the fruit area next. From 12 by 8, it is now 12 by 12. Let's raise coconut, pomegranate, lime, kiwi, lychee, and mangosteen. The bees living in the fruit area has a newly built hive, so it seems like we can expect more honey this year. Fruit area, I feel like calling it orchard is more appropriate. Let's propose it next meeting. And ranch area. The calves and kids are growing steadily. The chicken coop on the north side has become lively. Cute, yes cute. I'm going to turn them into meat in the future. As of now, I can't do it yet. We can still hunt for meat in the forest, so it is unnecessary. Even though I know it's hypocrisy, I still can't do it. I ask them for their milk, goat milk, and egg. After completing my work at Big Tree Village, I'm now going to Village 2 with the Kuros as my guards. Chapter 117. Additional Characters Introduction. Demon King Gulguld's Kingdom. Demon King Gulguld. Demon King. Should be super strong. Bezel Climb Chrome. 4 Heavenly Kings in charge of diplomacy. Count. Hard worker, Glatz Britwar. 4 Heavenly Kings in charge of military affairs. Marquis. Genius strategist, but wants to go to the front line. Frorim Chrome. Nickname Frau, daughter of Bezel, schoolmate of the princess, migrated to the village. She gives the vibes of an ace of a sports club. Yuri. Demon King's daughter. Ignorant in some aspects, stayed in the village for several months. Civil servant girls. Yuri and Frau's classmates of acquaintances, have excellent academic ability, Noble ladies, playing an active part in the village as Frau's subordinates. Rashashi Drouar, one of the civil servant girls. Demon King's kingdom, Count Drouar's second daughter. Viscount Bigu's house is under the jurisdiction of Count Drouar's house. Dragon. Dorame, dragon that built a nest in the mountain in the south, loves apples, can transform. Called as the gatekeeper dragon. Graffaroon, Dorame's wife, beautiful blonde woman, acquaintance of Zabuton, called as the White Dragon Princess. Rasutisumun, nickname Rasuti, Dorame and Graffaroon's daughter, loves dried persimmon. Called Crazy Dragon, or Dragon of Misfortune. In her human form, she has horns on her head and tail on her butt. Gives the vibes of a serious student council president and disciplinary committee chairman. Doors. Dorame's father, dandy middle-aged man, called as the Dragon King, Raymarin. Dorame's mother, gentle-looking middle-aged woman, called as the Typhoon Dragon, Hakurin. Dorame's older sister, eldest, unmarried, Soger. Dorame's older sister, second eldest, married, a woman with determined eyes, called as the Magic Dragon, Maxbergak. Suyern's husband, strong-looking macho that looks similar to a certain general, called as the Evil Dragon. Herzenark, Suyern and Maxbergak's daughter, a girl smaller than Rasuti, called as the Violent Dragon. Sekyern, Dorame's younger sister, third daughter, unmarried, gorgeous curly-haired woman. Flame Dragon, Demame, Dorame's younger brother, unmarried. Eichmann young man, Kwon, Demame's wife candidate. Her father is Raymarin's younger brother, dress-wearing, well-groomed, and has a Japanese-style raven-black long hair. Quarren, Sekyern's husband candidate, Kwon's younger brother. Alfred, child between Hiraku and the vampire Lu. Son, will be a great man in the future. The village chief and Lu wants to raise him, but he's always with the Oni maids. Taisel, child between Hiraku and the angel tier. Daughter. Like Alfred, she is being raised by the Oni maids. Mountain elves. Subspecies of high elves, good and technical construction. Yeah. Mountain elves representative. Lamia, lower half of the body is of a snake. Junia, Lamia, dungeon master of the southern dungeon. Sunia, Lamia, head of the warrior of the southern dungeon. There are about 50 more of them in the dungeon. Minotaur, a race with cow horns on their heads. They have a huge body. Gordon, Minotaur migrants representative. Renana, Aaron maid, Glatz fell in love with her. All. Male 28. Female 44. Total 72. Can work. Male 20. Female 29. Total 49. Minor. Male 8. Female 15. Total 23. Centaurs. Lower body is of a horse. Can run fast. Offensive capability depends on mobility. Glueworld Rabbi Cole. Centaur migrants representative. Relative of a retainer of Viscount Bigu. All. Male 30. Female 74. Can work. Female 40. Minor. Male 30. Female 34. Nunaphnes. A dryad-like race. All of them are female and they can transform from tree stump to human, can assimilate with a tree. Eeg. Nunaphnes migrants representative. Their total number is 50 females. Others. Slime. Number increases on their own. There are now various types of them. Confirmed the newly discovered type called wine slime. Cow. Produce milk. However, it is unsure if this is similar to the cow in the previous world. Chicken. Lay eggs. However, the way it lays eggs is different from the chicken in the previous world. Goat. Naughty at first but quiet now. Gives goat milk. Horse. Purchased to be the mount of the village chief. Treats Glueworld as a rival. Chapter 118. What can you raise? Village 2, the village of the Minotaurs. The first thing I did there was to set up the statues of Kuro, Yuki, and Zabuton I made for the shrine. The statue of Zabuton was carried by the spiderlings living in the big tree of Village 2. They install it in a way that it will surely not fall. And of course, I pray to God in that place too. On the way to Village 2, I crossed the improved bridge and found a problem. The big luggage statue of Kuro, Yuki, and Zabuton that we're carrying is too big. It can't pass through the bridge that has a handrail now. I always ask Hakurin and Rasuti to transport food, so I overlook this problem. Let's think about how to improve the improved bridge some other time. The Minotaurs living in Village 2 are already experienced in farming, so there is no need to worry about them regarding that matter. A reservoir on this place, please. While I'm doing my work on Big Tree Village, the waterway of Village 2 was completed. The waterway is made of bamboo. We processed the bamboo and construct the foundation during winter and assembled them immediately as soon as it was spring. Bamboo waterway has problems like low volume, flow rate, and strength, but it is highly evaluated for its maintenance. Currently, there is a plan to make 2 waterway to increase the volume flow rate of water. I made a reservoir in the designated place and dug a waterway for drainage. Instantly, we tried, but we can't dig at all. All thanks to the all-purpose farming tool. Don't express your gratitude to me, pray to the shrine. That reminds me, are they believer? Could it be that they see the shrine as an eyesore? That made me worry, so I asked Gordon. We are believers of the farming god, but we're not fanatical enough to remove the statue of the other god. Is that so? Farming god, the god of farming, the one on that side. That's what we heard, though that appearance is something we don't recognize, so it doesn't matter. Is that so? Ma, anyway, if you want to, I can make a statue based on the figure you know of. Thank you very much. Now, let's get back to business. The field should mainly be grains. However, though it is a troublesome request, we would like several kinds in case that one kind has a bad harvest here. If you can plant fruit trees, please do so. After hearing the request of Village 2, I plowed to make the field. I entrusted the location and the size of the field to the residents of Village 2. I don't need much time and effort plowing here using the all-purpose farming tool, but this is my first time here, so I'll have them guide me. For the second time onwards, I only need to think of the crops I'll plant now to the place where they were previously planted, so it will be faster. By the way, I let the Minotaurs decide the field area size. The result. Village 2 has a field of size 16 by 16. Wheat, corn, Italian millet, barnyard millet, foxtail millet. To be honest, I only know Italian millet, barnyard millet, and foxtail millet by name, but the Minotaurs said that those were the food that we purchased from Michael-san. Having the real thing, I did my best imagining while listening to the Minotaur's explanation. I believe the all-purpose farming tool can manage somehow. The fruit trees are 8 by 8 fields in size. Oranges, peaches, apples, pears. I also mixed several lemon and lime. In addition, I had them raise goats on an 8 by 8 area. Before we came, the preparation has already been started, so there are already fence, loafing shed, and drinking place. I plowed the place where the goat will go out to pasture with the all-purpose farming tool so that grass will grow there. Now, for the goat. 6 goats were brought here from the Big Tree Village. My personal demand, I want to have the goats breed first without eating any one of them. We have some individuals here that are experienced in making cheese from goat milk, so we'll prioritize that. You have my thanks. It seems like you want to try various things, but I want you to stabilize your foundation first. But I don't object to it. To give us with such a large field, thank you very much. We will do our best to raise it. We'll take care of the goats as well. After hearing their words of thanks, I head for Village 3. Village 3? I'm late, so I'm sorry. We install the statues of Kuro, Yuki, and Zabuton to the shrine in Village 3. Like in Village 2, Zabuton's statue was installed by the spiderlings living in the big tree of Village 3. Make sure it won't fall, and I pray to God again. The Centaurs believe in various gods, but the one they believe in the most is the war god. If I can, I'll carve it. Village 3, the village of the Centaurs. The waterway of Village 3 was completed too. I'm a little worried because all the adult centaurs are females, but it seems like the Minotaurs of Village 2 help them out. The waterway is also made of bamboo, like in Village 2. It seems like the Centaurs help the Minotaurs in making small furnitures for the Minotaurs' houses, so in return, they help the Centaurs in building the waterway. Great. After digging a reservoir and drainage, I started on making a field. Unlike Village 2, Village 3 requested for a vegetable field. It is the result of consultation between Village 2 and Village 3. The size will be 16 by 16 fields. They are mainly carrot, radish, eggplant, and pumpkin. In addition, I also planted potatoes, sweet potatoes, strawberries, watermelons, melons, and others. The fruit tree field is 8 by 8 fields in size. At first, I thought that they would want majority to be apples, but they requested for peach. Peach is awesome. It seems like the Centaurs like the peach. We serve them at Big Tree Village. But it is difficult to preserve peach. Though they want more peach, they also want more persimmon and orange. After talking with Village 2, they decided to raise chickens. An area of 4 by 4 fields in size was prepared for it, and I used the all-purpose farming tool to plant something that the chickens can eat. Before giving them chickens, I made an appropriate hedge. We don't want the chicken escaping, so I enclosed that place with logs on all sides. The only way out is a simple fence. Complete. The chicken coop and the drinking place will be taken care of by the Centaurs. There are only female adult Centaurs. I called for several high elves to make a chicken coop and a place to drink in a stroke. They also carried 10 chickens from the big tree village. I want you to breed chickens first before eating them. Live well. My job in Village 3 is over. That's what I thought, but there is still something I need to do. Building fence and digging moat. There was no time to construct them until now, and I understand that a too simple fence and moat is not very useful, so I did not do so. It seems like the Kuros have been vigilant during this winter, and they hunted a large amount of prey. Thanks. The Kuros will stay here as residents of this place, but I still want to surround the residential area with fence and moat. Let's dig the moat first. I dig a lot. Complete. Next, the fence. I cut down big trees in the forest and line them up surrounding the village. I secure the entrance and exit and prepare a bridge for the moat and its finish. It didn't take a long time to surround the residential area, but it will be another story if I want to surround the whole village. Let's construct a fence and moat surrounding the whole village next time. I also have to consider the possibility of expanding the field. I've completed my job for Village 3, so let's go back to Village 2. I also surround Village 2's residential area with fence and moat. Again, the fence and moat surrounding the whole village will be continued next time. At the same time as I returned to Big Tree Village, about 100 Kuros who were born last year went out. Looking for partners. I did not pay attention to them recently because it has been a while since they did that. I feel lonely. However, more than half of the Kuros born last year remain. Thanks. I tried to pat the head of a nearby wolf, but Kuro broke in. Hahaha, okay. I'll pat you first, Kuro. Yuki looks like she's waiting for her turn. Yes. Though I pat them, it will be hard for me to pat everyone, so stop making a line. A Lung line was made. Also, why are the Beast Girls and the Oni maids lining up too? That day, I played with the Kuros until night. In Big Tree Village, the preparation for my house's renovation is complete. According to the plan, my house will be stretched horizontally and then bend. A bath will also be made. The problem is the dormitory of the Oni maids. I'll just have them live at my house too. We'll also increase the chicken area and reduce the number of fields. With regards to those fields, they are only for experimental purposes, so it's fine to reduce them since their crop production is small. Aren't you expanding my house too much? Its width is about 200 meters. It was settled like that without problems. Is that really all right? Now, it's under construction. I thought that those who are currently living in my house need to move to another place, but it seems like I'm wrong. It seems like my house is divided into several blocks, and it will be renovated per block. The first thing that will be constructed will be the planned expansion. I cut some trees and transported the timber from the forest. People from Village 2 and Village 3, who know about construction and architecture, come to help. I appreciate it. I thought that the house will be completely made of wood like before, but it seems to be different. They made the foundation by using stones and hardened it. It looks like concrete now. This time, we'll build a house using stone and timber. A house made of wood is good, but appearance-wise, we should use stones. I'll entrust it to you so I won't complain. I prepare processed woods as much as required. Before my house was completed, harvest time of Big Tree Village has begun, so we need to postpone it. We rush harvesting. Once the harvest is over, I plow the field again. I have to do it because of the Village 2, Village 3, and the Kuros. For a moment, I thought of shrinking the fields for crops used for making alcohol, but the dwarves beg me not to, so I let it be. After harvesting the crops in Big Tree Village, I'll have to plow the field again. Village 2 and Village 3's crops will need to be harvested soon, and I have to plow the fields there again. With this many food, there will be no problem. Though I've become very busy. Chapter 119. Handling Village 2 and Village 3. Harvest season of Village 2 and Village 3 ends, so I plowed the field again. This next one will last for the whole year. By the way, there's a problem. I thought that the crops harvested by each village will belong to them, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Everything. Village 2 and Village 3's harvested crops are all presented to me. Rashashi explained me Village 3's side, the Centaurs' side. Caretaker of Minotaur's Nuff explained me the Village 2's stand as well. Village Chief, you probably expect Village 2 and Village 3 to be independent, correct? Yeah, but Village 2 and Village 3 don't want independence. They feel safer under your asylum, rather than being given with complete independence. Don't want independence. Are they sure? Please think about their situation. First, their capacity to defend the village. The Kuros and the Spiderling are the ones in charge of it, aren't they? Why, yes, that's right. Now, think about their productivity. Though the future is still not clear, only the village chief can expand the field. They are basically just taking care of them for you. It seems so. In addition, if they need things other than crops, they need to seek for the big tree village for it, right? That seemed to be the case. Given all of that, there's no way they'll hope for independence. Though it looks like they already have everything they need, but since these are newly built villages, they will definitely encounter problem after some time and seek for your help. Indeed. All the harvested crops are property of the village chief, more specifically, the village chief of Big Tree Village. Please think about how you want us to address you. Sorry. Thus, as a management system in the future, Village 2 and Village 3 would like to have a sort of management group for the harvest on villages on remote location headed by the village chief. Are they sure? Village 2 and Village 3 agreed. Is that so? Yes. They are willing to bring the harvested crops to the Big Tree Village, but since it will be troublesome to have the Big Tree Village to give them some again afterwards, they would like to keep some harvest on their villages. Those two villages will receive a portion of their harvest as food supply. And if they have something they need, the request of each village will be conveyed to the village chief with the help of their local representative or caretakers. Please approve it. Approve, since I have the feeling that things are already moving on like that. That's true. When I was making the field, I haven't thought about it. Village 2 and Village 3 has various opinions about the size and what to plant on the field. I thought that they were thinking of their own village, so I did not say anything about it. Is this policy modification your idea? Is someone pressuring you? Of course not. From the beginning, I thought that Village 2 and Village 3's migrants will be treated like that. This is not a policy change. Rashashi denies my question in a hurry. Since the village chief wants to let all the harvested crops of Village 2 and Village 3 to themselves, I rushly meet with Nuff to talk about it. And the rest is history. Yes, you can try verify all things related to it. We don't want you to misunderstand something. I understand, I fully approve it. Thank you very much. Rashashi and Nuffbo, I feel relieved. I never thought that there are more things to it than I thought. I apologize if we decided things out before presenting it to you, making you worry. No, I'm the one who selfishly thought of independence. If they are independent, it means that they'll be fully responsible for themselves. They don't even know if they can stand on their own, so they'll surely won't demand for it anytime soon. Right, this is just an off-topic question. Do you think Village 2 and Village 3 will have the spirit to be independent in the future? We have to wait for 10 or 20 years before I can answer that question. We have to wait for the young ones of Village 3 to grow first. I can say the same for Village 2. However, given the character of the Minotaurs, it is unlikely for them to voluntarily aim for independence. I understand. Let's take care of them for the time being. As you wish. Fumu, am I too optimistic? After preparing the houses and the fields, I selfishly thought that. However, it didn't go as I thought it would. Even though I have considered a lot of things, I never thought that they'd be relying on Big Tree Village rather than choosing to be independent. I was sure that someone will demand for it magnificently. I guess even that someone will prioritize the safety of the young ones. As a result, I feel that the weight of my responsibility is now heavier. It must be it. The weight of being responsible for keeping others alive. Do I feel this way because they are located in a place where my eyes can't reach them? I have to protect the lives of people in a place where my eyes can't reach. Kings are amazing. It might be impossible for me to be like one. However, until they become independent, I must take care of them. Independence. As Rashashi said, being independent is being fully responsible for oneself. In other words, they must stand alone in their village. It will not happen in a year or two, but do your best. I confirm the number of the Kuros. Majority of them still lives in Big Tree Village. There are about 100 of them who left, but there are still more who remained. In addition, Village 1, Village 2, and Village 3 have 30 of them permanently stationed on each village, and another 30 moving around as a mobile unit. Nobody ordered them to do so, they did it on their own. I'm grateful to them. I play with them using frisbee and ball. You're too energetic. There are still a lot of them after all. There is no way for me to accurately verify the number of the spiderlings. There are about 50 of them in each village. Their job is mainly repelling foreign enemies and exterminating pests in the field. With them doing that, the residents of each village can live peacefully. I played with the spiders, including Zabuton, with a fashion show. They made several clothes for me. Isn't this one a suit for nobles? I can't wear this while farming, but Zabuton looks satisfied, so I guess it's okay. After that, we enjoyed a potato party. I'm not going to eat that raw. I said that to the spiderlings, who brought raw potatoes to me. As for the nunaphnes, there are several of them in each village as they work as an alarm. Isn't your presence too thin? Even if you say that, it's because we are in tree form when we're in the villages. Tree, not a stump. We are in that form if we want to move. We can transform into a common tree. With that, we'll naturally blend in the scenery. It is normal for us to have no presence. By the way, there is a popular game among us. We approach a house of a resident little by little every day until they became uncomfortable. Don't tease others too much. Okay. I left her with the management of village 1 not because I don't care for it, but because it is an easy job. Omu, is there anything you want me to do? Then can you prune us? Prune? It means to trim trees. I know that, but are you going to be all right? It's safe as long as we're in our tree or tree stump form. Is that so? Then, I'm not sure if I'm good at it, but I went around each village to prune the nunaphnes. Ooh, amazing technique. Do you have a pruning experience? You're God. God exist. I am worshipped. Perhaps it is because I use the all-purpose farming tool for pruning. Once in 6 months, no. I won't even mind even if it's only once a year, but please continue to do this in the future. As long as my hands are not full. Aren't you going to play with us? I was asked by the residents of Big Tree Village. No, it's not like I'm only playing around. Because of that, we decided to have a small recreational activity. Now, this is the first hide-and-seek tournament of Big Tree Village. Then, the Shinigami will be the village chief. People he found will be Shinigami too. There are Anis here, so we did not call the it as Anis, but Shinigami instead. A certain reward will be given if you can hide enough for a certain period of time. A shout-out is enough, and there is no need to touch someone. It feels like a missing child event, but I feel excited somehow. I can't find anyone at all. The residents of the village are super good at hiding. Chapter 120. Information Bureau. After a long time, I was able to speak with Beazle again. Are the Centaurs not giving you troubles? No, but there is something I would like to ask of you. What is it? Can you check the people listed here? I hand a piece of paper to Beazle. There are more than 100 names written there. They are either husbands or relatives of the Centaurs living in Village 3. The war is still ongoing in that place. I'll look for them and inform you afterwards. Thank you. No, you accepting them here has helped us a lot. At the same time, I'll ask him for migrants to live in Village 1. About migrants, do you have anyone from a town? Like, though I'm not looking down on them or anything, orphans. There are, but it would be hard to solicit them to go here. Really? Yeah. In the Demon King's kingdom, all orphans are raised in an orphanage, and after graduating, they'll work in various places. We have been doing that for hundreds of years, so you'll rarely see a lowly orphan there. I see. My apologies for saying something weird. No, the Demon King's kingdom is just amazing. You'll surely meet the orphans you think of in other countries. Then, is it possible to solicit them from those countries? That would be difficult. Even if you have good intentions, it will make you similar to a kidnapper, and that might even cause war. Really? Yes. In addition, you can only gather women if you solicit in those places. Is that so? Men are useful workforce. There are people and organizations that will invest and nurture for their future, but it is different for women. Aren't there shops where women can work too? Why aren't they investing in them? There are certainly shops that can afford to do so, but most shops can't, especially small ones. Won't this breed future prosecution? It certainly is. I just heard something dark. However, there is a limit to what I can do. It's not like I can save all the unfortunate people in the world, and I also don't intend to do so. My priority is my family. Next are the residents of the village, then my acquaintance outside the village. Even if I now know how unfortunate women from other countries are, there is nothing I can do. I want to do something, but I don't have the ability to do so. Don't I? It's another country. Normally, it's impossible. I know it's impossible, but let's change the subject. Aren't you going to make an organization that collects information from foreign countries? What are you trying to say? An organization that collects information on other countries. Agents will live there and will report to you when they hear important informations. Unfortunately, we are demons. Though we might look like humans, the difference is obvious. Pretty tough, right? Not every citizen are demons, right? There is Shashato City, and I heard that there are human villages and town at the east of Howling Village. The representative of those villages and towns are humans, but not every citizen is human. It's true that there are many humans there though. Humans and demons here are basically living in harmony. It is also said that humans living in the Demon King's kingdom don't want to do anything too dangerous. I see. Then, how about employing local human resident? Local human residents will likely cooperate with us. I'll connect this to the previous topic. Yes, I meant to hire local people. How to utilize those they'll employ will be another problem. As for me, I'm just looking for an excuse to hand over money. Though it's only a small amount, I'll donate. I will ask variety of things. Understood, I appreciate your cooperation. That's the limit of what I can do. Though I can't afford it since I already heard about it, I'll do what I can. Then, the fund of the village. Hakurin. What? Some of your scales peel off yesterday, am I right? Can I sell those? It is very unusual for the village chief to ask such a thing. It's fine. 10 pieces of Hakurin's scales. Are this goods okay? No. Even if this can be called hypocrisy, this is the best I could do. Beazle brought back Hakurin's scales protectively. Several years later, Demon King's castle. There are various changes in several places and reports were immediately received. Amazing. Is that so? It's all according to Count Chrome's plan, as expected of him. Right. At first, I thought that collecting information using people from other countries are useless. So am I. I have never thought that building an orphanage in various places to gather information will be so effective. The information we receive is like a diary entry or a daily newspaper. There's no need to doubt them. Right, but where did he get the funds to build that number of orphanages? According to the rumor, it seems like some investor issued it. I have heard of it, but I never heard the name of that person. Anyone is fine as long as he donated enough. You're right. Let's compile the report we receive for the time being, especially about the location of the hero. The Demon King's Information Bureau began to work. Glatz, how is it? Really surprising. Since there is a lot of information on various places, the other party's movements are visible. I don't feel like I'll lose in a defensive match. Right, I did not expect that we can gather this much information either. You did not expect any of this to happen. It is a result of philanthropy. By the way, even with this much information, it will be troublesome if you attack. I know I will not attack. Good, do you have any information you want to know? Well, there is an immediate need. I rely on those informations since this is like a chess match. The enemy commander is similar to me, so it has become troublesome. Indeed, how about drawing on this side? Right, that will be for the best, but we should not push it, or the enemy will do this. I know. You guys. I wonder if you can stop that smart talk and don't leave this demon king out of the conversation. Or else, the meaning of my existence. What do you want? Let's have a conversation that includes me. If possible, something that my daughter would like to hear. It is peaceful at the Demon King's army. I haven't seen a brat recently. HNN, ah brats, so you're like that, huh? No, not that kind of brat. Ah, you mean those who sleep on the road. They are probably in that big building at the outskirt of the city. HNN, you mean the one that the carpenters work on enthusiastically earlier. Yeah, it's an orphanage. Heh, the Lord has taken out a lot of money, huh? Heh. The Lord has nothing to do with it. A big company from another city funded it. HNN, company, why would they do such a thing? I don't know. We commoner can't possibly comprehend how big companies think. Right. Ma, at least I feel good not seeing those dirty brats. Ha, to the point of occasionally giving food to those dirty brats. If you want to meet them, go. I heard that they are looking for volunteers. That's not it. I simply that what? Let's go together, I'm kind of interested too. Since you are interested, then it can't be helped. I'll accompany you. Yes. The orphanages in various places were received favorably. Chapter 121. Events during spring and summer. Ah, my apologies, I will have to leave for a while. Gran Maria said that to the other angels as she leaves the village. Are Kudel and Karon not going to accompany her? If every one of us will go, who'll scout. Right, once Gran Maria comes back, then you can also take your turn. No, there are a lot of things that we can only enjoy at this village. Once you tasted the food here, it is impossible for you to eat food from another place. Is that so? When Gran Maria left the village, what is that mountain of luggage she brought? Lunchbox and food supply. I received some information from the Titans of the Northern Dungeon. Beyond the Northern Dungeon, further north, there seems to be a hot pond. Hot pond. Is it a hot spring? It might be a hot spring. A hot spring. I have no choice but to check it out. I formed a hot spring investigation group, and I'm the leader. That's what I intended to do, but I was stopped by the villagers from going out. The helpless me had no choice but to have a high elf be the leader. The group consists of 20 individuals, including some Kuros. The hot spring investigation group returned after 30 days. They all look exhausted. The path to that place is really difficult to go to. We also encountered monsters we've never met before, so we had a hard time dealing with it. One of the Kuros is injured, and it has a miserable face while it was being carried by a high elf. The water is too hot, and one can hardly soak in it. Hearing that terrible report, I'm very disappointed. Thank you, and sorry for the trouble. The other Kuros who were not carried all have several injuries. I asked Lou, Tyr, and Flora to heal them with magic. To think that it's a hot spring that can't take bath with, I never thought about that. Fumu, if it's only a temperature problem, then all you have to do is to draw water from the river. Won't that spoil the water? Thinking about it, it was careless of me to have the investigation group go unprepared. I have to reflect. Next time I personally must go. Disaster prevention drill. As the population increased, I thought of disaster prevention. The scariest thing that could happen would be fire. Because of that, I checked the places where fire is used. I also checked if there is a way to extinguish it immediately. I found no problem. The disaster prevention awareness of the villagers was higher than I thought. I think I'm the least aware. I must be careful. Next, firefighting exercises. Just extinguish it with magic. Nobody gives a damn. No, firefighting is important. Magic is amazing. However, I want to extinguish fire with water. You want us to carry water with magic. Wrong, I want you to exercise bucket relay. The residents formed a single line and relay a bucket of water from a water source to the fire. Then, the person at the end will throw the water from the bucket to the fire in order to extinguish it. The fire will not be extinguished with just 1 or 2 tries. After 10 times no, 100 times, the fire was finally extinguished. Fire extinguishment confirmed. The bucket relay was not smooth in the beginning because it's still too early for everyone to understand what they are doing. The most challenging part would be carrying the empty pail to the water source. I also have to apologize to the Minotaur and Centaur expatriates that were not able to line up because of their physique. If there is too much difference in height, it will only slow down the bucket relay. I'll just have them teach this method to Village 2 and Village 3. Village Chief, can we do it one more time? HNN, it's fine. I want to be the one in the end. The one in the end had the most fun. The position of the one who splashes water is popular. However, the lizardman who was doing it until a while ago looked considerably tired. Well, He's splashing water and he's also the closest one to the fire. He's the one who works the hardest. Okay, each one will take turn 10 times each. After 10 times, let others experience it. It is necessary for everyone to take turns, in order for everyone to properly learn from the disaster prevention drill. It was a time well spent. Ah, tired lizardman, you don't have to join this time and rest. It is now the second Big Tree Village Hide and Seek tournament. All right, before we start, I would like to remind everyone that this is not training but recreational activity. In short, we're only playing. Don't hide seriously. Yes, I'm looking at you high elves and dark elves. You will not be EXECUTED if you're caught. Hold back. Also, those who can use magic, don't use recognition inhibition magic. I won't attack you. Even if I have the role of Shinigami, I won't attack you, so don't use magic. And nunaphnes, if you're going to transform into a tree, make sure that you are at least 1 meter in height. I mean, how on earth do you expect me to find a 1 centimeter tree in this scenery? Excuse me, but I won't look for you if you're like that. Please remember that we're only playing hide and seek. Let's get started. The Oni, I mean the Shinigami, will be me again. Any question, please ask. Aito, village chief, why are the Kuros on your side and they look like they're fully motivated? They're going to help the Shinigami. Don't mind them. Why are the spiders warming up? They're going to help the Shinigami. Don't mind them. Village chief, you're too serious about this. I'm really excited. The type of alcohol has increased. Lamu. Everything is delicious. Although the dwarves resisted to sell alcohol until now, they were the one who proposed to sell them this time. They said that a good alcohol should be tasted by everyone. Didn't you come here because you heard about the good wine of our village? After that, didn't you resisted to sell any? Currently, we're only selling them to Beazle. Michael-san desires it. Why did you change your mind? Do not look away. I asked and they confessed. Women. Up to this day, all the dwarves gathered in this village heard about the Big Tree Village alcohol from a certain someone. The main source of information is Demame. Currently, there are 41 dwarves. They have increased a lot. There are 4 women among them. Their male-to-female ratio is strange. Since it's strange, we should correct it. But how? They will come if they heard about the alcohol here. Then how will we spread the rumor? We'll sell alcohol. That's what we thought. Are you angry? No, I am surprised. I thought you're only interested in alcohol. Since there is alcohol, the next need will finally come in light. The next should be food that complements alcohol. That's also important. After drinking and eating, we want to go back to a warm home. A warm home. Ma, I don't mind selling alcohol because I agree with you. Thank you. So, which one are you selling? Those over there. Those are recently made. The others are still immature. Don't you think it's too little? No, that's enough. How about adding some from over there? Don't. Please don't, those are pretty delicious. Michael-san was pretty pleased that we were able to sell him a small portion of our stock alcohol. Since you are only selling that much, aren't you afraid that he won't sell those? We smile if we were given alcohol. Merchants smile if they were given profits. I see. In addition, Michael Dono comes here and drinks alcohol show he already knows how it tastes. The other merchants will also sell them without tasting them. Ma, the merchants have to earn a living too. I know, that's why we're incompatible. Their relationship is difficult to comprehend. Chapter 122. This year's festival. The champion of Mahjong has always been the High Elf Rise, but now that she's pregnant, she did not participate in the competition, and Frau stood up at the top. On one side, trying to break her impregnable wall, his sharpness and overwhelming predictive power makes him come to this point minimal loss. The one trying to destroy that fortress is none other than one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Demon King's kingdom, Glatz, who came here to see Renana. They are fighting a high-level battle which makes them use irregular tactics. They are battling, and it looks like a single mistake can make one of them sink. Against the 2 of them are 2 other individuals, me and the devil Bulga. I feel like if I try to probe, I'll lose everything. Right, there's nothing we can do against them. How about letting me through? My apologies, Ron Dessou. I'll Ron too, but not just Ron, it's a double Ron. Bulga fell to the bottom, and I managed to take the 3rd place. And that's how it ends. Great, my record of always being at the bottom stopped. Phew, This is quite an interesting game. I would like to buy a set if possible. I don't mind, but who are you going to play with? Learning its rules is a bit difficult. Ah, you're right. Glat Sama, Demon King Sama, Princess Sama, and my father can play with you. Really? Yes, I taught them how to play when they came here. Now that she said that, I remember them playing with Doors and the others after the martial arts tournament. Then there's no problem. One set, please. I'll take care of it. Do you want to play with Renana? Talking with Renana is already enough. Besides, she's still working. I don't want to disturb her. Renana is currently traveling towards Village 2, with the Kuros as her guards. This is like a drill, just in case she needs to travel to Village 2 alone. It was scheduled a long time ago, but Beazle and Glat's timing were bad. They came here the day before she departs. Just think that you're giving Renana all the time she needs. Don't worry, I heard from the neighborhood that this has been scheduled for a long time. I don't hold any grudge. That's good. Ah, looks like Beazle is coming. I'm late. I heard that there was a suspicious movement in the north just before I come here. I need to prepare some countermeasures. Also, Frorum, you have tempered your schoolmates enough. Once they return, they can immediately work in the castle. On-job training, no, they are really going to be hired already. If they want to return, I'll send them back. I already asked some of them, but they refused. Oi oi, are you really going to take some villagers in front of me? Hahate. Excuse me, then Glatz shall we return? All right, village chief, can I have a tile set now? Yes, I'll get it at once. I had over one mahjong set. It was sought before by the dozens WH came here, so I prepared some set for occasions like this. This foldable table is quite something. Beazle, I'll ask you to be my opponent once we return. I don't mind, but please set the schedule, especially if you want to ask Demon King Sama to join. I'll leave that to you. Please don't leave everything to me. He's a lively guest. The festival season has come. The martial arts competition has become a regular festival, so we have to think of something else. After several meetings, nothing was concluded, so it was decided that the festival will be decided via draw lots. I'm worried to the point of wanting to check every content before placing them to the draw box, but sorting will be difficult. Because of that, I decided to put in a massive amount of festival that I thought of. It should be fun. However, it must not be dangerous. Then, please do the honor. One of the civil servant girls brought me the draw box, and I took out a piece. This year's festival is sliding. What's this? It doesn't sound like a normal running competition. Sliding is a competition where participants run on a slope with all their might. It is a famous festival in Bulgan region. 10 people will run together, and whoever comes first wins. Run through a slope with all their might. Of course, it's downhill. Ah, is that so? But isn't that dangerous? Everyone can defend themselves with magic, so it is not. Is that so? Yes, however, where can we slide in this village? There's no slope. You're right. By the way, how big should it be? The inclination is different in different area of that region, but their height is about 20 meters. 20 meters? We don't have something like that nearby, and it is difficult to pile up soil to make it. Really difficult? Okay, dismiss it. We can do it, but taking the labor into consideration. It's pretty unreasonable. Understood. Then, I'll return this paper with sliding in it and put it back to the box. If you pull it again then, let's make it the present festival. Hahaha, of course. How foolish of me, let's do it. The festival this year is sliding. You want to build a small mountain. If we make a mountain and dig a hole at the same time, we can achieve the height needed, and the labor cost will only be half. You can turn the new hole to a pond later, but how do you plan on utilizing the mountain afterward? How about surrounding the village with an earth wall? We're talking about a mountain where 10 people can run at the same time. How about decreasing the participants to 3? If only I know how fast they are, I can make the right slope for them. How fast they are. But this is a sliding competition, right? Yes, so there will surely be difference in speed. Then, how about we do something like this? Are you going to make that a prototype? Don't you think this will be interesting? I was able to come up with a plan. I fully understand that I must fully utilize the all-purpose farming tool for this. I'll work hard. The 2 Minotaur expatriates from Village 2, Renana and Murua, both of them are female Minotaurs. They have been living in Big Tree Village ever since they were chosen before winter. They sometimes return to Village 2, but they don't stay there for a long time. They usually come back after one night. The two centaur expatriates from Village 3. Both of them are, of course, centaurs. However, unlike the expatriates from Village 2, they change members every now and then. They swap with another every 3 days. It has been ongoing even up to this day. But why? I asked the caretaker of the centaurs, Rashashi. The position of expatriate is very attractive. As the result, there is a flood of applicants. Attractive? Yes. Why? Is it the food? No, it is working close to the village chief. Ada. They are originally people who serve the feudal lord. They are happy to work besides the one who holds power. The one who holds power, me. Who else other than the village chief? Moreover, they want you to ride them if you're going out of the village. That reminds me, when I tried to go out of the village, the centaurs were restless. Ma, I understand. Great. There's something I want to consult you about. What is it? Glueworld is the village chief of Village 3, so she can't become an expatriate. Ado, what about it? I went to Village 3 and took a stroll while riding Glueworld. Are you satisfied? I'm sorry for troubling you. Currently, there are 4 who held the position of caretaker in this village. Ramurias, the caretaker of the Beastkins. Nuff, the caretaker of the Minotaurs. Rashashi, the caretaker of the Centaurs. Mamu, the caretaker of the nunaphnes. Although they are caretakers, they are living in Big Tree Village. They don't always have to manage or supervise. The caretaker will take care of them whenever they need help. In short, they have nothing to do when they are free, and they are extremely busy when they have something to do. Ramurias is the one who seems to be always busy. She has to take care of the Beast Boys because they are still too young when they came to this village. She works like a nurse and teacher of a kindergarten and elementary school. Nuff and Rashashi are also busy as senior advisors for the expatriates. But Mamu, who's in charge of the nunaphnes? Do I look unreliable? In a sense, there's almost nothing that the nunaphnes need. Therefore, they didn't consult her that much. No, they didn't consult her at all. Maybe I should talk to them. I want to be relied on. We've already encountered problems related to time and labor, but this is the first time to encounter a problem of not being involved. Next time, I'll ask the nunaphnes to consult her on something. Chapter 123. Faith and Undead. Farming God in Village 2, War God in Village 3. I add additional statues on the shrines of those villages. I asked Michael-san to obtain an existing statue of them for me, but I still carved them in the end. There are a lot of religions in this world, leaving aside whether those gods really exist. I got a feeling that the number of God in existence is the same as the number of religions. Among them is Koran religion, which has a large number of believers and boasts as a major force. Koran religion only teaches one thing. Faith of oneself and faith of others are equally important. They want everyone to learn religious freedom. Everyone has the right to believe on what they want to believe, and they have the philosophy of not disturbing others' faith. There are even Koran religious members who worship different gods. Nonetheless, since a number of people have gathered, it will form a faction, and if there is a faction, it will have an influence. The greatest faction of Koran religion is the faction who worship the god of creation. Next would be the god of light, god of war, god of farming, demon god, medicine god, and god of comfort factions. By the way, god of comfort is related to music. It seems to be an entertainment god. By the way, Lu's grandfather, Ancestor-san, is the founder of the Koran religion. Ha! What ha? Shouldn't you be a little more surprised? Ancestor-san complains about my reaction. No, even if you say that, you have worked to that extent. What if I say so? I usually hide it, but I don't really need to hide it. When Ancestor-san is saying that, Lu brought some tea. Ancestor-sama, I think that it is something better to keep hidden. Really? Yes, because we vampires suffer from various misunderstandings. True. I drink the tea Lu brought. I had green tea while Ancestor-san had coffee. Lu goes out of the room after putting down tea. She probably needs to take care of Alfred. Thinking about it, it seems like Lu is actively avoiding getting near Ancestor-san. Flora herself does not dare to approach him. Isn't this weird? By the way, village chief, I've been anxious since a while ago. HNN. The cup displayed on the shelf at the back. Isn't the god of creation carved in it? I made that during winter. It became a decoration because it's a failed product. Failed product? Which part of it is a failed product? It is not practical. Even the part where you put your lips has carving. No, I already thought of something that will make anyone willingly drink on that. Ancestor-san demonstrated something using his cup of coffee. Look at that design. It looks like you'll drink from the hand of the god of creation. It's like saying everyone to drink the holy water from the hand of the god of creation. Amazing. Nice design. Hahaha. It is only a coincidence. I have never thought of such a thing. However, I don't feel bad being praised like that. Let's just write it on with Ancestor-san. Do you want to take it home? I'll only use it in the most important ceremony. No, for everyday use. No, use it as you see fit. At least it would be better than using it as a decoration. Ancestor-san left with the cup happily. Since Ancestor-san returned home, I went to see Lou and Flora. It is to eliminate my doubt from earlier. Are you bad with Ancestor-san? It's not like I'm not good. It is better to say I'm afraid. He is like the vampire god. Vampire's true ancestor. Ah, I see, so that's how it is. Ancestor is the first vampire. That's what I've heard. I'm not sure either. I see, though there are only some who thought of it. He is someone that is treated like a god. It turns out that he is the Korean religion's celebrated figure. Is he? By the way, why did Ancestor-sama come here? It seems like he wants to take care of a large army of undead that appeared. Large army of undead. Where? Northeast of here. They are still far from the forest. They are currently on the other side of the mountain. Other side of the mountain, is that all right? Ancestor-san said that it is for the time being. Ma, they don't have business to this place, so it will be fine. Is that so? But I will still inform everyone. Of course, we should also inform Beazle and Michael-san. The Howling Village too. Location-wise, the one most likely to be affected is the Howling Village. Ma, there's still a considerable distance, but... I call Rasudi and told her to send a message via the small wyvern. Undead. What I imagined of them are zombies and moving skeletons. Is Ghost considered to be one as well? I, who is not that familiar with how things in this world work, thought that they are beings that have lingering feeling in this world, but it seems like I'm wrong. A monster devoid of life and is a walking corpse, a zombie. A monster devoid of life and is trying to obtain substance, a skeleton. A monster devoid of life and is storing power, a ghost. Undead are monsters devoid of life, but they don't have any lingering feelings in this world. They only have that image because they are moving dead, but it seems like that information about them is wrong. And that is an undead. Is it all right to leave them unattended? It's enough to leave them be. They'll disappear in a few years. Really? Yes, though there are some problems. Can you tell the detail of those problems? Ato, zombies are really the most problematic. Their bodies cause illness not just for people. It is also troublesome if they fall on a river and contaminate it. That's troublesome. Another problem, undead are basically baits for monsters and demon beasts. Bait. Yes. Because of that, powerful monsters and demon beasts gather in places where there are undead. I see, that's certainly a problem. That's why there's no need to attack the undead. Even if you leave them on their own, they don't really move that much from where they are, and they'll be all eaten soon. That's how they disappear. Yes, though I don't know the reason why a large number of them appeared. They'll definitely catch the attention of strong monsters and demon beasts. Moo. Is that so? I misunderstood the situation. I certainly thought that something must be done because a lot of undead appeared. When I was thinking about it, Hakurin cut in. Do you want me to go and deal with the undead with my breath? You're going to exterminate the undead. Will there be a side effect? HNNN, the surrounding topography will change a bit. Isn't that more damaging than what the undead are capable of? Sort of. Rejected. Anyone will say the same. For the time being, we let them be. I will have Hakurin do what she suggested if we receive a request from the Howling Village. Chapter 124. The leader of the angel race. Now, the place where I'm currently living is called the Land of Death. The forest in the Land of Death is called the Forest of Death. There is a reason why the word death is attached to the name of these places. It is because there are few birds in this forest. The forest where even birds don't fly is called the Forest of Death. The land where the birds don't fly is called the Land of Death. And what is the reason why there are almost no birds? The monsters and demon beasts hunt birds. I don't know much about it, but the spider called demon spiders are the topmost natural enemies of birds. The natural predators of birds are spiders. By the way, why am I thinking of such a thing? Before me are 10 angels and 30 harpies. So what's wrong with that? Well, their wings are tied up by the web of the spiderlings, and they were brought here by the Kuros. The harpies look profitable. 8. My apologies, village chief. Can you stop them now? Gran Maria bowed, looking troubled. I heard what happened from Gran Maria. When she went out to look for the angel she knows of, she met the daughter of the leader of the angels. She was asked with various things about this village, and she became furious when she heard from her that Tyr and I had a child. As the result, they gathered their forces and head here. In other words, they are enemies. After hearing my words, the angels and harpies who were sitting on Seiza were startled. And no, we came here for a reason and we are not really hostile. As I heard one of the angels, I asked in return. You gathered your forces and came to this village, didn't you? Isn't that a clear sign of hostility? Here. Currently, there is only me and Gran Maria in this place. Sitting in Seiza in front of us are the angels and harpies. Behind them are the Kuros and the spiders. If they try standing up without permission, they will be taken care of. They have to be healed, so I call for Tyr, Lou, and Flora, but Flora was the only one who came. They might be a reason why they are not willing to show their faces to them now. Perhaps there are even various reasons. Gran Maria, what is the reason why they are enraged when they heard that Tia bore my child? Village chief, let go there. Gran Maria takes me to a place far away from those who are in Seiza. The angel race is a female-only race. I think I heard that from Tyr a while back. However, to reproduce, we need males. Obviously, because of that, we need males from other races. Fumo. It is usually a human male, but in order for him to be chosen, he needs to undergo a trial. You omitted too much. Can you tell me more details? A trial is a form of formality, but if the angels don't think that the marriage partner is not worthy, they'll prepare a trial that's so difficult that he will not overcome. With regards to that issue, we are currently divided into 2 factions. One is the group protecting the trial as a tradition, and the other one ignores the trial. The daughter of the angels' leader belongs to the faction protecting the trial. To tell you the truth, Tyr-sama, I, Kudal, and Koron belongs to that faction, but with the village chief. So they got angry and came here to attack. Yes. By the way, to think that the egg-laying races like the lizardmen and harpies follow them, they must have some appeal to them. Given the present situation, it is okay to give them some punishment to end all of this. I must be fair given the position of Tyr and the others. What is the content of the trial? I just need to pass the trial in order to be a suitable partner of an angel. There's no problem if I take it, right? Why, yes. That's right. If the trial is something like flying in the sky or being underwater for an hour, that would be impossible. It is close to that, but thinking about the village chief, I think you'll be fine. Is that so? Yes. Because only the village chief is worthy of being Tyr-sama's partner. Tyr's partner. Gran Maria is a bit embarrassed. Ma, before everything else, I want to hear the words of apologies from the angels and harpies. Now daughter of the leader of the angels. Kirbit Desu. Kirbit, I now know the reason why you came here. To make it short, you're an enemy. You are here to take care of me. I am free to do whatever I want to do with you. You know what I mean. Wait, I am the daughter of the leader of the angels. I know. If you do something to me, the angels will not overlook it. Gran Maria, is that true? Might be, but we have Tyr-sama, so it's okay. Who holds power? Tyr-sama is the strongest angel. The next will be the angels' leader, and then us. HNNN, there are 10 angels here. Kudal and Koron are enough to take care of them. How many angels are there? There are about 300 of us in total, but those who will act with the leader is about 50. 50, huh? Only 5 times with their forces here. A couple of Kuros can take care of an angel. If I add the spiders, they're not a threat. Then, no matter how I deal with them, there's no problem. Yes. Wait. That's not limited to angels. There will be many races that will cooperate with us. If you lay your hands on me, the number of those who will attack this place is not just 1,000 or 2. I see. You seem to get it. Then, release me now. No, I'm not the one who tied you. I only had you Seiza. Ma, the Kuros and the spiders are watching, so they also act as restraints. I left Kirbit and stand before the harpies. Harpies, you seem to have come here because you are told to do so. Is that true? When I asked that, a harpy, who seems to be the representative, replied, Yes, that is true. I see. Then I will forgive you if you leave Kirbit and serve Gran Maria. I will take care of your food too. How is it? Our loyalty belongs to Gran Maria Sama. Did they practice? All of them bowed at the same time. Why, you. Good, as promised, you are now forgiven. You can stand up. Thank you very much. The harpies stand up. The curos and the spiders at the back move to untie them. They are unsteady after being in Seiza for some time. The food, it's here. It was mean of me to only serve you simple dishes. No, we are grateful. The harpies began eating the food that the Oni maids brought. For a moment, I'm a bit anxious because their arms are wings, but they were able to use spoon using the claws on the middle of their wings. I was really surprised seeing them like that, because I imagine them eating like birds. I'm sorry for being convinced by my own selfish idea. Next, I looked at the angels other than Kirbit. The angels, including Kirbit, are sparklingly beautiful. It also looks like they spend time taking care of their hairs. They are also wearing battle clothes, but it boasts elegance. In addition, they have beautiful white wings on their back. Truly angelic. However, they lose to Tyr, Gran Maria, Kudal, and Koron. Familial bias. Besides, presently, their hair, their clothes, and their wings are dirtied with mud. It ruins their beauty. The angels in question are also concerned about their looks, so they tried to reduce the dirt on their hair and clothes when I'm not looking at them. You guys are Kirbit's followers. If you apologize obediently, I will forgive you. No response, they're different from the harpies. Village chief, may I? HNN. Gran Maria explains to me in a low voice. The harpies are fine with it, since they are still serving an angel even if they switch from Kirbit to me. Therefore, they accepted the condition you offer them. However, they will clearly betray the daughter of the angel's leader if they did what you ask. Even if they are saved in this place, they will encounter troubles afterward. Can't they just say that it is an emergency, so they are forced to do so? If Kirbit is not before them. I see. Then let's change our approach. Kirbit attacks this village, which is an unacceptable sin. Therefore, I have to punish Kirbit 10 times. Even one punishment is considerably painful. If she receives 10, it will be unfortunate. No, it will surely be tragic. Hearing my explanation, Kirbit instantly turns pale. However, if one of you apologize, I'll reduce Kirbit's punishment by 1. If 2 apologize, I reduce it by 2. If 3 apologize, I reduce it by 3. How about it? I'm sorry. Everyone besides Kirbit bows. Gran Maria was quite surprised. No way, to make the entourage of Kirbit lower their head easily. I just gave them a reason to lower their head. This time, it's to help Kirbit. All right, everyone besides Kirbit can stand up. I'll have someone prepare food for you. You may use the bath as well. Now one last person, Kirbit, I wonder how should I deal with her? I'm sorry. I was wrong. While I'm suffering because I don't know what to do to her, Kirbit lowers her head. Now what should I do? I'm sorry. She's almost crying. Did I bully her too much? No, she invaded the village. This is her just punishment. And because I now heard her words of apology. I forgive. Kirbit wept. Chapter 125. Angel's Trial. By the way, after taking a bath and eating some food, Kirbit calmed down a bit. What? Don't be scared, you're not an enemy, right? Oh, of course, I'm not an enemy. Then what do you want to say? I'll get straight to the point. Tell me about the Angel's Trial. What are you getting at? If I clear the Angel's Trial, isn't my relationship with Tyr be acknowledged? That's right, but I don't think you can clear it. Really? Really? Ma, tell me about it first. It is a tradition of your race, right? Gran Maria says that I'll be okay, but I'm still a bit uneasy. The Angel's Trial is composed of 5 trials. There are 5s. Yes, and they are really troublesome. I already expected it to be troublesome. Tell me the first. Fufu. The first is financial power. You have to donate 777 gold to the angel race. Money. Since you are from around her, you can pay with gulgled gold coins. Does it has to be gold coins? Or can I pay with anything with the same value? That works too. Gran Maria, bring something that worth from the warehouse. Here it is. Gorgonstone and this big A. Isn't this worth more than 1,000 gold coins? It is one of the items Doors sent me as thanks before. Did I pass? Why yes, then the second one. The second one is intellect. Can you please prepare and give me 20 pebbles? I prepared 20 pebbles as she requested. We're going to play a game popular among angels. You and I will play and you'll pass if you win. I understand. What's the rule? We're going to take pebbles in turns, and the one who'll take the last one loses. You can take 1 to 3 per turn. You must take and you can't pass your turn. Got it. Yeah. Is that it? Then start. I'll let you choose if you want to be the first. All right. There are 20 pebbles in the field. The rule states that you must not be the one to take the last pebble. In other words, there are 19 stones to take. The maximum value that can be taken per turn is 3. I don't know how many pebbles should we take. No, I have to think of a different approach. Let's think that the one who'll take the 20th piece is not the loser. Instead, the one who'll take the 19th will win. No matter how many pebbles will the other party take each turn, I'll only have to adjust mine and I'll be okay. In other words, if the other party takes 3, I'll take 1. If the other party takes 2, I'll take 2. If the other party takes 1, I'll take 3. With this, we will be able to control the pieces take per turn into 4. Since I need to take the 19th, it will be 4 times 4, which is 16, and the remainder will be 3. I'll win if I take the first turn and take 3 pebbles. I'll go first, I'll take 3. Then I'll take 1. 3. I won. Let's do it again. I don't mind, but let me choose again who'll take first. No problem. Let's add 1 more pebble. The remainder will be. You can go first. I won, again. No, let's move on to the next trial. A popular game to the angels. In other words, I'll have the opportunity to enjoy it with Tyr and Gran Maria. If I can choose when will be my turn, it is certain victory. That reminds me, I know of a game similar to this one back in my previous world. The third trial is military power. Military power, that's troublesome. Phew, it seems to be not your forte. Then, how do you challenge my military prowess? You only need to survive after fighting with the person I'll name. I don't have to win. Yeah. Moo. I look at Gran Maria. As I expected, it seems impossible for me to fight someone. Though I'm appealing to her, she raises her fist and puts out her thumbs up. Will I really be okay? All right, who'll be my opponent? Phew. You'll be really surprised after hearing who it is. The one who enlivened the world, the blood-sucking princess, Lulushi. It seems like you're really surprised. That's right, your opponent is someone Tyr wasn't even able to defeat. There is no way for you to fight her and survive. I know that. When I looked at Gran Maria, she's already crouching down laughing. Ado, this is my wife. Hello, is this all right? My apologies. No. Besides, you still have to work for the festival, right? If it's only this much, I don't mind doing this for you. All right, I'll hurry things up. I call out for Lou, and after saying hello to the stunned Kirbit, she left. It took a while before she was able to respond again. Wife. Yes. And the child your wife is holding. Though he is already big, he's still our sweet little son. Ada. I survived, right? Ada. What is the next trial? Yes, next is diplomatic power. Diplomatic power. That right. Diplomatic power, after the financial, intellectual, and military power. Who should I negotiate with? Wait a second. Kirbit takes a deep breath and gets fired up again. The fourth trial, the test for your diplomatic power. You should negotiate with the impossible to speak with King of the Gulgrant Mountain. Kirbit even poses after saying that. So you'll have a festival again. I'll attend this year's festival too. We're still talking about it. Hahate. I only came here to see my daughter. I'll only stay for 2 days. I understand what he's pointing out with his answer. By the way, Dorame, what is the name of the mountain you're living in? HNN. The people who live nearby call it Gulgrant Mountain. I see, thanks. Dorame came to this village in his dragon form and headed for the inn in human form. Dorame probably thinks that she's quite shy with strangers. She didn't even say a single word. She's probably scared when she saw him in his dragon form. Now, are you okay? Kirbit fainted. For some reason, Kirbit decided to take a bath again and posed in front of me again while blushing. The final test. Oh. Financial, intellectual, military, and diplomatic power. What's the last one? Luck. Luck. Yes, luck. You're going to flip a coin and the face should come out. I see. The coin you'll use is this metal. One side is an angel and the other side is a shield and a sword. The angel is the face. I understand, but I receive the coin and check the front and back. There seem to be not unwanted setup, and the balance of the front side and back side seem to be equal. It will entirely be left to luck. I look at Gran Maria. Gran Maria sticks up her thumb again, saying that it's all right. Now, I can't do anything but leave it to luck. I don't think my luck is good. How should I flip it? Should I have the face above in order for it to come out in the end? After flipping it, you should not touch it. Let it drop on the ground. I know. I will not do something cowardly. It can't be helped. I obediently flip the coin and let it drop on the ground. And it's the face. However, it was overturned by Kirbit in the last moment. Sorry. You failed this trial. Wait a minute, isn't that unfair? According to the rule, you are not allowed to touch it, but the rule didn't state that it can't be touched by anyone else. In addition, I hit the coin before it completely stops. I felt offended by Kirbit, and I'm sure that I'm making a scary face, but it dissipated immediately. It is because Tyr unexpectedly punches the back of Kirbit's head with all her might. WH, what are you doing? It's because you're doing something stupid. Tyr turned the coin face up, then stomped on it, the ground cave in, and thus he passes the last trial. Kirbit must now acknowledge my relationship with the village chief. What are you talking about? It looks like it didn't work the first time. Maybe I should hit your face next. Here. You acknowledge it now. I acknowledge it. I acknowledge it. Thank you. I'm happy to receive your blessing. Moo. Because the degree of difficulty changes along with the mood of our race, some of us no longer acknowledge this trial. You should think a little more. In any case, I seem to have cleared the angel's trial. By the way, Kirbit looks a little lonely when she picks up the coin on the ground. Tyr did not come out because of the trial. Yes, but I decided to come out since Kirbit has become a complete nuisance. You don't want me to see that you're seeing my bad side. There's also that, but it is because I bore a child before the trial. If your race is the one who's deciding on the difficulty of the trial, does that mean that you can't choose your own partner? That is, the current leader's, Kirbit's mother. Partner is a man with only looks. Kirbit's mother fell in love with him, so the difficulty is low, and Kirbit was born. Because his father only has his face, Kirbit had a complex. The other fathers were all excellent men who broke through the trials. Though there is already Kirbit's parents, it's still impossible for taking trial to be stopped. Recently, there was a noticeable number of marriage without sending marriage proposal and undergoing the trial. I would have been classified as the same as them if the man I had a child with will not take and pass the trial. Because of my reputation, everyone is scared of me, so no one has ever proposed to me. Even though you're so cute. Emmu, please don't tease me. When Tyr and I are flirting, I suddenly felt someone staring at us. The source of it is none other than Kirbit. Is there anything you need? Because there are too many angels and harpies. The inn won't be able to accommodate them, so I had them stay in Village 1. However, because there's nothing on Village 1, we had to gather necessary items such as beddings. I intended to officially apologize and to thank you. I also wanted to have a proper talk. What? Are you all right? Did something hit you in your head? I'm fine. Mama, do you mind that Tyr is here? No. Tyr and Kirbit sat around the table in the dining room of the inn. It's still early for dinner, but we can have a light alcohol. It is to push the conversation forward. But I never thought that Kirbit is weak to alcohol. Ooh, the alcohol here is tastier. Another cup. Aju-chan, you seem to understand the taste of alcohol. Drink this. It seems like the dwarves are expecting to have a feast, like what we've always been doing, since there are guests. It is impossible to continue talking now. We can't do it today. Right. Let's just call the others. Tyr and I gave up have a conversation with Kirbit, and decided to have a feast like the dwarves were expecting. Chapter 126. Discussion with Kirbit about the harpies. The alcohol here is delicious. Give me some to take home. Kirbit and the harpies slept at Village 1. Then, fly back to Big Tree Village to eat. They look like migratory birds. I hope you didn't trouble the nunaphnes. Of course, we didn't have enough contact to trouble them. Is that a good thing? By the way, why are the houses there vacant? Ha. I decided to tell her the sad story. I see. Would you like to live there? I'm thankful for the offer, but I can't do that. I still have to work. Work? I'm a shrine maiden at the kingdom of Garrett. Garrett? It's a country northwest of here. At that place, angels are worshipped, so we have a proper status. Heavy. I'm even more powerful than the king there. Zai, why are you giving me that strange gaze? No, it's just that. Moo. My bad. Then how about the others? They can't do it because they have work similar to mine. However, if Gran Maria calls out, I think some will come. HNN, will Gran Maria call out to another group? That's right. Gran Maria has no intention to call us who have a proper job. We only accidentally met with Gran Maria and had a talk with her. There are about 2 to 3 of us who are free. Please take care of them. Of course. Then about the harpies. They said that they will now serve Gran Maria, so they will be living here from now on. I don't mind. I still have some of them in another place. However, some of them have families, so can you only take those who want to stay? Of course, if they want to return, I will not hold them back. I'm the one who brought them here, so they are my responsibility. Ha. It looks like she can hold a decent conversation if she's calm. Then, can those who choose to stay bring their families here? They can, they just need to ask. Good. Kirbit stayed for the night and returned home the next day. Most harpies chose to remain, but they will all be returning together. They said that they have things to take and still have to explain what happened to their families. Should I have the harpies stay at Village 1? That's right. However, the harpies need houses similar to the Centaurs. Gran Maria replies to my mutter. What do you mean? The harpies don't sleep on a bed. They make nests on trees and sleep on it. Zai. Of course, there should be a roof and walls in order to protect it from rain and wind. Then, does that mean that the houses there are useless? It is not useless, but they'll have difficulty in opening and closing doors. Ma, I think they'll get used to it, but... I see. Those with families will live with their families, but those single, young individuals live in a group. Live in a group? Yes, the harpies hunt in a group, so they do that in order to increase their teamwork. Difference in culture means difference in lifestyle. Like them, the lizard men wanted a body of water as an egg hatching place. All right, let's take care of it. Thank you very much. Can you ask them about any problems or any things they are dissatisfied with? Are you sure? I'll tell them to not hold back. That would be good. I'll ask them at once. Please do. Racial difference. It will only inconvenience them if I impose something that doesn't fit them. Let's be careful. There was one suggestion. It's about cotton. For instance, futon. Up to now, Zabutin has packed grass we gathered in the forest to make a futon. The sofa and other furnitures are the same. The grass stuffed in there grows in the forest, so they are easy to collect. It is also very economical because it doesn't cost us anything. But there is a drawback. We should restuff them every 6 months. Those that are frequently used are restuffed once a month. In regards to my futon, the Oni maids are restuffing it every 10 days. Thank you. That was one of the reasons for the proposal. Another one is to make clothes from cotton, since every clothes here are made by Zabutin. It's not like they don't want to wear the clothes made by Zabutin. According to everyone, they are good, too good that they are not suitable as regular work clothes. Those are what the Centaurs and Minotaurs said. Those are the 2 main reasons for the cotton proposal. I see. With regards to cotton, I overlook it because there are grass readily available, and I have this mindset that I should plant something related to food. Considering the village's industry, is it good to raise cotton? Even if we can stuff it in a futon as it is, we still need the technology to turn it into a yarn then into clothes. Who can do that? The spiders raise their legs. Is it all right to leave it to you? Is it all right? They look proud. I'll make cotton fields next year. Let's continue with what we're doing as of now. As for the Minotaur and Centaur's clothes, I sold the clothes made by the spiders to Michael-san and have him buy second-hand clothes from the money. I don't know anything about it, but it seems like second-hand clothes are pretty common in this world. New clothes are also surprisingly expensive. I thought it would be difficult to find clothes suited for the Minotaurs and Centaurs, but as expected of the shops from the Demon King's kingdom. As for the amount gathered, will these suffice? Of course. I distributed the new second-hand clothes and work clothes to the Minotaurs and Centaurs. By the way, the one who got excited the most is Zabutin. It seems like she's stimulated by seeing a large amount of design from the outside. She's energetically making new clothes. It is good to wear something normal. I obtained several new clothes too. The festival preparation. I dig a hole on the west side of the residential area on the west side of the golf course. Zakuzaku, I dig some more. Zakuzaku, the shape of the hole is not a circle but a rectangle. It is also narrow. The width is 5 meters and the length is 50 meters. It is deeper at the center and shallower at the edge. If I were to describe what it looks like, I'll probably say that it is similar to a coin buried halfway to the ground. The short sides will be used as entrance, so I'll have to make a mountain on that side too. Even if I say a mountain, it is only a slender mountain. The height will be 15 meters. I'll widen it a little. I'll have it 4 meters wider than the entrance. I also made a railing to make sure that they won't fall out of the course. I thought that it will be difficult to construct this, but it was surprisingly simple. Is it because the number of residents increased? It's pretty impressive. Is it? This is the highest point in this place. I thought that I would be able to see Village 2 and Village 3, but I guess I'm wrong. Regrettable. Well, it's not complete yet. There's still something that needs to work at, the other side of the hole. A pond that can serve as reservoir here. Yes, let's get it on. Everyone did their best. Chapter 127. New house. My new house is now complete. It's a splendid house. Its width, about 200 meters. Length is about 100 meters. Yeah, it's not a house, it's a mansion. A noble's mansion. A 2-story mansion with a solid foundation and is made of bricks and wood. It is also 3-story tall on certain parts. I'm pretty sure that this house is not on a level a village chief like me can live in. It was divided into several sections upon building, so those sections remain divided. The center, where my previous house was formerly located, is now a 100 by 50 big hall. The door is also big enough that the Minotaurs can enter without stooping down. However, the other doors, the door that leads to where we live, are of regular size because it will require much more work to build big doors. The second floor is empty that has a walkway on the side so that one can easily open and close the windows. And there are also bows and arrows prepared on certain points. Just what are they going to use them for? Are they for emergency uses just in case we need to barricade here? There is a third floor in this section. In there are a lot of rooms of about 3 to 4 tatami mats in size. Those were prepared as the rooms of the live-in workers here, but there are only vacant rooms there. And I was only informed about this. It seems like people with low position are the only ones who will live in the highest place of the building. From what I know, only those who held the highest position are the only ones who will live in the highest place of the building. Is it because there's no elevator here? In any case, the hall is large enough to accommodate all the villagers here. But there are also huge pillars that obstructed the view quite a bit. If they don't exist, this place will look better. But it can't be helped since it needs to be reinforced. The place just in front of the entrance is a display room. Presently, the first champion trophy is displayed there with Makura's name on it. On the right side of the hall is another section with the dining room and kitchen on the first floor and the Oni maid's living space on the second floor. I'm anxious at first since I want to make sure that they are really safe there, but it seems like everything is all right. In addition, there is a basement there for food storage. The place at the back of the section at the right of the hall. Both first and second floor are rooms for guests. We also modified some rooms on the first floor for the Minotaurs and Centaurs expatriates. Though only small, there is also a hall full of gaming equipment there. I wonder who'll be the first one to use them. Oh, Lu and Tyr are playing with the Oni maids, the section at the left of the hall. The first floor has my office, my private room, and a conference room. My office is where I suppose to do my job. There are an executive-like table and chair, bookshelves, etc. there. It totally looks like a noble's office. My room is in the depths of it, my private space. Besides my room, Lu, Tyr, Flora, Hakurin, and Frau's room are here too. Frau has her own house in the residential area, so her room here is the official room of the governor. I'll live there too. Since she has a room here, she can really say that. Beazle has been taking care of me, so I won't mind to let Frau do what she wants. Ma, with Frau moving, there is now a new vacant house. Currently, the pregnant high elves are still living in the residential area like before. The pregnant Anne is also still living with the Oni maids too. Although I told them that they can live here, they gently declined. Won't it be hard to monitor their condition that way? But it is already discussed along with various people, so I will not complain. There is also a small dining room and kitchen here so that this side can also cook. It is one of the disadvantages when my house has become so big. The dining room is too far. The conference room is a normal meeting room. The table is not fixed, so it can be used in various ways. The second floor is full of private rooms. One room is around 8 tatami mats. Currently, there are only 2 rooms in use, Alfred and Tysel, and the rest are vacant rooms. There is also a basement here which is utilized as a food and weapon storage. There are swords, spears, bows, and armors there. Most of them came from Dorame and doors. In short, it is not really a weapon storage, but a treasure vault. The food storage is the usual food storage. However, it is connected via a passage to the food storage at the maid's place. Food can be transferred in both directions without having to go through the hall. There is also a vault underground. The only entrance is located at my office. Even if it is troublesome to go in and out of it, it is relatively safe because it's underground. I'm kind of thrilled because of it for some reason. However, its content is disappointing. I think those items in the weapon storage are more valuables. The section at the back of the section at the left of the hall. The first floor is a bath and a warehouse. The bath is wide. Yes, wide. 20 people can soak in the tub at the same time and twice that number can use the wash area. A public bath, it is that wide. Hot water heated from the outside can be used at the tub and the wash area. You can see how skillful the mountain elves are. I also requested a small solo bathroom. Even if it is small, I think that the most important thing is being able to relax. The warehouse is an ordinary material storage place. Woods, building stones, and even grass are kept there. I thought that it's not a good idea to place it near the bath, but it is not humid in there unexpectedly. I thought that some sort of magic was casted on it, but I'm wrong. It seems like it was built in a way where it won't be affected by the bath's humidity. I'm really impressed. The second floor is a workshop and laboratory. The workshop also serves as a storehouse of my finished products. Lou and Tyr have their own laboratories. There is also Flora's laboratory, but it was sealed. Flora's research laboratory is a little further away. It mainly handles fermented food. There will be a mass production factory in the residential area once she completed the miso and soy sauce, but we have to transfer her laboratory to another place since even my room started to smell. A fermentation room or house is also important, so it's probably a blessing in disguise. By the way, Flora almost lives there. I can only see here when it's time to eat. Her presence has become so thin recently. My new house? No, my new mansion has 3 major differences from my previous house. First, water. Until now, we take water from a well and store them for use in tubs and pots. However, this mansion has a water supply. It is the result of me teaching the mountain elves the concept of pump. Build a big water tank at the mansion, use the pump to draw water there, and distribute the water by piping. The mansion is too big for one, so there are 5 of them installed all over. There is no need to draw water early in the morning, so the Oni maids are pretty pleased with it. Next is the number of toilets. It has increased considerably. That's only natural because my residence has become so much bigger. There are also toilets installed on the 2nd floor and 3rd floor. This is all thanks to the installation of pumps and tanks, the piping system, and of course, the slimes. And last, there is a catwalk called Spider Walk set up all over the house. The Spider Walk is a walkway for the spiderlings inside the mansion. It is as wide as a fist of a child. Someone like Makura has no way of using it. Of course, they are only installed in the corridor and not on the private rooms. There is also a dedicated passage for them to move from one floor to another. They also have their own exclusive doors to go outside. The spiderlings are delighted with that. Did they come here to express their appreciation? I was surprised to see the spiderlings at the ceiling of my office. At least there's not too many of them. A very good residence, a mansion. I'm really satisfied. I'm satisfied, but I didn't say I have no complaint. I have some doubt, more specifically in my private room. To say it clearly, on my bedroom. As far as I know, a room should be locked from the inside. But why is my room something that can be locked from the outside? Won't I be trapped? I think there is a mistake during the installation. I should have someone to fix this. Also, why is there an opening between my bedroom and the room beside it? It is also big enough for a person to pass through. Is this a hidden passage? A secret doorway for my bedroom? But why? An emergency exit during emergency. I see. Then, why is the door of that passage can't be open from my bedroom? Also, there's no keyhole on this end too. Another mistake in installation? Another thing, why can someone peek at my bedroom from the passage? Is it going to be used by the guards on duty? I'm sure I won't let anyone I don't know in my bedroom, so that is unnecessary. Also, there's a passage into my bedroom at the ceiling too. If someone is to use that passage, I'll definitely wake up. I pray that no one will use it. That said, for me to be able to sleep quietly, I need to improve my bedroom. The passage in the ceiling will be blocked, but the other passage will be left as it is. It is a little pleasant to have a hidden passage. However, it is closed to the public. The only one who can use it are the spiderlings in times of emergency. I declared that. Chapter 128. Sliding, let's have a dry run. This year's festival is sliding. The preparation of the venue is perfect. A mountain, a hole, and a pond are made. Each competitor will run downhill from the top of the mountain while holding a board one by one. Just before they enter the hole, they'll ride the board and slide all the way to the pond. It is a competition of the longest flying distance from the exit of the hole to the pond. This is sliding. Just a prototype. Is that so? This is the result when I consider safety. This is definitely safer compared to the martial arts competition. The slope of the hole was also adjusted several times during our testing in order to maximize a good flying distance. It is like a ski jump with the jumping platform buried in the ground. Since that is the case, won't it be fine even if I didn't dig a hole? No, this is something that I can't skip since I need soil to make the mountain. Let's spread liquid in the hole to make it slippery. Are we going to use oil? No, we have to use non-flammable liquid. Oil is expensive, so we'll only use it if we have no other choice. I understand, then what should we use? Let's use the mucus the high elves collected from squeezing grass. I know, it's like a lotion. I also know that you are secretly using it for something. It seems like the water in the pond is sufficient. I'd like to make sure that no water will flow towards the hole. I probably should make something like a drainage at the bottom of the hole just in case. Now then, let's commence the dry run. One of the civil servant girls, who is a member of the Festival Executive Committee, raises her voice. Standing on top of the mountain with a board in his hand, Donovan is full of energy. The first one who will try is Donovan. It was decided by lottery. I see, of course, those who are pregnant will not participate. Their stomach is big too. Let's go. Donovan ran while holding the board from the top of the mountain and fell. Gorogoro, he entered the hole rolling, went out of the hole that way too and fell into the pond. Is he all right? Donovan seems to be okay since he's laughing. Next, here I go. The second one is Daga, who posed on top on the mountain with his board. Is he going to hesitate after seeing what happened to Donovan? He did not. He ran at full power and jumped onto the board just before he enters the hole. And he slides and jumps. He maintains his posture of holding the board until he reached the other side of the bank after rebounding on the water surface a number of times. Ew. Think about an ideal jump. Considering safety, it seems to be better to extend the pond. Third, it's Lou this time. She looks motivated while wearing her trousers. As soon as I thought that she's going to run, she suddenly gets onto the board. She continues to slide and jumps to the sky. But she was separated from the board halfway and fell into the water after taking 3 revolutions. Her flight distance is good. It is not a bad idea to immediately step onto the board. Let's put some mucus on the slope. No. It will interfere with those who will run. When the participant and the board got separated like that, which distance should we measure? The participant. If we measure from the board, some might think of throwing it. There is certainly someone who will try to throw it. The one who I thought of, I'll keep it a secret. Fourth, start. The voice came from below, but the participant is at the top of the mountain. It's Kuro. Kuro set one of his feet on the board. After barking, he dashes while pushing the board. And ride the board. He has a serious face, but it is somewhat cute. She slides as it is and was thrown out of the board. However, he seemed to have managed to control his body weight and managed to reunite with the board and sunk with it as they fell into the pond. Oi oi. Kuro dog paddles, goes up the shore and shakes his body. He came to me with bright eyes. It seems like he enjoyed it. Dry runs last participant, fifth one go. The fifth is the Minotaur Renana. Renana slowly ran down the mountain and boarded the board. And rush into the hole. Why is she not coming out? Renana was at the bottom of the hole sitting on the board. What happened? It seems like that momentum was not enough. Renana-san, how far were you able to go? A problem came up at the end. Really? Momentum? Renana-san, I'm sorry, but can you do it again? I understand. Are you planning on doing what you did earlier? Would you like me to get onto the board right from the start? Renana's second try. Since she's sitting on the board from the start, her speed when she enters the hole was faster than before. And jump. Her flight distance is short, but there was a large splash when she lands. A discussion was held by the Festival Executive Committee. Should the participant board the board from the start? But won't everyone get the same result if they don't run? There will be difference. If not, how can you explain the flying distance difference of Lusan and Renana-san? That's weight difference. Don't ever say that in front of Renana-san. They are using different boards, and there's also a difference in the posture of how they ride the boards. Are they? As a result, there will be two sections. The first one, running first, then riding the board on the way. The second one, the participants will get on the board from the start. In the second section, mucus will be applied to the whole slope as well. I remember watching a variety show on TV doing something like that. Let's all do our best. Tear-san, Grand Maria-san, Koodle-san, and Koron-san will be in charge of measuring the distance. The board production will be taken care of by the village chief, the mountain elves, and others who wanted to help. After discussing finer details, the meeting was over. I can't wait for the actual event. Village chief, please wait. HNN. Today is a meeting about sliding. Right. We still have to talk about the food and the program. The village chief is really busy. Rain. Rain also falls in Big Tree Village. If it rains, it is common sense to use an umbrella. However, there is no such thing in this world. All I could do is to cover myself with fur. I probably would have already caught a cold if not for my healthy body. In any case, I rarely go outside when it's raining. According to Lou, the residents in this world use mantle. To cover your head, you need to use a hat. I see. Hat is it? I consulted Zabuton and asked her to make me a wide hat and a mantle. I look like a mage. Because of that, I tried making a staff. I even posed as a mage. It is now a part of my dark history. Because Zabuton and Kuro are both looking at me with gentle eyes. The rain gear was like that, but now an umbrella-like object was made. It is made of bamboo with the fabric made by Zabuton. It also has a working opening and closing function. Really convenient. However, the diffusion rate in Big Tree Village is less than 10%. The others seem to be doing something with magic. Fantasy World. Chapter 129. Sliding Festival. This year's Big Tree Village Festival started. It will be sliding this year. Although it is based on a certain sliding festival, it is different and is some sort of prototype. The good point of this competition is anyone can join even if they lack courage. Even the little beast boys are motivated. Should I let them join? We're going to use magic in case of emergency, so it's fine. A civil servant girl said that while pounding her chest. Please do so. By the way, we also have guests for this year's festival. Demon King, Yuri, Beazle, Glatz, and one more person. I'm the leader of the 4 Heavenly Kings, Randon. I have heard various rumors about this place, so I already have an idea of what to expect. I'll leave it to you to protect me if something happened. Welcome. I called Beazle. Isn't he a little bit too weak-willed to be the leader of the 4 Heavenly Kings? It's because he's the one in charge of domestic affairs. Domestic affairs? Yes, his main job is doing something for the administrative and legal affairs. Aren't the 4 Heavenly Kings the strongest individuals of your country? Of course not. Is that so? By the way, Glatz is the one in charge of military affairs. Beazle seems to be in charge of diplomatic affairs because he can use teleportation magic. How about the last one? It's Huleg, the one in charge of financial affairs. I invited him, but he has some business somewhere. That's regrettable. The Demon Kings group were guided to the guest seat prepared for them. I expected to receive some guests this year, so did not repeat my blunder last year. Our guests are not only the Demon Kings group. The dragons who came here last year arrived too. They are Dors, Raymarin, Dorame, and Dorame's wife. And this time, Demame and Quan came together with them too. It looks like their relationship has no problem. Good, we have come this year too. After exchanging greetings, I guide them to their guest seat. Ancestor-san also came. He also took a woman with him. Your wife. Hedahata. He laughed. It will be my honor, but I'm afraid I'm not. My name is Fushu. I am one of the priestess of the Koran religion. Pardon my impoliteness. She said she's a priestess, but she's wearing plain clothes. Is today her day off? Wait, do priests have a day off? She's gentle, but she gives off the career woman vibe. She should wear some glasses. Michael-san, too, managed to participate this year. We ordered a large amount of seafood the day before the festival. By the way, village chief, isn't one of the attendees Fushu-san of Koran religion? Yes, the priestess. She's one of the great priests. Is that so? Yes, although she's gentle and beautiful. She has a side that others called evil Fushu. Hehe. And don't be surprised, if she ever comes to a human country, there will surely be a big parade. I haven't heard of that. Around her is Ancestor-san, the founder of the Koran religion, the Demon King, and the Dragon King. By the way, I haven't introduced them to him yet. Michael-san, allow me to introduce you to my other guests. Please. As expected of a merchant, Michael-san warmly greeted the other guests. Michael-san, that is your designated guest seat? You don't want a seat there. You want a seat in a place as far as possible from there, but that place has the best viewing. Ah, okay. If you don't like it, I won't force you. You have helped me a lot in various ways after all. In a terrible manner, he demanded to be seated in a place not in the guest seat. I wonder why. Ah, it looks like he felt better after hugging that slime who passed by. The Lamias came to visit too. However, it seems like Gulf of Howling Village can't come. Though he sent a message that he wants to participate in the martial arts competition. The festival begins. Unlike the martial arts festival, the progress is simple. Participant, Lizardman Daga. He'll do the challenge using his own board. He posed on top of the mountain. The umpire checked the safety of the course first before giving the signal to start. He runs down the mountain and jumps on the board on the way. The participant will be disqualified if he didn't ride the board before entering the hole. He stayed in the board while posing until it jumps. He dances in the sky. Daga bounced in the water 6 times, beating the current longest record. Distance, 24 meters. The result is recorded on a board hanging on a tree. It can be reordered so everyone can see who's on top. We have set a time limit, and anyone can do it again as many times as they like. Once everyone's turn is over. A moderate number of people are participating, but everyone's tempo is good, so no time was wasted. However, since the competition is monotonous, there are entertainments performed during breaks. The Elves Chorus, a musical performance. However, since they incorporated dance, it became an idols performance. The demonstration of the mountain elves. They demonstrated the practicality of using the water wheel as a source of power. The Demon Kings group reaction is great. A performance is set to 5 minutes, but there are also announcements which are set to only last for 10 seconds. The dwarves announced their new alcohol. It is a new sort of cocktail. They distributed it to collect impressions. The Oni maids also announced their new dish. Were they consulted by the dwarves beforehand? The taste is tailored to match the taste of the new cocktail. It is very delicious. Since Village 1, Village 2, and Village 3 will also participate in the festival, we also asked them to perform. The Minotaurs of Village 2 performed the harvest song and dance that they usually perform from their previous village. The Centaurs of Village 3 will shoot their bows while running. I guess this is similar to horseback archery. Their accuracy is about 50%, but every time they hit their target, cheers arise. The nunaphnes of Village 1 refused. They say that it will take 3 days for them to make the props they need for it. Let's ask them to make it during their free time next time. The guests' reactions are not bad. I thought of how different it is from that of the previous martial arts competition and stopped since I'm probably thinking too much. Upon looking at the place to where the Demon King, Doors, and Ancestor-san are, I can see that they are talking. They are probably using this chance to conduct a meeting. As time passes by, the first section, the part where the participants must run first, ended. The winner is the lizardman Daga. He was able to keep his balance while standing on the board even after the board has landed on the water. He looks like a surfer. The second placer is Tyr. The third placer is one of the Kuros. The fourth placer is the mountain Elfia. Yuri participated and managed to get the fifth place. Yuri was surprisingly good at balancing. In addition, Beazle, Glatz, Domain, Kwon, and Fushu also participated. Doors also tried to join, but he was stopped by Raymarin. Demon King seemed to have restrained himself. Though they were not able to join, everyone is having fun, so there's no problem. The second section is riding the board from the start. Because of that, we have to spread mucus on the slope of the mountain. The second section competes for the longest distance too, but there's a twist. The participant must pose in an interesting way. They should pose while in the air. Though their jumping distance is negligible, the small Beast Boys are taking it seriously. Ramurias, the caretaker of the Beastkins, was anxious. The Beast Boys managed to jump safely, but I regretted letting small children participate. Seeing the Beast Boys, Alfred wants to try it too, but I, as a parent, stop him. Let's wait until you're bigger. Surprisingly, the Section 2 winner is the wine slime. Is it only an accident that it was able to change shape when it was on the board? Or does it have the ability to think? It also flew a considerable distance. The second place is a Beast Boy. The third place is Raymarin. The fourth place is the Demon King. The fifth place is the Doors. Yeah, they were able to participate. Michael-san also participated, but he said that when he was inside the hole, he was really scared. Really? By the way, I didn't participate. Award ceremony. I reward 10 pieces of reward medals and a handmade trophy to the winners of each section. Thank you very much. Daga proudly raises his trophy and shows it around. The wine slime did not show any interest in the trophy, but it took the reward medals. Did it learn that it could trade it for alcohol? Ma, you have won, so pay properly. I also handed the other winners their reward medals. But should I give the non-resident winners too? I can exchange it for something now. There won't be a problem, right? Raymarin agreed to what Yuri said. Because of that, I gave them their just prize too. As soon as the sun goes down, the festival will be a banquet. Good, it ended without any problems. Chapter 130. Evaluation Meeting and Harpies. The festival executive committee gathers and sits around the table. The evaluation meeting for the festival will now start. Evaluation meeting. I don't think we failed in anything though. We did not fail in anything, but there are things we can improve. Yes, indeed. I myself wanted to make it into 3 sections. It should also be a good idea to make various type of boards. It is not part of the competition, but there is a problem with the food served. What kind of problems? The desserts are really popular. We were not able to try them. Ah, right. They should have reserved some for the management. Right. Since there were various opinions, I recorded them all. Next year, if we're going to do this again, I'll look at the list and improve them. Any input from the village chief? From me, well, what does it lack according to me? Section 1 and Section 2 both receive the same amount of reward medals. This might look like the ones who joined the section where one needs to run are not recognized. The number of the reward medal should be announced first. Once it was announced, it should not be changed. Although it is fun or artistic to see them pose in the air, it is difficult to evaluate. We should standardize it. I don't know how much restriction should we put. If that is the case, won't it be better to just decide by using the amount of water splashed upon landing? But it will be unfair because of the difference in physique. How about we let the village chief to be the only judge? That's some heavy respawn. Why don't we decide with who received the loudest applause? But each race has different population. What a difficult problem. Let's just put in the shelf. When we called for the residents of Village 1, Village 2, and Village 3, their villages will be left defenseless. There are Kuros and Spiderlings protecting those villages, but I can't say that they are perfectly safe. If something happens, we can't ask anyone since there's no one left on those villages who can speak. However, given all of those, should we continue on summoning every one of them, or would it be better for some of them to stay put on their villages during festivals? If some will be left to house sit, I'll have the caretakers choose who will participate in the Big Tree Village's festival and who will stay in their villages. However, in order to not make it hard for the caretaker, those who will stay in their villages must be properly compensated. If only the villages have elders, I'm sure it will be the nature of them to volunteer to house sit. However, every one of them is young. One of the disadvantages of having young residents. Gordon of Village 2 volunteered to house sit, but if their representative won't be able to participate, who can I expect the local residents to fully participate in the festival? Thus, the evaluation meeting continued. By the way, village chief. What is it? Though this is not a topic that should be discussed during the evaluation meeting, what should we do with our ongoing problem? Ongoing Fushu-san. When Ancestor-san returned home, I thought she would return with him, but she remained in the village. She's currently staying at the inn. As soon as the sunrise, she'll pray at the shrine of Big Tree Village. I don't mind her doing that at all. About her staying in the village, Ancestor-san left some money, so there's also no problem, but it shines. The statue I carved. Is it shining because someone finally prays on it correctly, or is it magic? If an ignorant person sees this, he'll definitely become a religious fanatic immediately, or at least that's what I think will happen. The problem is that it's even dazzling at night. I think the spiderlings are finding it annoying. If she can lessen the brightness at night, I'll tell that to Fushu-san. If there's no on off button, I'll just make a curtain to shield it. The evaluation meeting ended like that. No, I think there are still things we need to talk about. Like, is it really fine to let doors and others to participate, or is it necessary for a part of the course to be underground? Let's deal with it leisurely. The wine slime came to trade its reward medals. Though it is a slime, it seems to be intelligent. No, I have already felt that it really is for a long time. Is it a unique characteristic of a wine slime? In any case, anyone who has reward medals has the right to trade it. As expected, you want alcohol. My expectation was right on the spot. To tell the truth, I'm also partly expecting it to trade with some crops to brew alcohol itself, but it only trades for a ready-made alcohol. However, I was surprised that it did not use all of it. It only trades one piece. It is planning for the future. Doesn't that make it really intelligent? To think that it could plan for the future. It passed all its remaining reward medal to an Oni maid. Is this for all the alcohol it stole? Why does it look like a child giving back to its parents? Like a parent's allowance. No, it seems like it's bragging. It seems like it has no intention of keeping it. In any case, every villager, including the Oni maids, look at the wine slime in a new light. The harpies came back. 17 families, 42 individuals. Kirbit and some other angels are accompanying them. You're slow. Don't say that. We exterminated the undead before coming here. HNN, perhaps those who are located northeast from here. Yes, they are the reason why we left Garrett Kingdom in the first place. I see. They met Gran Maria when they were on their way to exterminate the undead. Who requested you? Koran religion. We have been in a collaborative relationship, so it is hard to decline. Angels are also strong against undead. Is that so? Yes, but not a lot of us wants to battle. Therefore, please offer your hospitality. I understand. We'll prepare food, alcohol, and bath for you. Thanks. The angels that came with Kirbit were the same angels that came with her here before. I wonder when will the angels invited by Gran Maria come. In any case, I left the harpies to Gran Maria. Are the harpies going to be all right at Village 1? Of course, is there a reason to not let the harpies there? They even already stayed there before with Kirbit. Although they are not that weak, this is the forest of death. All right, let's have them stay at the inn and the mansion for now. As a result of a discussion, it was decided that the harpies will stay at Big Tree Village, and a huge house will be built for them. The harpies' job will be scouting the vicinity from the air. If they feel that something happened, they must report it immediately to Gran Maria. With them, the scouting range of the angels now extends to Village 1, Village 2, and Village 3. It seems like they are flying in a group for a while to try various things. I want you to do your best. Are, then, what will be the role of the angels that were invited by Gran Maria? Chapter 131. There's a variety. Delicious, one more cup. Kirbit and the other angels are enjoying their dinner. Alcohol is also served during dinner of the guests, and it will become a banquet once alcohol is served. Because the residents will also participate in the banquet, it will also become lively. The harpies are participating too. It is a good drinking party. Are they already drunk? Kirbit has started something like a tap dance. With her light rhythm, the place is now full of excitement. Tiranya also danced. I don't mind them doing so, but please stop tempting me. And please, don't dance on the table. My head hurts. This is a trial. Kirbit and her group of angels and the harpies slept until noon. I don't mind if they drink, but they should at least control themselves a little to not suffer any after effect the next day. The alcohols here are delicious. Even someone who drinks for the first time won't be able to hold back. Donovan visits for them, but he doesn't look worried. He did not regulate the alcohol the guests drunk, so I guess it's fine. By the way, aside from the harpies, none of the residents had hangover. They are working hard as usual. By the way, Kirbit seemed to have influenced the spiderlings with her tap dance. The mansion was silent until now, but you can hear rhythmical footsteps around since that night. Maybe I should tell them to set a place and time when they can practice. This might work. The tired Lu and Tyr handed a medicine to Fushu. That is not a hangover medicine, but the reason why Fushu went to this village. It is a medicine for a certain disease. Fushu's son is suffering from an incurable disease, so she asked Lu and Flora to make a medicine to cure him. Ancestor San was the one who suggested it, so they can't refuse. Ma, their celebrated figure has spoken, so there's no way they can refuse. They will need courage to refuse. To gain the favor of their celebrated figure, the two of them did their best. I didn't know about it, but Lu and Flora are quite famous in the pharmacy world. They don't lack skill in making medicine. The problem is the materials of the medicine, but all of them are available in the medicinal herb field of the village. As for Fushu, she was really surprised because she knows how hard it is to gather materials for medicine making. Now you only have to wait for Ancestor San to pick you up. He was already informed on how much time it will need for the medicine to be made. I think he'll be here after 2 to 3 days. When we are talking about him, Ancestor San suddenly appeared. And here I thought I'm too early. This is great. Religion Founder Sama, my apologies for troubling you. It's okay. I'm free anyway. Now, though I just arrived, do you want to go home immediately? Yes, thank you very much. Fushu, who has a small amount of luggage and a large amount of souvenir, returned with Ancestor San. Ancestor San's long-distance traveling method is similar to teleportation magic. It is only similar, but it is different from ordinary teleportation magic. An ordinary teleportation magic can be described as making a gate that connects two different spaces. The magical power consumption is dependent on the size of the gate, the quantity of things that will pass through that gate, and the distance. In addition, it is a high-tier magic. From all the people I know of, Beazle is the only one who can do it. I thought that the dragons can't use it, but it seems like they only don't want to because of the high magical power consumption. They have wings and they are proud so they can travel wherever they want. They can but don't use it. I have to point that important detail out. On the other hand, Ancestor San's teleportation magic can teleport things at a specific location. Though it is similar and can also be described as a sort of teleportation magic, it seems like only Ancestor San can use it. I'm back. Ancestor San, who I thought returned home, returned immediately. You just left a little while ago. You can take it easy. Ancestor San handed me a small shield. I wonder if this is some sort of present or lodging fee. What's this? A magical shield. If you decorate your house with it, it will bestow it with fire protection and your house will be resistant to fire. Ooh, how useful. However, you have to keep it away from the kitchen. Hahaha, certainly. I decided to displace it at the entrance of the mansion. Allow me to prepare something for you as thanks for the medicine. I just told you about the situation, and we probably won't make it in time if we have to collect all of those medicine ingredients. Don't worry about it, but if you want to thank someone, you have to thank Lu and Flora since they were the one who worked hard. Please do so. Of course. Hahaha, by the way, didn't you already saw my medicinal herb field before? I did, but with my medicinal knowledge, I won't be able to recognize them. Really? But from what I heard from Lu, she only self-studied the journal written by Ancestor San. Didn't I tell you that I'm regularly erasing my memory? Keeping knowledge about medicinal ingredients is not very useful because the ecology of medicinal herbs will change with time. Hell, let's change the topic. How did you know Fushu-san? The moment one becomes a bishop of the Koran religion is the moment he'll become acquainted with me. They will be informed about me that time. Won't that bring trouble? It won't, though I don't know why they are easily convinced. Could it be because there's a variety of legends about you? Might be. Ancestor-san headed for a guest room of my mansion while laughing. And then I suddenly realized, shining statue. That was caused by Fushu-san. Thank you for taking care of us. I'm interested in that martial arts festival, but I have to go home soon. Kirbit said her goodbye before leaving. That's regrettable. Ma, if you ever were in the vicinity, please drop by. The harpies will be pleased. I'll do that. Kirbit's group are also holding souvenirs. Will this be all right? Just sit. I'll only send off you halfway. Kirbit's group will ride Rhapsody until the Demon King's kingdom's capital in the west. Frau and several civil servant girls are returning home for business. They're going to hitchhike. I wish I could use teleportation magic, but I guess learning it is really difficult. Probably. Even the simplest magic is difficult for me. There are rumors that there are some tools that can induce teleportation magic, but no one has ever saw the real thing. I'll surely take it if there's any. Hahaha. Doors or Ancestor-san might know about it. Kirbit's group rode Rhapsody and went away. Next will be the martial arts tournament. Ah, no, before that, Ria and the others will give birth first. Though I want to relax, I'm surely going to be busy. Chapter 132. Second Martial Arts Competition. Common Section, Warrior Section. Model Match. When I was thought about the preparation of the second martial arts competition, I informed the other organizers. Time is fast. However, Ria and the others haven't given birth yet. Though I'm a bit impatient about it, there's no use on being too anxious. The Martial Arts Festival this year also consists of 3 sections: Common Section, Warrior Section, and Knight Section. There is a rise of guests as well. That is aside from the usual dragons, Door's family, and usual demons, the Demon King, Yuri, and Beazle. This time, Quan and Quarren and Glatz and Randon are here too. The Lamias are here, and Gulf's group of beastkins as well to participate. There's also Ancestor-san, but in his case, he never left the village since he brought Fushu back home. Isn't he an important figure of the church? Don't he have anything to do there? Anyway, the martial arts competition began. Hakurin and Rhapsody are the referees like last time. The common section has the same rule as last year. There are also several lucky and misfortunate matchup. One of the civil servant girls fought against a minotaur. She was defeated. It was like a match whether her magic will work or not. And the Centaurs were really at a disadvantage because of the stage. I ran too much and fall outside the ring. I didn't do anything. Can this really be considered as a win? One of the beast girls was confused about her unexpected victory. The matches proceeded smoothly. How peaceful. The warrior section is also using the same rule last year. The winner will remain on the ring and continues to fight. The one who won the most number of victory will be the champion. Those who lost can fall in line again, so if you are motivated, you can challenge as many times as you can. It's almost the same as last year. The difference is that there are 2 venues this time. There is another line of challengers in the vacant venue. There are lucky and misfortunate matchups here too. The biggest problem this time was already solved, which is making another ring. Though the Minotaurs helped, I still need to rush it. By the way, in the warrior section, like last time, the participants are the High Elves, Anis, Lizardmen, Dwarves, Mountain Elves, Beastkins from Howling Village, and Lamias of the Southern Dungeon. In addition to them, Frau and the Beastkin Senna, who showed great performance in the common section last year, joined, including the Minotaur Gordon and the Centaur Glueworld. I thought that this will be an unpredictable section, but Gulf, the Beastkin from Howling Village, is strong. It seemed like he has considerably trained. Unfortunately, his only good match last year, the Mountain Elfia, won't be able to fight with him. You decided to participate in the night section this year. Though the Dwarf Donovan and the Centaur Glueworld fought bravely, Gulf became the champion. Good, I'll also participate in the night section next year. I must beat Yasan. The tired-looking Randon seems to be delighted of Gulf's victory. How confident. He lost when he fought against Gulf and Donovan. He is third place. By the way, Glatz won in the common section. Next is night section. But before that, there is the model match. Because there are many participants, it became a model match tournament. There were 8 participants: Dors, Raymarin, Grafaloon, Hakurin, Rasudi, Kwon, Demon King, and Zabuton. The dragon's eyes are full of motivation, but why is it that the eyes of the Demon King look dead? Also, what worried me the most is Zabuton participating. Thinking about it, I have never seen Zabuton fight. I think she's going to be okay since she's warming up while being surrounded by her spiderlings. The matchup will be decided by draw lots. The referee is Ancestor-san. Round 1, first match, Dors versus Demon King. The Demon King has a despairing face, and the result was as his face showed. As expected of the Demon King, he did his best to hang in there. After the match, a warm applause was sent to the Demon King. Round 1, second match, Rasudi versus Kwon. I personally supported Rasudi, but unfortunately, she was defeated. Kwon is one step ahead of her in everything. Although she lost, Rasudi looked refreshed, so I'm relieved. She also asked Kwon to fight her in various types of games. First round, third match, Grafaloon versus Hakurin. It was a fierce match. It seems to be related to the sexual advances of Grafaloon to Dorame during the old times. It seems like Hakurin used to drive her away, but they look like close friends now. I'll clear you of the grudge I hold since that time. Which time? Yup, a great match. Both of them became ragged, but Hakurin won in the end. First round, fourth match, Raymarin versus Zabuton. I don't know Zabuton's fighting ability, so I don't know what to expect in this match. Raymarin moved swiftly to avoid Zabuton's string shot. She also used Bunshin. She has at least 10 Bunshin when she attacked Zabuton. Because each Bunshin attacked differently, it looks like she's being attacked by a number of enemies. However, Zabuton caught them all and tied Raymarin to win the match. When her victory was announced, she called her spiderlings at the ring and performed a tap dance. Zabuton practiced too. I applauded because of the superb group dance. This is the first time I see someone defeated my wife's Bunshin. Yeah, each one of mother-in-law's Bunshin can destroy a mountain in one blow. It was 16, right? She caught them all. Is this a joke? Yeah, what could I have done if it were me? Second round, first match, Dors versus Kwon. I wonder how much their difference is. Dors overwhelmingly won. It seemed like Rasudi and Kwon's battle. You would have one if you already know how to read your opponent's next move. As expected, do your best in your next match, father-in-law. They look fresh even after a match. Third round, second match, Hakurin versus Zabuton. I'm terribly troubled on which one to cheer on. I only hope that neither of them will be hurt. As soon as I thought of that, the match ended. Zabuton's victory. Hakurin was not able to do anything. She is now mummified with web. After that, I had to cheer up the sulking Hakurin for a while. Finals, Dors versus Zabuton. It is a fierce battle. At first, Zabuton attacks one-sidedly, but Dors evades it all. Then, their position changed. That scenario was repeated for 3 times, but Dors won in the end. I applauded Zabuton, who were carried down by her spiderlings from the stage. As expected of father. No, she just gave way. This isn't something I can boast of. Really? You want evidence? Look. She's waving her legs toward here. She gave me face as I'm the Dragon King. I am the Demon King, but even if you're the Demon King, the other participants are absurd. You did your best, father. I've seen it with my own eyes. As expected of you, Demon King Sama. And the model match ends, the night section starts. No, after that match. Yeah, can you give us a little breather? That was intense. The heat was too much because of the model match, so we took a break. Chapter 133. Second Martial Arts Competition, Night Section. Until the competition starts again, the Harpies performed their rain dance. The nunaphnes performed an unusual dance, and the elves performed a musical. The Harpies did not participate in the martial arts competition, so they seemed to be looking forward to this performance of theirs. The nunaphnes and the elves are the same. It seems like they have prepared especially for their performance too. Though their performances are only fillers, they are really good to watch. It seems like they managed to move the moods of the night section participants. There are 16 participants in this year's night section. The only participants last year that will not participate are the pregnant Rhea and Anne. All last year's participant will participate again. They are the vampire Lu, the angel's Tyr, Gran Maria, Kudel and Coron, the lizardman Daga, the devil's Bulga and Stefano, the inferno wolf Uno, the spider Makura, and the lamias Junia and Sunia. In addition to them are the new participants, which are the mountain Elfia, the inferno wolf Masyuki, the Cossidus wolf Fubuki, and the angel Kirbit. Kirbit said before that she's interested in the martial arts tournament but could not participate. Ancestor San, who heard about it, brought her here with his teleportation magic. Looking at the other participants, she made a troubled face. Is she all right? Tyr cheer her up to the point that she declared that she'll be this year's champion. How did she do that? But Kirbit's first match is against the last year champion Makura. She was defeated, as expected of their racial affinity. I wasn't able to do anything. Gran Maria consoled the crying Kirbit. By the way, the night section advanced fast. The first round ended in no time. It advanced fast, but each match was full of ups and downs. There is no sure win or lose. Everyone tried hard. The winners of the first round are the last year winner Makura, the Cossidus wolf Fubuki, the vampire Lu, the angel Tyr, the inferno wolf Uno, the devil Bulga, and the lamias Junia and Sunia. Fubuki won against Ya, Lu won against Gran Maria, Tyr won against Coron, Uno won against Masyuki. Bulga won against Stefano, Junia won against Kudel, and Sunia won against Daga. The two lamias surprised everyone. Everyone knows how they fight using their lower snake body, but they polished it more. I have a feeling that they are taking these matches seriously as a race. I mean, they both won by wrapping the enemy using their lower body, while making sure that their upper body is in a higher position. Using that strategy, they carried the match's momentum and won. Rhea and Anne, who were sitting beside me, told me the horror of their strategy. You two are pregnant, so please be careful and don't get too excited. After some time, the second round started. The lamias got unlucky this time. It became a match against Junia and Sunia. The winner is Junia, as expected of the leader of the lamias. However, both of them are injured, so Flora had to heal them with magic. The other matches are amazing too. The match between the last year's winner Makura and the Cossidus wolf Fubuki. Whoever wins between them, I won't find it strange. The winner is Makura. However, although she was the victor, it cost Makura one leg. Though she lost one leg, it seems like it will grow back again in time. However, because she still needs to fight again, Makura received regeneration magic treatment from Doors and Raymarin. Though she lost, it seems like Fubuki doesn't need to be healed with magic. The two remaining matches, the vampire Lu versus the angel Tyr, the inferno wolf Uno and the devil Bulga. The same matches like the last competition, but the result was reversed. As if their conversation from the last competition is some sort of premonition, the vampire Lu won against Tyr. Lu-san, you dirty girl desu. I even gave a hint about how we should fight. Uno managed to counterattack Bulga's Bunshin and managed to claim victory. Did he learn something from Zabutin's battle against Raymarin in the model match? But just because he learned something means it's an easy battle. Uno received a lot of Bulga's attack that almost crippled him. However, he managed to capture Bulga once that made him the victor. The moment I was caught, the things that I can do was reduced to minimum. Semi-finals. The first match is Makura versus Lu. Makura's leg was perfectly restored. Restoration magic is amazing. Makura moved at high speed using its legs. Lu played with her using tricky movements. And victory rolled to the hands of Makura. So what is the reason of Makura's victory, or should I say, Lu's defeat? Lu show off at the audience using eye-catching movement, and during that time, Makura managed to complete the trap she's setting. Regrets. Lu regretted triggering Makura's trap, because she's busy showing off to the audience. Second match, Uno versus Junia. I'm unsure how things will turn out, but Uno overwhelms Junia right from the start. I felt like something's wrong with Junia. It seems like she feels heavy, or was it that her trauma resurfaced when their dungeon was attacked by the Kuros in the past? If that is the case, I'm sorry. Final. Last year's winner Makura versus the Inferno Wolf Uno. According to what the audience is talking about, Makura is definitely the dominant one. To show their support, Uno's partner, Kurasan, and the other Kuros surrounding the venue howled. The air shook in an instant. I don't know who will win. Zabuton, who was injured in the model match, is also watching. It was a fierce match. They approached each other rapidly, and when they were about to hit each other, they immediately took some distance. They have clashed a number of times already, so why? It seems like Uno and Makura are hiding to everyone that they both had a long-range attack to only use it in this match. Makura flies while holding a rounded web. It is something that will not inflict damage, but it will limit the enemy's movements once it hits. Uno's mouth opened widely. Fireball. The fireball flew. In terms of power, Uno's long-range attack is superior. However, Makura managed to withstand it. Uno's fireball hit and gave her a considerable damage, but Makura managed to throw the web ball to Uno, making him unable to move. Makura attacks at that instant. I thought that time that it will be Makura's victory, but I was wrong. Uno's horn shined blue. He used it to break the webs and his freedom. He then intercepts Makura's attack. Because of Uno's attack, Makura was blown into the air. This is definitely a chance. Uno roared. His body size was doubled. He can do that. He spitting fireball is already surprising enough. It seems like I'm not the only one surprised. A commotion resounded in the venue. What happened next is Uno's pursuit. Makura was knocked down and defeated. The winner is Uno. The rejoicing howl of the Kuros around the venue was amazing. Uno's partner, Kurasan, was the one who was pleased the most. Though it was regrettable for Makura, I'm happy for Uno. When I was thinking about the awarding ceremony, a problem occurred at the place where I am. Ria and Anne, who were watching the finals with me, went into labor. I panic. Chapter 134. Childbirth after the martial arts competition. The martial arts competition ends, and the usual banquet follows. After watching the blood-boiling martial arts competition, everyone is now enjoying eating and drinking. Though Ria and Anne labor at the time of the awarding ceremony, they were able to persevere. Ria safely gave birth to a boy. Anne safely gave birth to a boy too. Though a little late compared to the first two, Rise and Rafa gave birth too. They both gave me sons too. It's not like I wish for a certain sex to be born, but why are they all boys? I wanted men in this village, but this is not what I mean. Unlike me, the high elves were in an uproar after 3 males were born at once. As for the Anis, they are crying. The future of the Anis is bright. There are more reasons for a banquet now. Because of that, the banquet will be held for 3 days straight. Though we encountered a problem just before the award ceremony, we still managed to do it. Night section champion, Uno, is his bulking up that time only a technique? He's back to his normal size now. I'm glad he's back to normal. Conferring the crown and the trophy are troublesome, just like the last time. Though the trophy and crown will be put in display near the hall at the entrance of my mansion, Uno is currently wailing embarrassingly with a crown on his head and a trophy on his mouth. Kurasan, who's beside Uno, looks more cheerful than him. It's good that they're close. Although Makura was defeated, she doesn't seem to be disappointed. She was eating potatoes with Zabuton, who had just recovered from the damage she received from the model match. Good, it seems like she's teaching her a new skill while eating. Even though it is already night, everyone doesn't seem to cool down from the martial arts competition. There are still those who want to use the ring and fight. The champion of the warrior section, the Beastman Gulf of Howling Village, is having a match with the lizardman Daga. Daga is dominating. The mountain elf team up with the devil Stefano for a tag match against the Inferno Wolf Masayuki and the Angel Gran Maria. The matches ended quickly. They probably only want to digest what they just ate. There are 2 rings, so those who wish to have a match don't need to wait long, but I want them to don't overdo it and don't get injured if possible. Ancestor-san served as the referee, sorry for the trouble. Door's group of dragons concentrates on eating, drinking, and watching performances. The group exercise by the lizard men was well received. Their movements, including their tails, are fascinating. Seeing them, the harpies began trying it themselves. Can you do that after the banquet ends? It is dangerous to do that since you are under the influence of alcohol. The beastkins performed acrobatics. They balance on a ball, performed a seesaw jump, trapeze 2 in short, circus. Don't perform knife throwing. That's dangerous. Acrobatics are fun to watch but bad for the heart. Perhaps that is the charm of acrobatics. The spiderlings had set up their webs all around as safety measures, so I guess it's all right. Thanks. Glatz looks happy with Renana, while Beazle is showing Randon around the village. Thinking about it, I have been acquainted with Beazle for a long time. The two of them seem to have just taken a bath. I don't mind you doing so, but please don't bring alcohol in the bathroom. Yuri, Frau, and the civil servant girls are talking about various things. Sometimes you can hear their bright laughter. Are they having some love talks? Better take some distance, or I'll get caught. Ma, though I've seen everyone doing various things, the most energetic in the banquets are the high elves and the Anis. They are drinking more alcohol than usual. The dwarves are in full blasts with their role as bartenders. The food, they are cooking for themselves. I understand that you are in the mood for celebration because of the child births, but don't drink too much. Like that, the banquet continued, but some people returned home the second day because they still need to take care of the fields. As expected, it is a little bit unfair for the residents of Village 2 and Village 3. Or maybe, the only one who thinks that this is unfair is me. In any case, I made sure that the Kuros and Spiderlings who are guarding Village 2 and Village 3 can enjoy the food too. Beazle, Glatz, and Randon decided to return home on the night of the second day. I want to enjoy it a little more. Renana, I will come again. Prioritize your job. It seems like the Demon King is also busy, but he'll still stay. The dragons will stay as long as the banquet continues. They are basically free. However, it seems like they need to be in a certain place in order to put pressure on strong existence. Ma, there is nothing wrong with being absent in a year or two. Is it all right for Rasudi and Hakurin to stay in this village? Of course, there's no problem. Can you tell me the truth? It is quite easy to tell them to stay on a certain place, but I want her to stay in this village to fulfill my dream of my eldest daughter giving birth to a child. You're really saying that while glancing at me. This medicine is good for relieving fatigue. If used by a human, he'll be able to work hard for 10 days. That's dangerous. It is not, it is safe to consume. No, I'm not saying dangerous in that sense. Ma, whatever. Please don't show that to others. I will do so in the future. I already hand some to others. Ada. I would like to believe that no one will try to drug the village chief. Let's believe them. The foregiving birth enlivened the end of the martial arts competition and gave the big tree village vigor. And I feel like the others want to get pregnant more. I will do my best to not consume that medicine. I also want to praise the one who tried to give one to me up front. I'll have her take care of the others for the time being. I'll just have to not completely fail at least until the banquet ends. My cheeks are melting as I look at my new sons. Somehow, Gulf of the Howling Village and the Lamias remained for a while even after the party was over. Their purpose is special training. Uno and Makura have one already, and the lizardman Daga is also popular. Daga is not weak, but why is it that he's as popular as Uno and Makura? It seems like it is because he's a humanoid. Indeed. Uno and Makura are definitely irregular opponents. Daga is aware of the reason of his popularity, so he had refrained from using tail attacks. That is probably another reason for his popularity. I glanced at Gran Maria. Don't we have to work? Of course. Good, let's do our best today too. Upon hearing me, they all suddenly beat up their opponents with their every effort. By the way, Flora, who was asked to be the healer during the martial arts competition, during the banquet, and during the special training after the banquet, was tired. Can't you praise me a little more? She's absolutely correct, thus I praised Flora. Chapter 135. Naming and Future. The names have been decided. Ria's son is Ririus, Rai's son is Riguru, Rafa's son is Rat. Anne's son is Taurine. High Elves' children were named by their mothers. I'm not sure if it is a custom or a law, but I feel like they need to use the first syllable of their names. Regarding Taurine, his name is the result of me and Anne consulting Doors, Demon King, and Ancestor San. At first, Anne proposed a certain name, but I find it hard to pronounce it. To put it simply, it is something like combining only consonants. At first, I thought that Anne was bullying him by naming him after a devil from hell. But I know that both of us love our son, so I stopped thinking that way. Is it that if someone were to know his true name, he can only be obedient to that person until death? Nah, it would be better if his name is easy to pronounce. However, what I intended to is not working. No, it is better to say that I could not satisfy Anne. When I told her my proposal, she only said, "I understand," in a lonesome manner, so I have to find another way to solve this. Ma, I'm not confident in my naming sense, so I can't name him too. Since I was troubled, I consulted the Demon King, who was just by my side at that time. That might have been a mistake. You are asking me, the Demon King, for that. You don't have to participate if you don't want to. Doors and Ancestor-san participated, and they came up with a lot of name ranging from the meaning of names and some great men in the past. In a way, these three were more enthusiastic compared to me and Anne. I can understand Doors and Ancestor-san, but I don't know why the Demon King is so eager. Father, do you really have to take that much time just to name a child? I agree with Yuri. Eventually, the three of them narrow it down to one name each. To choose from one of those, we use draw lots in front of the big tree villagers. In order to not let anyone complain, we even performed that draw lot in front of the God of Creation's statue. Anne checks the three names first before putting them in a box. I'll be the one who'll draw one out. The result is Taurine. The Demon King raised both his hands to the sky to express joy. I think that the names that were not chosen were not bad. I'll be glad if you grant them to your next children. I agree. Yes, those names are not bad. I'll do what you said. If the mother permits it, I'll name my next two sons with the names that Doors and Ancestor-san thought of. I'll probably have more children because I'm doing this and that. Ria, Rise, and Rafa, I've been mean. I only took care of Taurine. I apologize to the three of them. I've only been devoting my time with Anne and Taurine because of the naming incidents. You're not, since Doors-sama and the others are involved. You're right, but it still pains my heart. We don't mind it. We are even thankful that you let us name our sons. Compared to Anne, they are very familiar with the name they gave. That end. Ria, who's holding Ririus, straightened her posture. I have said this so many times, but please let me raise our son as the High Elves' leader. It will be as Ria's desire. Thank you very much. Rise and Rafa, you can also raise our sons according to what you hope them to. The two of them bowed. When a boy was born, it is not like he is a threat to Alfred's position. If it's just me, I wouldn't even think about such unnecessary thing, but when Ria and the others are pregnant, they are not thinking the same. There will be no problem if it is a girl, but what will happen if another boy will join the family? Because of that, they took a step forward as a precaution. They said that no matter if their children will be male or female, the High Elves will raise them in Big Tree Village. Rise and Rafa's sons will also be raised by them as aides of Ria's son. I don't think that there is a need to decide what they will do in the future as soon as they were born, but the three of them insisted. Is it me that is strange? Can't children be raised as equally as possible? That thinking might not be suitable for this world. Ma, if that is the case, I'll just love you equally. There's also a possibility that they are only irritable because they just gave birth. Let's talk to them again after they calm down a little more. Also, I'll consult Lou and Tyr. I don't want my children to be raised by only their mothers. I want to become a good father, but it is not good to force others with my belief. To be honest, a good father for me is one that only has one wife. But that belief is useless with my current polygamous relationship. This is one of those times where my belief is like poison. I want to get through this leisurely, but children are involved, so I can't be careless. By the way, with regards to parenting, I rarely do something. Ririus, Riguru, and Rat will be raised in the High Elves' residence. I asked their mothers to raise them at my mansion, but they declined, saying that the children might misunderstand. I preached them about the importance of children being raised with their father, but it was useless. Ma, I wanted to explain the importance of environment to children, but they don't listen. I can only go there to see them. Anne's son, Taurine, is the son of the Oni maid representative, so he'll definitely be raised in my mansion, near my room. Or so I thought, because before I can even make that suggestion, it has already been decided that he'll be raised in the Oni maid's place. How sad, though it is good that it will be easy to meet him. In regards to parenting, it is said that the mother should be the one doing it as much as possible. Although those are the words of Doors. Ancestor-san and the Demon King also said something similar, so I did not go against it. But before that, there is something I really want to consult them. I showed Alfred and Tysel to their newly born brothers, but it seems like they don't understand their position. They are siblings, but with different mothers. Even so, I want them to get along. When I was embracing Taurine, I saw Kuro's lonely-looking face from a distance. I hand over Taurine to Anne, sit on the floor, and call Kuro. Kuro gladly came to my side and lay down. There's no need to hold back, you're my family too. I said that while petting Kuro, Yuki came to me and lay down as well. Ha ha ha. I'm petting Kuro and Yuki. Technically speaking, my relationship with them is longer than my relationship with Lou. I should also take a good care of them. When thinking so, something patted my back. When I look at it, countless number of Kuros are waiting in line. Okay, just for today. I also pet them all, tens of years later. Rearius, Taurine has returned from the south after his victory. As expected. Yeah, with Master Daga and Master Glueworld accompanying him, it is doable. You talk like it's simple, can you do the same? Ahahaha, will you leave the army to me? You have a good personality, but you're not suited for it, sorry. I will not be irresponsible enough to leave the army to you. Yes, I know that my commanding ability really sucks, so there's no need to say more. You are already shining in something other than leading the army, Mr. Forest Ambush King. That title doesn't make me happy at all. What's with Forest Ambush King? Can you change it? I would prefer Jet Black Chaos or Wave of the Demon Bow. Yes, I'll tell our parents that you are not satisfied with the name Rat. Mua. Let's end that chat there. Though the south was cleared up, the west side is being pushed. Go there and help Riguru. HNN, isn't Master Glatz already there? Will they really need me? This is a request from Master Glatz. He would like to hear about the strategy you formulated a little more. But they are fighting a frontal battle. Master Glatz is there. Riguru is also asking for help, and only you can move independently so there's no loss. Aren't you just doing various things in front of a desk? It's not like I wish for it, and we have no spare manpower, so it can't be helped. We widened our territory too much. Ha ha ha, that's because Master Makura and Master Uno were too enthusiastic. I feel sorry for their enemy. I know, right? That time, I swore to absolutely not to oppose Master Makura and Master Uno. Yeah, there are too many people we can't offend. Ha. Let's not count them, my heart will break. And to think that you and Riguro are called Sanin by the enemies. Forest Ambush King can't accept it. This is the first time I heard it. We are even called the Shinigami Brothers of the Depth. Ha. That's really a luxurious title for weak-ass brothers. Ah, that's enough, be careful, don't die. Yeah, you too. I had a strange dream. My dream is about my children fighting a war. They seem to be playing an active part, but it is a nightmare for a parent. Let's take a note of this to stop it from being a reality. Also, I need to expand the field so that we don't have to go out to earn money. I'll work hard for my children so they can take care of the farm. No, forcing them to be farmers is not good. I have to listen to their desire. Ano, village chief. The children can't talk yet, so I don't think it is the right time for career counseling. Because of my dream, I've taken a strange action. Chapter 136. Autumn harvest and this and that. Autumn has come. It is also harvesting time. So far, we have already harvested all the crops. All I need to do now is to plow them again using the aft to turn everything into soil and to also expand the field. Even though autumn harvest time means it's almost winter, I still need to turn them into soil. However, I need to be careful since this time, it's different from usual. It is because I will have Village 2 and Village 3 farm normally. I need to make sure that I'll leave the seeds for them to use. Can that really be done? There are crops with seeds, but aren't these too few? Also, should I just leave the root crops alone? Though there's a variety of them, I have to choice but to check them. But what about those seedless crops? How troublesome. Since banana has no seeds, what am I supposed to do with them? When plowing using the aft, is my consciousness considered as the seed? In any case, we can also try buying seeds and seedlings from another place. We are the only ones farming at this place, so we have to buy somewhere else. Normally, every place in existence should be practicing farming. The Minotaurs are a good example. They are experienced farmers. But presently, the only thing they can do is to put their hearts to it. In other words, The big tree village will do the usual after the harvest, but what will village 2 and village 3 do? That, I asked one of the civil servant girls to have the others assembled. This wine, it is a little bitter, but we can take care of it by peeling the skin. The dwarf Donovan said so. I wonder what he wants to imply. You can do it yourself, why are you telling me that? I don't think it is something he needs my permission to do. No, that is, we lack manpower to peel the grapes. I see, do you have someone in mind? I want to ask for the beast girls because of their dexterity, but they are busy in times like this. Indeed. They are busy making oil and other processed goods. The high elves and the mountain elves are also busy with their usual winter work, the lizard men too. During this season, it will be harder to find someone who is available. Our work was basically stacked up, because we were not able to do them during the martial arts festival and the autumn harvest. Thus, as a result of looking for manpower, can you ask the Lamias if they want to earn? I want to hire them. Thus, you require my permission. I don't mind, but what are you paying them with? Food and accommodation while staying in this village. I'll also give them crops as payment since they want it. All right, no problem. Donovan, you can decide the quantity and what crop you'll pay them with. Affirmative, leave it to me. Thus, a group of Lamia came, 6 of them. The group of Lamia stayed in the village to help with brewing alcohol. They are in charge of peeling the grapes and mashing them. Yeah, a peaceful scene. When harvesting ends, it is barter time with the Howling Village. This time, Daga is our representative. It seems like he promised to meet them after they returned home at the end of the martial arts festival. I don't mind, but please don't forget why you're there. 2 of the civil servant girls accompanied the group to do the accounting. As for the physical labor, we'll employ the residents there. Because of their ongoing circumstances, I want them to earn a little. They seem to be having trouble with the human village again. I don't mean to thrust your neck, but can't you do anything about it soon? The human village that is troubling the Howling Village is also part of the Demon King's kingdom, so won't it be solved once I spoke with either the Demon King or Beazle? Ah, but Gulf joined the martial arts competition, and I'm sure he saw both the Demon King and Beazle. At that time, did he manage to convey the problem to the Demon King or Beazle? I'll just think about my next move after talking with the residents of Howling Village. I was consulted. Me, talk to the Demon King. Daga came back from the Howling Village with Gulf. As for the explanation, it seems like the village is already reaching its limit, and they are already on the verge of moving away. Originally, if the village is in trouble, the village leader, the one who governs the villages, will be their representative to appeal to the feudal lord. Once you submitted your appeal, it means that you are entrusting everything to the feudal lord, and you'll follow his decision that follows. However, the feudal lord is very inclined to the humans and is very distrustful of the Howling Village, so the appeal is pointless. Therefore, the only way is to appeal to someone higher than the feudal lord. They thought of directly appealing to the Demon King. Can you please speak to Demon King Sama on our behalf? On your behalf, in short, you just want me to convey what's happening to your village to the Demon King. Yes. Why didn't you speak with him during the martial arts competition? Impossible. Ada. Frau barged in while I was speaking with the embarrassed Gulf. Ah no, Demon King Sama is the greatest person of the kingdom. There is no way that an ordinary citizen can directly speak with him. But he even thought of a name for my son. Normally, that will never happen. In other words, but if it is the village chief, I think it is possible for you to speak directly to Demon King Sama. Looks like it. Let's hear the root of the trouble first. Though I'm still not convinced, I want to know how worse the situation of Howling Village is. The name of the human village that is troubling the Howling Village is Huma Village. The cause of dispute, a woman who married someone from Howling Village returned to Huma Village. After that, the business with Howling Village has suddenly become unfair, and they also pressure to the surroundings. The Howling Village did not stay silent and try to appeal about their situation to the surrounding village. The Howling Village thought that they will compromise with the help of the surrounding village, but Huma Village chooses to stop trading. And it leads down to the present situation. The Howling Village is being accused of the reason why the woman returned to Huma Village. I see, why did she return? Is her relationship with his husband bad? No, their conjugal relation was not bad. The woman is also a good daughter-in-law. However, She was not able to adapt to the living condition in the mountain that deteriorates her physical condition. The woman desperately tried to remain, but she was still sent back to Huma village because if she'll die. So that's why you returned her. Yes. Maybe because I'm hearing the story from the Howling Village's side. I can't see what the Howling Village has done bad. I also think that it is good that the Howling Village has not brought out their arms and tried to deal with it calmly. Why is the feudal lord close with the Huma village? The feudal lord is a human. In addition, Huma village is closer to the lord's mansion than the Howling Village. The lord has never come to Howling Village, but the lord has stayed many times in Huma village. That feudal lord, why is he only backing up the village that has taken care of him? To begin with, the village mayor and I already went to the lord to talk about the current situation. However, the Huma village insisted that Howling Village is evil. Though we want all of these to be solved with talking, we left thinking that it's useless. Fumu, is he implying that Huma village is a bully? I want to hear Human village's side. Frau has signaled me from behind while I was thinking. There is something I want to verify. HNN. I listened to Frau and continue to interrogate Gulf. Is the woman who returned home a daughter of someone influential in Huma village? I heard that she's a relative of the village chief of the Huma village. And the husband from Howling Village. The village mayor's son. He's Senna's older brother. How did they become a couple? It was decided by their parents. I heard that it is to deepen the friendship of Huma village and Howling Village. Is their marriage celebrated? Yeah. There's a grand celebration at Huma village. Even the feudal lord participated. After I finished the interrogation, I looked at Frau. She's holding her head. What happened? After hearing all of those, it is completely obvious that Howling Village is the villain. This world, I still don't understand the rules here that much. Is it because of cultural difference? Chapter 137. Howling Village's Trouble. We part from Gulf a little as I listen to Frau's explanation. They must have not thought about what marriage means and treats her like an ornament. If someone wants to deepen his relationship with you and gave you something to signify it, what do you think will happen if that something was not suitable for the village? Can you really just return it? Now that you said it, it seems like they are not willing to deepen their relationship. Right, exactly. However, what happened here is that it didn't happen to an ornament, but to a person. From my point of view, the Howling Village just don't want to take responsibility and doesn't want the trouble of letting her die there. Just like you said, it is a grave misconduct. But there is more to it. The proof of goodwill of the village. Are you really just going to let it rot on your side, then return it as it rots? Of course not. If you feel the same as the other side and wants to build a good relationship with them, you'll definitely not return it. Right. You will take a good care of that ornament and will never let it rot no matter what. If they really have a good intention, why did it not happen? I wonder. I want to confirm this later, but did they really treat the woman that is married to their house in a good way? So, you are trying to imply that the Howling Village did not recognize the marriage the same way as the Huma Village did. I think so. In addition, the Lord is also involved. Yeah, he did participate in the wedding ceremony. Right, in other words, the Lord recognized their marriage. However, they returned the woman back to the village. It is a direct slap at the Lord's face. Is it? If you look at it deeper, there is also the possibility of that woman being an illegitimate daughter of the Lord. The feudal lord doesn't just attend a wedding ceremony of an ordinary citizen. The lord's daughter from Huma village was returned there without being cherished. I'm already surprised that the lord did not assemble his army to advance to Howling Village. I asked Gulf the thing that Frau wants to ask. She's definitely treated like a wife. She doesn't seem to be dissatisfied too. To save time, Frau sat next to me. That's natural. She was sent there as a wife so she can't show that she's dissatisfied. In other words, you are saying that they are treating her badly. If her body did not deteriorate, I wouldn't suspect so, but about that, she caught a mind cough. She'll die soon even if we don't return her. Die soon, mind cough. Mind cough. My apologies, but what is a mind cough? It is like an omen sickness that if you get it, you'll surely die. Those who caught mind cough, they will immediately die if they don't leave the vicinity of the mine. There was that issue. We are living near a mine. We can't bear to see her suffering, so we forcibly returned her, but Did you mention the mine cough to Huma village? We said that she's sick and will be healed in time if she leaves the mine. However, they broadcast the divorce of the couple, and we were not able to do anything about it. Miscommunication. Miscommunication to Sue. Damn it. After that, Frau called Beazle via the small wyvern messenger. Beazle then went back and forth from the Howling village and Huma village. He also talked to the feudal lord to put an end to it all. Ma, it will not be restored soon, but the relationship between Howling village and Huma village is already moving towards that path. It seems like they are on the verge of going berserk if I have not visited them. Thank you. Also, Beazle. Don't worry about it. The Lord is a good and understanding person. Frorum, this is a form of borrowing my power that you should have not done. I think that this is still better than telling it directly to Demon King Sama. You're right, but in the future, I want you to think about the factions involved. In this matter, which faction is it? Count Pujuru. I'm sorry, father. There could have been an easier way to deal with it. Don't worry about it, you were not in the court for too long. Beazle returned home after eating dinner and taking a bath. An easy way to deal with it. Count Pujuru's daughter is currently residing in this village. One of the civil servant girls, Will it be easy to directly appeal to a count? A count is like the boss of a number of feudal lords in a certain territory, and their relationship is similar to a military commander and his subordinates. Since Beazle is a different territory boss, things will get complicated if words come out. It might even turn into a conflict. This time, it ended with the talk of Beazle and the Lord, so it seems like it will be treated as unofficial. Even so, I think it is still better to greet Count Pujuru for the time being. This molehill might turn into a mountain if it comes out later. It is really troublesome. Yes, I have made a wrong move due to carelessness. I have to reflect on what I've done. Ma, at least we solved one trouble. Let's think of it as a good thing. Yes, and that. The husband and wife, which are the reason of all the trouble, got remarried. The son of the village mayor of the Howling village and the relative of the village chief of Huma village. According to Frau's analysis, that girl is an illegitimate daughter of the Lord. She gave birth after returning to Huma village. Her child is a beastkin. The Huma village and the woman lowered their heads to the Howling village, and they hope that with their second marriage, everything will be fine. But for me, I think that if they have talked about everything in the first place, it will not turn to that. The Huma village is the one that forced the divorce, since they thought that the woman was treated unjustly by the Howling village and almost died. They probably find it hard to lower their head. At least I think that it is good that it did not escalate to an armed conflict, but since they remarried, there is a chance of her getting mine cough again if she lives in Howling village. It would be best if the husband lives in Huma village instead. However, it will be a symbol of Howling village bending their knees to Huma village. This is really annoying. As a result, the two of them and their child moved to Big Tree village. Though he is the next village chief of Howling village, living here is better than going to Huma village. Please take care of us from now on. Likewise, the Howling village's mayor's son, the Beastkin Gut, her wife is Nashi, their daughter is Nut. I think you already know, but... Yes, I will forget about being the village mayor's son and would live here as a normal villager. I am Senna's older brother, but I will lower my head and obey Senna. Gee, good. It is good that he's too understanding, being two, probably is good, right? Senna looks pleased with something. Cherish your wife and child. Yes. It has been 4 years since Nut was born. She's older than Alfred, so it will be great if she will be like an older sister. With this, the case was settled. That's what I thought. There's a newlywed couple. Let's build a new house. Since you will now stay in this village, why don't you marry here too? The high elves suggested, and the mountain elves followed up. There is a great shrine here. Ancestor San, who has been staying here for a long time, goes with the flow. Prepare for the banquet. Those who seemed to be waiting for the right timing gathered, and it was celebrated grandly. Let's think about the details next time. By the way, Gut's family fainted as they met Kuro and Zabuton. Are they really that scary? Though they did not faint, the Lamias, who are here to brew alcohol, screamed. They look scary, but they are not bad. Nut got used here after a couple of days, and she's even riding a Kuro to run around. Though Nashi is still scared, she's adjusting to her new life with the help of Senna. As for Gut, he was out cold for a couple of days, but he managed to recover after tasting the alcohol and food of this village. D. Do your best, me. Off topic. Gulf planned to stay in Big Tree Village this winter in order to watch over Gut. Is it okay? Don't you have a wife in Howling Village? It will be fine as long as I explain it properly. Besides, it is my wife who asked me to do so. HNN. Our daughter is here. Ah, right. Gulf stayed in the inn. Daga, Uno, and Makura also gather in the garden of the inn to have some sparring match. I don't mind, but please don't forget your job. Ria, I understand that you want to participate, but you still need to rest. Chapter 138. Hot Spring Investigation Group Reformation. The angels invited by Gran Maria did not come. What's wrong? I really would like to know. Gran Maria is a little anxious. On the other hand, Kirbit comes often to play. Kirbit, do you know something? About what? However, I told them that I come here to play. Gran Maria, among you angels, are most of you be considered as someone close to Kirbit? We're okay, but I can't really say about others. Since Kirbit often comes here to play, I wonder if that will make the others hesitate to come here. Just come whenever you feel like it. A loud sound broke out in a corner of the Big Tree Village. Failure. Right, failure. Regrettable. The dwarves, mountain elves, and Anis sighed all together. They are trying to make a pressure cooker. It is the result of me recalling the thing called pressure cooker and the convenience it gives to cooking. I taught them the structure, and it seems like it didn't go well. There are things where my knowledge about the structure of things is ambiguous, and it seems like it is difficult to make a pot that has a cover that doesn't let air escape. I thought that it will be simple as heated iron expands, but it doesn't seem to be so easy. By the way, they succeeded in obtaining the same effect the pressure cooker can give using magic. However, the data gathered is not enough to make a pressure cooker. I want to believe that they are not wasting time during this busy season. Beastkin Gut and human Nashi migrated here and are being helped by Senna. Gut is Senna's older brother, and they don't seem like they have a bad sibling relationship. Gut is also obediently following Senna, so no problem has occurred. Please take care of Gut's family for a while. I intended to do that from the start. You do not have to worry. Ramurias, the caretaker of the Beastkins, has no problem in accepting Gut's family. It is a good family. The Beast Boys are also familiar with Gut and Nashi, and they are also making friends with Nut, the daughter of the two. In the future, she might be partnered with one of them. Yup, the future is bright. Ancestor San, the vampire's progenitor, the great Koran religion founder, is helping with harvesting, cooking, and he's also making accessories. Other than that, he enjoys morning, noon, and evening baths, and he also plays from time to time. He's especially skilled in mini bowling, darts, and golf. My impression of him, good time management skill. His instant teleportation is convenient too. It is a little unique, but it's not too difficult. It is a magic I developed after erasing my memory. Hattie, I would have asked him to teach me if I have magical talent. While I'm feeling impressed, Lou tells me secretly. Ancestor Sama is the only one who doesn't find it difficult. A normal person has to spend his whole life to learn it. That's the difficulty level. I see. By the way, village chief. The thank you gift of Fushu from her previous request will be ready the next spring. Is that so? I don't know what it is, but I'm looking forward to it. I'm sure you'll be pleased. Of course, Lou and Flora will be pleased as well. It was Lou and Flora that suffered during that time, so I'll be grateful if they'll be pleased. Once harvesting is finished, preparations for winter are carried out. It is mainly securing firewoods that will be used during winter and collecting materials for the work that will be performed inside the mansion. And making preserved food too. Making preserved food is simple, we just smoke meat. They mainly come from killer rabbit with horns and great boar that the Kuros hunted. By the way, not too long ago, they had to look for me to take care of great boars, but now, they don't need my help. It seems like there are a rise in the number of wolves like Uno who can hunt a great boar alone, and the others can take care of it with a team. You've become more reliable, but I prefer you not getting hurt. As we prepare for winter, I suggested something if we can afford to do so. Let's reform the Hot Spring Investigation Group. Hot Spring? I personally want to go to that hot spring beyond the northern dungeon. Last time, they said that it is too hot bath into, but if I'm with them, I'll be able to draw water from the river. Of course, I'll be the leader. No, even if I'm not the leader, it will mean nothing if I'm not participating. In addition, I still have yet say hello to the Titans of the Northern Dungeon. I have known their existence for some time, but I have not yet met any of the Titans from the Northern Dungeon, attaching various reasons for me to be able to join the Hot Spring Investigation Group was met with strong resistance from the villagers. First of all, I don't mind the reformation of the Hot Spring Investigation Group. A villager compromised. However, it is dangerous, so I oppose the participation of the village chief. Or not, is the North really that dangerous? If you really want to greet the Titans of the Northern Dungeon, let's call them here. No, that would be impolite. Considering our power relationship, it is fine. On the contrary, why is it that they haven't greeted you yet, and why is it that no one has raised this issue until now? No, wait. Is their race that friendly? That they will come here to greet me without calling them? Besides, why do you want to greet them yourself? Have they done something that's significant for you to do that? Should I be indebted to them first before I greet them? Last year. When we noticed that we don't have enough houses for the newly arrived residents, they promised that they will take them in. It is not a favor but a trade, since we will hand them some supply. In addition, Hakuren-san and Rasudi-san exterminated most of the bloody vipers that are troubling them. The flow of discussion shifted at the direction of calling the Titans from the Northern Dungeon. If it is the usual, I'm already swept away, but today I am different. No, I will go. What strengthens me to go this far? Hot Spring? Of course not. I want to avoid calling the unknown Titans of the Northern Dungeon. Since there is an errand near their area, what's the point of calling them here? I want to leave, but I don't want to bother them. Though the discussion shifted a bit, I believe that the Hot Spring Investigation Group will fail to make that a hot spring without me. If it is really dangerous, I'll return on the spot. From everyone's reaction, it seems like it is really a dangerous place. Even I will hesitate to send the villagers into such a place. In any case, I improvise, adapt, overcome. Hot Spring Investigation Group reformed, the leader me, members, vampires Lou and Flora, angels Tyr and Gran Maria, High Elf Rhea, Oni Ann, Lizardman Daga, devils Bulga and Stefano, dragons Hakuren and Rasudi, Inferno wolves Kuro, Yuki and 50 more, Makura and 100 more spiders. There are also Ancestor-san, Angel Kirbit, and Beastkin Gulf. Rather than an investigation group, this is more like an invasion troop. Frau muttered so. You're exaggerating. Well, the number of members is indeed larger than expected. The other high elves, lizard men, and the mountain elves tried to join, but I refused them. I want them to stay to protect Big Tree Village. I'll leave everything to you while I'm gone. I said that to Frau, the mountain elfia, and the dwarf Donovan. Of course, I also said that to Zabutin and the remaining Kuros. All right, let's go. I carry a bag, a Kuro took the bag and carry it for me. I'm empty-handed. That's sad, so I'll just carry a tree branch, there's no fallen branch. I took out the aft and transformed it into its hoe form. All right, let's go. When I said that, Ancestor-san approached me. No, I'll send you there using magic. When Ancestor-san said so, Hakuren and Rasudi looked at him as if they didn't like it. Okay, there's no need to walk. Chapter 139. Earth Rat. Ancestor-san's teleportation magic can't teleport a lot of people, so he'll teleport us using ordinary teleportation magic. I entered a black hole and the next moment, I'm already in a different place. That feels unusual. The place we were teleported to is an open area in the forest. There are also rocks stacked up, and there is a gap between those rocks, which might be the entrance of the northern dungeon. Thinking about it, these stacked up rocks looks like some kind of ruins. Beyond those rocks is a big mountain. There is still a distance before we can reach it, but it's quite impressive. It looks like a wall. Since this mountain is not visible from Big Tree Village, I'm actually considerably moved. Magic is amazing. While thinking so, I felt something strange on what I'm standing at. Is this soil? The ground here is soft. No, it can be considered hard, but not as hard as the soil at the outskirt of Big Tree Village. Even without using the aft, this can be plowed. The only problem is whether this soil has nutrition. We're in a forest, so there is a possibility that this is not that nutritious. Anyway, let's try plowing it. This is not the right season. It will be winter soon. While I was thinking about all of those, everyone arrived. I want to postpone troublesome things, but I still have to do it. Let's greet them first. I'm not good at meeting people for the first time, so I'm nervous. I must not appear rude. Since Hakurin and Rasuti had already come here before, I asked them to be the guide, but not long after, I felt shaking and heard loud noises from the rock pathway. And the titans came out from the gaps of those rocks. They look hairy. I can speculate where their hands and feet are, but their whole body is covered with hair. They gave a comical feeling similar to those you can see from a children's show. But they really are big. They exceed my height by a large margin. About 3 meters. No, there are also 5-meter class. Those titans come out from the gaps of the rocks one after another and run to where we are. I wonder why. I have a bad feeling about this. There is no doubt that we are their goal. While I was thinking about how to greet them, they separate into 2 and go behind us. When I was thinking why, Anne pointed the place where they came from. After the titans came out, a big snake that is enough to swallow a man whole came out too. Bloody viper. Are they being chased by it? I thought Hakurin and Rasuti have exterminated a lot of them before. Is it one of the survivors? I took out the hoe form aft and took a stance. Something's wrong with the bloody viper. Are, the bloody viper doesn't seem to be chasing the titans and it's rampaging to where it is. Why? Looking at it closely, the bloody viper's tail is torn off and blood is flowing, and a huge mouth is biting its tail. Earth rat. Ria shouts. It is a demon beast that is good at digging and attacking from the ground. Earth rat. It is called a rat, but it is good at digging. Shouldn't it be called a mole? Anyway, it looks like a very dangerous creature. The bloody viper was eaten in front of us. Oh, let's beat it first, then take its meat. Rasuti mutters. Should we really do that? The earth rat is looking at us. The scared titans ran behind us. Because of that, the earth rat goes to us. On the ground, straight. And so I attacked it with my aft in its hoe form. By the way, the others attacked too. Hakurin and Rosti punched, Daga and Ria sword attacked, and Lu, Tyr, and Flora attacked with magic. Yup, overkill. I feel like Ria's sword attack is enough to kill it. Anyway, the crisis is now over, or not. The Kuros scatter around while being cautious. The spiderlings surrounded the outskirt of the rock area while spreading their webs. It doesn't look like that they are using it to trap something, but they are spreading their webs to use it as sensors. That makes me feel relieved. While thinking so, the spiderlings made a commotion. They are warning us from something. Suddenly, a part of the ground rises and one of the Kuros was thrown out into the air. A big mouth spread from the ground and swallowed the Kuro who was thrown in the air. Earth rat? Another one came. No, more than that. Yuwawawawa. Panic, I must help it. I'm holding the aft in its hoe form, useless. The Kuro it swallowed may turn into fertilizer too once I use this, and it will be too late to regret it. Then how about axe? Hatchet? No, the earth rat is about to dive on the ground to run away. I caught its butt using the sickle form of the aft and pull it out off the ground. This feat is impossible if it's just my power, but I was able to do it with the help of the aft. The earth rat squealed in surprise. I'm sorry, but we are in a dog-eats-dog world, and I want you to return the Kuro's pup. Using the sickle form aft, I slash the neck of the earth rat and tear its body. I found Kuro's pup. It's covered in gastric juice and doesn't move. Was I too late? I became uneasy, but it soon moved and woke up. Ooh, great. I made it in time. What a relief. Then I noticed, I am bloody. Yeah. I know that you want to show me your gratitude for helping you, but we will only combine our dirt. There might still be something around. Do not let your guard down. I said that, but the only careless one here is me. I already checked using detection magic, but I can't detect anything anymore. I have the same result. Lu and Tyr can use detection magic, so I had them check the surrounding. As a result, there were 7 earth rats in total. Hakurin, Rasuti, Bulga, and Stefano run immediately as soon as one was detected, and they rooted out all of them. Earth rats are usually living in the east. It is unusual for them to appear here. Ria tells us so. Did something happen on the east? Either way, I asked Ancestor-san to return me to the village so I can wash my body. It was a short trip. I came back immediately. Thank you very much for the rescue. In front of the entrance of the dungeon, the titans bowed together. A mass of hair. There are approximately 50 of them. There's only a few of them, huh? Half of them has the same height as a human, but they might be children. There are about 5 of them who were rescued from the stomach of the exterminated Earth rat. They were injured, but at least nobody died. That's good. Now, since the Earth rat doesn't usually come here, do you know the reason why they have done so this time? That. It looks like it's not easy for him to say. Why is he hesitating? I don't mind. Please say it. That, before the 2 of them came, a part of the dungeon collapsed as they exterminate the bloody vipers. The representative of the Titans looks at Hakuren and Rasudi. By the way, I remember receiving a report of that incident. It is dangerous to leave the collapsed part, so we fixed it little by little. Don't tell me. The collapsed part got connected to a hole, and that's where they came out. I see. Got it. I'm very sorry. I bow to the bowing Titans. Chapter 140. Titans and Resumption of Investigation. It seems like the Titans being hairy is some sort of evolution to defend themselves to the bloody vipers of the northern dungeon. Even if they are swallowed by bloody vipers, their hair will protect them from gastric juice, and they'll survive by raging inside its stomach. It seems like the bloody vipers know about it, so they don't touch the Titans. And even if they touch the Titans, they will not eat them. But that's only applicable to adults. Bloody vipers target the less hairy children. The Titans are also no match against the bloody vipers, but they can fight against young bloody vipers. That is how the Titans and bloody vipers are related. By the way, the Titans' children are covered with full body wigs made up of adults' hair. I get it now. I apologized because the reason why the Earth rat shows up was the collapse induced by Hakuren and Rasudi, but the Titans did not receive my apology. They came out from the collapsed part of the dungeon, but it does not necessarily mean that they are the cause. The Earth rat rarely comes here, and to think that they'll come out from that collapsed part of the dungeon. I don't want to mind this, so I'll think of it as a coincidence. The Titans, they are good people, so we had a banquet for them. The venue is Big Tree Village. At first, we thought of doing it in the dungeon, but among the group, Anne is the only one who could cook perfectly. Ria, and Ancestor-san can cook too, but for the others, they are only at helper level. I tried calling backups from Big Tree Village, but Donovan, who can't cook, looked really lonely, so I decided to change the venue to Big Tree Village. Ancestor-san worked hard with his teleportation magic. Though he looks tired, he did not stop from eating and drinking, and the banquet becomes lively. The Titans are pleased with the food and alcohol of the Big Tree Village and are really excited with the program. When the mountain elves made their demonstration, there was a great cheer. If you put wheat into the machine they made, it will automatically turn into flour. They announced it along with the performance of the elves and the civil servant girls. I feel like the background music helped me calm down. The power of music is amazing. So does the power of steam. When the mountain elves saw the steam coming out during the distillation process in alcohol making, they thought of things where steam can be used, so I taught them everything I know about steam power. And they completed it already. Or not, they're still amazing though. The first problem they encounter was the heat of the steam has been transferred to the flour. It burns it. It also takes time. Using mortar to grind it is faster. However, I never thought that they'll be able to improve it this soon. I thought so while watching the machine they build burning. Burning, please be relieved. We have already prepared a large amount of water, so it will be put out immediately. No, that's not the problem, Ma. Everyone's fine, so I guess it's okay. Let's just cheer at them. It not a cheer of joy because they burn it. With the Titans here, the party continued late into the night. The next morning, as soon as I woke up, I immediately washed my body to return to what I'm supposed to do before the banquet. Hot Spring Investigation Group, fresh start. I asked Ancestor-san again to teleport us in front of the entrance of the Titans' dungeon. I checked the traces of yesterday's battle. We checked if there are still Earth rat nearby using Lu and Tyr's magic. They detected nothing, so I felt relieved. By the way, I divided the Hot Spring Investigation Group into 2. One group will be the Hot Spring Investigation Group, and the other group will investigate the hole that appeared from the collapsed part of the dungeon. It is pointless to fill it out since the Earth rat can easily dig through it. We should investigate the reason why the Earth rat has come to this place, or the Titans will never be at peace. The Titans said that the collapse is not the cause, but I feel sorry for them, so I offered to investigate. Hakuren and Rasudi are particularly motivated. This will serve as their reflection on what they've done. Do you best. I wanted to take part of the whole investigation group, but everyone rejected it. They asked me to continue to be a part of the hot spring investigation group. I tried to resist, but I can't think of any realistic reason. Inside the hole in the dungeon is pitch black. So it's like night there, huh? Using torch is not good for various reasons. It can't be helped, so I'll stick with the hot spring investigation group. Other members are Angels, Tyr and Gran Maria, Lizardman Daga, Angel Kirbit, Beastkin Gulf. The Inferno Wolves are useful at night, but all of them are on this group. Whole investigation group, leader, Dragon Hakurin, subleader, Dragon Rasuti, Devils Bulga and Stefano, vampires Lou and Flora, High Elf Rhea, Oni Ann, and Ancestor San. All the spiders, including Makura, are also part of the whole investigation group. Don't overdo it. I said that to Hakurin's group, who are heading towards the dungeon. Ancestor San is with them, so they can withdraw in case of emergency. Lou and Flora are there too, so healing with magic will not be a problem. I also think that it is not dangerous, but I somewhat feel enthralled. Will they be all right? There's no point in worrying about it. They already left, so we'll leave too. Let's just trust them. Besides, it is wrong for me to worry on that side. Our side has something to do as well. I've discovered and verified the position of the hot spring. It's there. We followed Gran Maria's direction and headed north. We walked in the forest for a long time, and it's pretty hot. We advanced towards it while I'm making a road using the aft. It is really convenient since I don't get tired while I'm using the aft. Unlike the previous village connecting roads I made, this one's width is enough for a person to walk to. On the way, we met with a small bloody viper and a pretty big grappler bear, but I exterminated them using the hoe form of the aft. We continue to move forward. Beastkin Gulf and Lizardman Daga's point of view. Daga-san, the village chief, isn't he incredibly strong? Did you think that he's weak? I thought he's an ordinary human. Can an ordinary human make a village in the middle of the forest of death? That's impossible. No, what I thought was, I'm certain that he's getting along with Kuro-san and Zabuton-san. Yeah, an ordinary human can't do that. Thinking about it, he can speak with Demon King Sama like it was nothing. He really has the ability to be the village chief. Right, he's the village chief we are proud of. Please never make rude remarks again. Ha, though it's probably too late, I'll do that. Angel Kirbit and Gran Maria's point of view. Though I already know about it, the village chief is incredibly strong. Yes, I think so too from time to time. If only he's not Tyr's husband. You'll go for him. Naturally, I'll offer him to propose marriage. Why don't you tell him that? Us angels follow one husband, one wife policy. I'm the daughter of the angels' leader, so I will follow it. What a shame. That open-mindedness, perhaps you. As long as you love what you do, why hold back? What did Tyr says about it? She encouraged it. Tyr did. Yes. Though angels' rules are important, a new child has not been born these past years because of that rule. Tyr-sama doesn't want our race to decline. Moo. If you are interested, I will mediate with the village chief to form a relationship with you. An attractive proposal, but let me think about it first. There are various things I need to consider. Fufu, I understand. The leader's daughter is really the serious type. There's that, but I thought that it would be better for me to wait for the village chief's son to grow up. I'll kill you if you do anything strange to Alfred-sama. Why, Stowe, what's with that bloodlust of yours? Joke, it's only a joke. There are also others, like Ririus and Riguru. You already have a plan of making one of them your future husband. How hungry are you? Don't you think that it is better to plan for the future? Kuro's offspring's wolves' point of view. Just as expected. Yeah, we only have to follow Kuro-sama and Yuki-sama. However, we should beat everything as soon as we felt their presence. I know, but it is hard to sense those who are hiding underground. In addition, even if we can sense it, we can't do anything about that big grappler bear. Right. Even if we all attack it without fearing for our lives, we'll only be massacred. Kuro-sama must not be injured at any cost. In any case, we should focus on scouting what's ahead of us. I'll ask Kuro-sama for permission to scout further. Affirmative. Village chief has kicked another grappler bear. One blow. Won't the safest formation be the one with the village chief at the front? That is right, but if we do that, what's the point of us escorting him? Let's just do our best. No, let's persevere. Evu. Section, Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 141. Hot Spring. This is the third day of making a road toward the hot spring. We finally arrived. The foods we consumed on the way is mainly bloody viper and grappler bear's meat. The snake is delicious, but the bear is not. The Kuros are pleased with it, though. Apart from the taste, we're not lacking with the amount. By the way, Kirbit cooked with me. There are various seasonings, so even if you are not that skilled, it doesn't taste bad. Kirbit said that, but I'm not that unskilled. I can proudly say that I have some cooking skill. If she said those words to the Oni maids, they'll probably be burning with spirit right now. Anyway, she helped me, so it's great that I don't have to cook alone. The place we arrived at is at the foot of a mountain. We still need to climb for 20 meters. Green disappeared and rocky area appeared. It is quite hot. The air smells a little, but it is not toxic. Tyr examines the surroundings. I'm not particularly worried about the air, since the previous investigation team was safe, but there is a possibility of hot springs generating toxic gas every now and then. That's dangerous. I jeopardized the safety of the villagers because of my carelessness. I have to reflect. The high elves and the inferno wolves are sensitive to the surrounding air, so it's all right. I accepted Tyr's comforting words and checked the hot spring. It is a small pond in that rocky area. Though there's a decent amount of water, it is making a thick bubbling sound as steam escapes from it. It looks like even soaking your hands to it is too dangerous. Look like it is exposed to the air. Why is it too hot? Could it be that there is magma nearby? If that is the case, this place is dangerous. I think that it is because of the rock's natural property. It's the one affecting the water. The rock's property. Yes, the rock around here seemed to store heat. I don't quite understand. So I tried to experience it firsthand. I looked for a rock that can be held with one of my hands and pick it up. My impression, an ordinary rock. Tyr set a rock on fire with magic. I thought that it would turn black, but nothing happened. Please take it. The freshly baked rock. Are you planning on torturing me? It's all right. After she says that, I tried picking it up fearfully. It's not hot. Ooh, it's not hot. However, it will soon be. HNN, it's getting warmer. What is happening? That rock will continue to be hot. If received heat of about 100 degrees, it will also have an output of 100 degrees. I see. Since the rocks are colliding with each other, they will continue to exchange heat with one another. The heat exchange might even have penetrated deep underground. And because the groundwater was heated up, it became a hot spring. In that case, can this really be called a hot spring, or just warm underground water? What's the definition of a hot spring in the first place? Even if I think about it, I don't know the details. Anyway, let's survey the surrounding. The hot pond before me is overflowing with water, but it is not much to form a river. The water is just slipping through the gaps in the rocks. It might have been seeped by the soil under the rock. I had Tyr, Gran Maria, and Kirbit search for a nearby river. If the river is hot, then that's it. If the river is cold, I will make a waterway from this hot pond and from the river and make something like a bathtub as a meeting point of the two. There's a river on the west. After discovering a river, Gran Maria returns. Is it cold? Yes, it is cold enough to drink. Since it's cold, then the rocks around it. Are the rocks there different from the rocks here? Looks like it. Are the rocks here widespread? They can't only be found here. Stones with the same property are mined in different areas and are widely used as thermal insulation stone. Thermal insulation stone. Yes. They don't need to be lit up, so they can warm up safely. I think the Titans are using them to warm themselves up during winter. Ah, I see. It can warm them up even without using fire in the dungeon. Yes. Is that so? If I use this rock, can I build a greenhouse? Thinking about it, it may be useful in various ways. This looks usable even in cooking. I got derailed. Tyr and Kirbit also came back after finding a river, but it looks like the river that was found by Gran Maria is the closest. What happened next is simple. It's the AF's turn. Let's have the side of the river first. Yup, an ordinary river. It is flowing from the mountainous north to the south. Is this river connected to the river by the village? No, it is another river. It will turn west after going down southward a little. All right, I made a place for the bathtub at the immediate side of the river. A wide one is good. In order to make this 25-meter-long pool, I have to deforest this area. By digging. The shallow pool was made in a very short period of time. Even the Minotaurs, Centaurs, and Titans can use this. Let's make the middle deeper. I also made a waterway as the drain. I reconnected it to the river. Next, make a temperature adjustment area at the north of the bathtub. The merging of river water and hot pond water will occur here. It will be controlled to make the right temperature. The deforested trees will be turned into both walls and tub. Of course, there's a male section and a female section. I also made a dressing room, however, there's no roof, only floor and wall. At least it still takes form. Good, now it's time to make a waterway from the hot pond. I dig a waterway towards the hot pond by being led by the Kuros. Yup, this is fun. Complete. Thinking about it, it has been 3 days since we arrived at the hot pond. In order to take a hot spring bath, the hot water must accumulate. Meanwhile, I'm making pails and other bath tools. The thermal insulation stone. If I use that rock, can I make a sauna? I'll give it a try. Recently, I thought that my construction skill was becoming dull because I left all the construction works to the high elves, but I managed to do it. There is now a 4.5 tatami mat sauna. Meanwhile, the hot water has accumulated in the bathtub. Great bath. So the result of the hot spring investigation group is having an open-air hot spring? Let's enjoy it. Beastkin Gulf and Lizardman Daga's point of view. Daga-san, the village chief, is absurd. Is he? He usually gives off that feeling. In a normal standard, this kind of facility can't be built in a short period of time. That would be the case if the village chief did it alone. However, you and me helped him. We should be proud. We only help by lifting things. I also never thought that deforesting the trees of the Forest of Death was so easy. And did I already say that he also carved those rocks like it was the simplest thing to do? I am now convinced that he built that village alone. Right. How about you drink too? Is it all right? The village chief permitted to do so, if it's only a little. An understanding village chief, how envious. I'll tell the village chief that you wish to migrate. I want to do so, but I'm currently holding a certain position. I'll think about it. Yummy. This is handmade by the village chief. My heart wavers. Angels Kirbit and Gran Maria's point of view. Hot. Kirbit giving up already. Of course not. Let's add water. Don't, no more. Don't you want it warmer? No more, why are you doing this? Fufufu, that's because I heard that sauna has beautifying effects. Seriously Desu. I'll persevere a little longer. Good. Kuro's offspring's wolves' point of view. Well, that hot water is good. Super comfortable. Seriously. Don't tell me you're scared of taking bath. Your turn is earlier than mine. It'll be my turn soon. Oi, don't slack off. Check the surrounding. Bloody vipers and grappler bears might appear anytime. I know. But won't boss village chief? We'll just exterminate it as soon as one appears. I'm not referring to where he is. I'm talking about the Angel Nisans. My apologies, I'll do it for the Angel Nisans. Yeah, they are amazing if the 3 of them will be working together, but it will be a problem if they are alone. They are our good partners, let's do our best for them. For the time being, our role is similar to alarms. Evlu. My and Tyr's point of view. Great hot water, I could finally relax. Right. This is the first time that Tyr and I were alone outdoor. Outdoor, right? First time alone outside your room. Let's bring Tysel next time. Okay. Is the hot spring found by the Hot Spring Investigation Group a hot spring? Well, I thoroughly enjoyed it. Chapter 142. Earth Rat's Hole in the West. I am Rasutisumun. I'm a dragon whose favorite is dried persimmon. Though I didn't act like it before, I'm proud to say that I have acted like a grown-up lately. It seems like I'm doing a good job that even my father and grandfather praise me. Then, there's the destruction in the northern dungeon. It is a failure that both me and Hakuranani-sama did when we were hunting bloody vipers. I thought that a part of the dungeon collapsing is a small thing compared to exterminating bloody vipers, but I never thought that I was too naive. The village chief lowered his head to the Titans. Because of what we have done, the village chief was forced to lower his head. The village chief might think of it as the proper action, but it gave me a shock. To think that the village chief will lower his head because of what we have done. And it looks like Hakuranani-sama was more shocked than me. For the village chief to apologize, this is not a laughing matter. I'm smiling, but I'm angry inside. I'm really angry. The Titans obviously fear us, and there's no enmity between the Titans and us for me to turn my anger to them. I understand what I'm feeling. I'm angry at myself. In order to calm myself, I need to do something outstanding. I'm not asking to be forgiven, but I have to do something in order to suppress what I'm feeling. Because of that, though it is a little troublesome, we'll investigate the hole which the earth rats have come out from. If some heinous individual appears, I'll use him to relax, but what if a sealed devil or an evil deity is there? This might be more dangerous than I thought. I have to reflect. The village chief is probably not expecting anything like that to happen. He only wants to check the hole, make sure that everything is fine, and find out if there is anything that threatens the lives of the Titans. The collapsed part of the dungeon is quite deep. I remember that there were a lot of bloody vipers here. That's why this place collapsed. Let's forget about it. We went down to the collapsed part where the earth rat came out from. It looks like a tunnel. The sudden collapse probably opened a hole in the middle of that tunnel. The height of the tunnel is about 5 meters. It is also fairly wide. It extends to the east and west. The earth rats came from the east and are digging towards the west. Now, which way should we head to? Rasuri, I'll head east, go west. I can't go against Hakuren Anisama. I obediently follow her. My companions are the vampires Lou and Flora, High Elf Rhea, Devil Bulga and Stefano, and half of the spiderlings. Hakuren Anisama is being accompanied by the Oni Anne and the other half of the spiderlings. The vampire's true ancestor is also with her. The vampire's true ancestor. Grandfather said that I shouldn't oppose him as much as possible. He's that powerful. However, he's not absolute. Grandfather said to not oppose the village chief, no matter what. I wonder why. We already had a fight before, and didn't we reconcile immediately afterwards? Ma, ancestor and village chief are close to each other, so they surely won't be hostile against each other. It is the same for Hakuren Anisama. I'm sure he's a reliable person. If Hakuren Anisama acts recklessly, the village chief will surely be angry if she didn't protect the Oni Anne and the spiderlings. When I was thinking of such a thing, the vampire's true ancestor waves his hand towards me. Did I look too worried, or can he read my mind? If that is the case, he's amazing. To be able to read a dragon's mind. Remembering what grandfather told me, I tried thinking of a joke. No response. It seems to be all right. If he can really read my mind, I'm sure he'll burst into laughter immediately. Don't tell me that my joke is boring. Now, we're going to a serious investigation towards the west. So, I breathed in greatly and spouted fire at once. I'm in my human form, but I'm still a dragon. Should I continue this for about 5 minutes? Since I continue to spit fire, the small fries will all be exterminated. The only one who will be left behind will be the ringleader. I'm sure of it. Now, let's go. I encouraged my stunned companions. By the way, Hakuren Anisama has done the same thing. They got angry. It seems like we're wrong to use fire in a cave, though I certainly thought about the village chief's principle first before doing anything. It is safe for dragons, but not for me. The High Elf Rhea said that. If you use fire in a cave, it seems like it will consume the air needed by living things. I think I heard something like that a long, long time ago. It's not related to dragons, so I didn't pay any attention to it. There's air flowing, so I guess it's okay. If it's okay, then there's no problem. Let's continue the investigation. We only walk through the tunnel. On the way, we found something poisonous looking, so I burnt it with my flame. The end. To be honest, this is boring. The only thing I look forward to is the food prepared by Bulga and Stefano during our break. We advance as the tunnel continues. As Rhea said, there's an airflow, so it's not a dead end. And we reach that place. After a few days, we finally arrive. It's an open space. The space is spherical, but not in a clean way, it's deformed. But there is a jet black rock at the bottom of the sphere. Is that some kind of seal? The jet black rock has some characters carved to it, so it might really be so. Then, what is sealed in it? It must be big considering the size of this place. There is a hole just right above the rock. The wind blowing is coming there, so it is likely connected to the ground. We'll scout it. The vampires Lou and Flora went up the hole. I'm slightly envious because I can't fly in my human form. In any case, given the distance we traveled, I'm sure it's still the forest of death. I don't think that we have traveled to a distance where we have reached the West Mountain. Lou and Flora soon returned. They gave us a warning. Undead. The sound of falling can be heard as skeletons and zombies fall from the hole as they chased Lou and Flora. They hit the jet black rock as they fell and stopped moving. These idiots. The ghosts are a little troublesome because they can fly. Normal attacks don't work on ghosts too, so they should be attacked with magic. However, everyone behind me. I'll just finish them off with my fire breath. I spit fire with my every power and incinerate the ghosts who came over. The falling skeleton and zombies were incinerated too. I continued blowing toward the hole. Perhaps my exhilarating flame has already gushed to the ground. The surrounding undead must have burnt too. Ha ha ha. Could I be doing something catastrophic to the ground? Stop, I'll be yelled at. I had Lou carry me to the ground. The forest is burning. I return to my dragon form and conjure wind, not working. But I still continue to do it. I'll extinguish this fire. Why haven't I foresaw this? But I'll do my best. Chapter 143. Earth Rat's Hole in the East. My name is Gavaru, is it? I think my name is longer than that. Ma, it doesn't matter. Just think of me as the nice, hardworking ancestor of the vampires. I erased my memory, so I don't really know even if I try hard to remember it. Now, let's get back to what I'm going to say. I'm surprised with the miracle of someone with my blood gave birth to a child. I did not think it was possible, so I immediately look for her. And it leads to more surprises. The first on the list is me being able to see the figure of the god of creation. My connection with the Big Tree Village started there. This village is very exciting and funny. The food and alcohol here are especially good. There are also a lot of toys to play with. Recently, my relationship with Doors and the demon king of this generation has deepened that we are comfortable with each other. I truly wanted to live here. However, I have something to do. Is having a villa the limit? Fortunately, I don't have problem with money, so I won't trouble the village. I even help voluntarily, like with harvesting. One day, the village chief forms a hot spring investigation group that will head north. Yup. Naturally, I'll join. It looks interesting. That's what I thought, so I joined. A surprise attack by the ground rat. Though it is a troublesome enemy, it is not a threat. As for the villagers, they don't have to fight hard. There was one wolf that was eaten because it let its guard down, though. The village chief was able to rescue it by using an incredible power, so I don't need to give them a hand. After that, it was discovered that the village's dragons were involved with the attack of the earth rats. The village chief bowed. No, village chief. A person of a certain position should never lower his head easily, even if he is apologizing. Look, the titans are troubled too. Besides, there is a chance that the dragons are not the real cause of the earth rat encounter. The village chief lowering his head might mean that the village is admitting its wrongdoing. Come to think of it, I think that a lot of conflicts might have been avoided if people don't mind things like face and pride. Apologizing obediently when there is really a reason to. Perhaps only a truly strong man can do this. Right, exactly. After that, we had a banquet with the Titans. It was an interesting show. The flower-making device burning is the best. HNN? No, wait. Perhaps this is like a metaphor of the suffering of the workers around the world. To think of that, they're amazing. It looks like a joke, but there is a hidden meaning behind it. The mountain elves are scary. The next day, the investigation group departs again. I helped by teleporting them. This magic is not that difficult, though. We were divided into two groups. The one will go to the hot spring, while the other one will enter the hole where the earth rat has come out. I personally would like to accompany the village chief's hot spring group, but I'm worried about the dragons, especially Hakurin. She has this black rage behind her smile. She was really affected by the village chief lowering his head. Rasudi and the Oni maid, I think her name is Anne. She is a good cook. She noticed it too. Though it is amazing that she noticed it, it is because of Hakurin's lack of training. The village chief doesn't seem to mind it, but I'm worried, so I won't let my guard down. We dived into the hole that was also a tunnel. Which way should we go to? The earth rat has come from the east heading to west, so I guess we'll go east. But why do the earth rats dig a straight tunnel like this? It seems like this tunnel is totally something ordered by someone. We decided to divide our team again, and I headed east with Hakurin's team. If we think of war potential, between Hakurin and Rasudi, in a group with the other with me, will be the best, but the leaders of this expedition are the dragons, so it can't be helped. I'll follow the group distribution obediently. The dragons spew fire. This is a dungeon. What on earth are they doing? The Oni maid Anne asked Hakurin to be more careful, though Hakurin obediently apologizes. But it's no use. Even though she mixed her breath with various effects, she still doesn't feel fine. I would like to start praying to meet something along this tunnel that can be used as her stress reliever. Please, anything, show up. Spiderlings, I'll leave the left and right to you. I'll watch our back. Hakurin and Anne, you'll be at front. 3 days passed after that formation was decided when we were about to move. It is good that Anne is her to cook. Delicious. The spiderlings are burdened as our food carrier. I will teach you a new magic when we return to the village. We've reached a place where there is a nest of the earth rat. But this is strange. An earth rat's den should have a lot of forks, but we only went straight. Only one tunnel and it is straight. And there's a lot of earth rat corpses in this place. They have died for a while. Half year, 1 year. The cause of death is /wound, sword, but this is underground. Who is it? While I was thinking of it, the answer appears. A fully armed knight. Even if we ask him where he came from, we will never be able to hear the answer. The knight is dead, a ghost knight. It is more troublesome than an earth rat. Normal attack won't work on it and magic is ineffective. On top of that, its sword skill is considerable. So what exactly happened? Before I can think of an answer, Hakurin's knee burst into the ghost knight. It's not a normal attack, it was affected. She then trampled down on the fallen ghost knight and repeat it. A terrible sound can be heard with each attack, but it might still be ineffective against the ghost knight. However, the ghost knight was forced to fight a defensive battle where it can't counterattack. Even though it is not effective, it is useful for holding down the ghost knight. It's not a bad move, but the ghost knight will surely counterattack once the attack stops. Hora, she incinerates it with breath. Yup, that move is effective. If you have done that in the beginning, no, I didn't say anything. Now, the ghost knight. Though it is a troublesome opponent, it is impossible for it to have caused the movement of the earth rats. It is impossible for a ghost knight to boss around the earth rats. There is still someone who ordered them to dig up a tunnel in a straight line. The tunnel still extends towards the east even after that nest. I looked at Hakurin. She gives off the air of moving forward. I know how she feels, so I waited for a moment and look at the Oni maid Anne. We still have food. She's also not thinking of going back. Got it, let's proceed. Since it has come to this, I'm looking forward to see what will be the outcome. Chapter 144. House Sitter. My name is Donovan. I'm a dwarf, but I'm different from the usual dwarf. I am from the great race of elder dwarves. Our difference with dwarves is, I wonder, I really don't know, is it physical strength, lifespan, or maybe alcohol tolerance? Alcohol, right, alcohol. As long as there is alcohol, we can be whatever we like. Alcohol is everything. Alcohol is life. That's the way the dwarves lives, and that will be how I'll live. Because of that, I don't care if people laugh at me for going to the Forest of Death just because of the rumored delicious alcohol. I'll go there as I like. I will not think of the risk. If there is a place with delicious alcohol, I will be there. I reached the big tree village like that and devote myself to brewing alcohol. I am not a man who only drinks. I can make them too. The village's crops are very suitable for brewing alcohol. No, I feel like they were nurtured to be the suitable raw material for alcohol. I'm grateful for that. And they also built an alcohol workshop. I invented new kinds of alcohol and new methods of drinking them. The elder dwarves scattered in various places have gathered here one after another too. No one seems to resist the temptation of alcohol. They all jumped into the Forest of Death, but after getting over it, they will be welcomed by delicious alcohol. None complains. They even feel sorry for those who have yet to come. Ma, it's only a matter of a few drinking sessions before they come. I have drunk more in my several years here at this village than I have drunk in my long life. Seeing the mountain of barrels filled with delicious alcohol, I thought that it's okay to die. No, I should not die. I still have to brew delicious alcohol and continue drinking. By the way, even though I'm like this, I am not corrupt and reliable. When the village chief said that he'll leave for a while, I promised in my heart that I will only brew 9 instead of 10 in order to protect the village in his absence. Though I vowed to do so, I was surprised that the village chief has returned to take a bath after 30 minutes. And when he went out again, he returned again after another 30 minutes and said that he needs help with cooking. I know what this is about. There will be a banquet. I can't participate. I'm currently the house sitter, so I can't. It seems like my forecast has come true. The village chief decided to have a banquet in the village. As expected of the village chief, it was a grand banquet. Everyone's skills are getting better as well. I wonder if I can do something artistic too. Let's practice now. However, I'm still house sitting. But didn't I just house sit for an hour today? The next day is different. The village chief has left again. I have been waiting for him for 2 hours, but he still hasn't returned. All right, I'm really house sitting this time. There's nothing much to do though. Everyone is devoted to their respective jobs, and no one is slacking off even if no one is watching. Our guests, the vampire's true ancestor and the angel girl, both accompanied the village chief. The lamias who helped us with brewing alcohol has been relieved because winter is coming and they need to return to the southern dungeon. Since it has become like this, I'll devote myself to my work too. To tell you the truth, the preparation for winter and the brewing preparation are almost complete too. Should I try something to the preserved food and make something new? No, that's not something I can do without the village chief. Especially without his permission. The village chief gives his permission to anything that is not considered serious. I don't need to do things secretly too. If he's here, he'll even arrange it so that I can receive help from others. Let's wait. While I was troubled, some business matter that I personally should attend to arrived. It's the gatekeeper dragon. At first, he's a guy who rarely talks, but he's intimately associated, like he already belongs to this village now. Though he's close with us, he's still a guest. This kind of thing will be taken care of me every day for now. Phew-foo-foo. Entertaining the gatekeeper dragon is something that only someone like me, who's trusted by the village chief, can do. You have come welcome. There were 2 individuals who thought of the same thing. They are the demon girl Frau and the mountain Elfia, these lasses. Can you not interfere with me? This is a job for women. That is right, this is something I'm very familiar with. While we were having an unsightly conflict, the gatekeeper dragon was entertained by Zabutendono. Darn, I never thought that Zabutendono will make her move. I was careless. She's an existence more formidable than these lasses before me. She guides the gatekeeper dragon to the inn like usual, and when did she instruct the Oni maids? They are already preparing food before I noticed. Even the elves and the beast girls are already preparing for their respective performances. Perfect. Everything's perfect. Zabutendono. I can't simply admit defeat. The barrel of alcohol is my treasure. I even secretly hid it from the village chief. No, don't take it out. Wiwaitt. Don't let the gatekeeper dragon drink it. How about? Zabutendono and I are friends, why don't we share it? I apologize for hiding it. I'm really sorry. Though I can't speak with Zabutendono, I'm sure that we have built trust between us. I'm sure she'll notice if I send her my thoughts. It was useless. Now that I think about it, I have never spent time together with Zabutendono. See, since it has come to this. Let's go, lasses. What are you doing? Let us all entertain the gatekeeper dragon. Like us, Zabutendono was entrusted with this village too, so it's normal for her to entertain the gatekeeper dragon. I must admit, I can't do the outstanding job she had just shown. Therefore, let me join you drink my treasured alcohol. A man's pride is worthless before alcohol. That's according to me, the elder dwarf Donovan. High elves and beast girls' point of view. It seems like Dorim-san is strangely tense, or is it my imagination? It is probably because he's being entertained by Zabuten-san. Yeah, right. I'll wear the new dress made by Zabuten-san. Sounds good, I also like her new work. Dorim screaming heart bashfulness in display. Village chief, where are you? Daughter, where are you? Help me. Kuro's pup's point of view. The safety of the village is entrusted to our paws. Everyone, don't let your guard down. Elu. Chapter 145. Merge 1. I divide the large bathtub, which can be used by 20 people at the same time, into 2. The first half is the female's bath, and the other is the male's bath. I also made 2 small bathtubs that can accommodate 3 people each. Those are family baths. Actually, I was making one of them as my private bathtub, but Tyr saw it so I turned it into a family bath. I wonder if I yield because of her gaze's pressure. There are two because Kirbit, who's single, saw me too, so I made a private bath. I also made a foot bath near the hot water source and a cold water bath next to the sauna hut. With these facilities, this place is now very hot spring-like. Currently, I'm making a cool-down place after one's body was warmed by the hot spring. This is not really a big deal. I'm just setting up a wooden floor on a rocky place. It also has a low handrail, so those who will use this will not fall off, and the roof, only half of it has a roof. There's also no wall. I might look like building a house, but this is not a place to live in. It is not a place to live in, but I still build a kitchen in a place a little far away. Kirbit is the one in charge of cooking. Tyr and Gran Maria also help her. They look like they're really on good terms. However, if I say that, Kirbit will surely deny it. The lizardman Daga and the beastkin Gulf, after practicing martial arts, they enter the hot spring to remove the sweat. After that, they eat, then sleep, and practice again after they wake up. Perhaps they are the ones who are truly enjoying the life here. I usually ask for their help from time to time, so I don't complain. When it is necessary, I ask them to help me out building the facilities. By the way, Rasudi's group has joined our hot spring group. In a far place on southwest from where we were surprised to see a fire rising. I had the angels check it out. The true identity of the flame is the fire breath the Rasudi has spew. Since the forest has burnt a little, let's go there for a bit before we go home. I'll plow it. I heard about the tunnel under the dungeon. Hakurin, Oni Maid Anne, the Spiderlings, and Ancestor-san head to the other direction. It is possible to contact Hakurin's group by using the web of the Spiderlings, but I guess there's no problem even if Rasudi's group join us. Hakurin's group headed east and it seemed like they will still take more time. For the time being, I recommend the hot spring to Rasudi's group. Lou, Flora, and Ria suffered hardship. Bulga and Stefano can relax too. The Spiderlings also worked hard. Is it all right for the Spiderlings to enter a hot spring? No, forget about hot water. Are they fine with even normal water? I was worried, but it seems like I was worried for nothing. They are floating with half of their body underwater. They look really relaxed. What's more interesting is that the Spiderlings are in the men's bath. They didn't enter the ladies' bath. Do they know how sexes are separated? Or did they just instinctively move to a vacant place? The Spiderlings are smart, so I think they know. I see. They are males. Bulfa and Stefano help with cooking after enjoying the hot spring. That's great because the members have increased a lot. The two of them are helping Kirbit in the kitchen, but they look like they are more skillful than her. It looks like Kirbit noticed it. She gradually let them cook on their own. The grappler bear has only been bled out. Are they all for the Kuros? Yes, the bloody viper is our share. And the vegetables we brought too. I understand. Procuring vegetable in this place will be hard. It's the worst. I'm already thinking of getting some from the Titans and return them afterwards. Rasudi-sama can fly to the village. Ah, right. After listening to Bulga and Kirbit's conversation, I once again learned common sense from Kirbit. A normal person will think like her. In any case, we still need to wait for Hakurin's group. It is almost winter. Our waiting time has a time limit. I plow the place Rasudi burnt first. By the way, they said something about a strange rock. I'm a little worried. There's really something I'm anxious about. I asked Lou, who's close to me, where's Makura? According to the report, it doesn't seem like she's accompanying neither Rasudi nor Hakurin. To my question, Lou had an awe expression on her face. Titan's point of view. That big spider is amazing. To actually reinforce the collapsed part with web. I had doubt at first, but it is really safe. We tried its durability several times, but it is indeed powerful. This is our home. We can't let Spider-san to do everything alone. Right. Good, then this place will temporary, bloody viper. Defensive formation, it's all right. Did Spider-san knocked it in one blow. It is not one blow. She tied the mouth first using her web, then cut it into pieces. Wow. Spider-san is great. We may take this bloody viper, thank you. Okay, let's do our best for Spider-san. Yeah. Ancestor-san and Oni made Anne's point of view. Come out enemy, I'll give you a kick. Will things really be that simple? I think so, but let's think about the enemy a little more. Let's have at least a self-introduction before kicking it. If that's what you think, Why don't you tell that directly to Hakurin-sama? Do you think she'll listen to me? You know that she won't, that's why you're telling it to me. Yup. As for me, I really don't know if she'll listen. I understand where she's coming from, so I can't bring myself to stop Hakurin-sama. HNN. The communication line. The communication thread by the spiderlings. It's so convenient, the other side is a dead end, so they join the village chiefs group. Sounds good. Let's aim for a merger with the village chiefs group as soon as possible too. We can't go unless we found some important details. Chapter 146. Merge 2. I never had a chance to, but there is something that I really want to ride. But now I'm finally riding a boat. I'm riding the boat in the bathtub. It is a dugout canoe that I made from a tree. After heating up at the hot spring, I'm riding the boat to cool down. Then, get in the hot spring again. Not bad. It is also possible to eat on the boat. I want to try boating, but I need a bigger place. Should I go to the river? The river has a decent amount of water, and the width is about 3 to 5 meters. The riverbed is also shallow. The deepest part is about 1 meter. Given that, I might be able to do it. For now, let's expand the waterway to the river. Wait, is it really all right to expand it? Won't the hot water from the bathtub flow through the river at once? I want to avoid the possibility of spoiling a great hot spring. Rasudi is here, so I will ask her to carry it. Good, I'll be boating in the river. Let's make an oar first. I overturned. I keenly realized the difference between imagination and reality. The water flow in the bathtub is negligible, so I did not overturn, but the river is not that calm. It is surprisingly torrential. I even thought that I was going to die. I'm currently looking at the dugout canoe. The lizardman Daga is skillfully riding it down the river. Me overturning is not the boat's fault, it is because of my lack of skill. Where is my boat? Make one now, is written in the eyes of Rasudi and Kirbit while they are staring at me. I got it. I made another dugout canoe using the aft. Don't go too far down. I know. I mass-produced the dugout canoe, so other can ride and play with it too. Everyone is better than me. It's a little frustrating. The Kuros want to ride too, so I had the others carry one with them. They're really delighted. However, it will take a while before every one of them will be able to ride. Because of that, I made a slightly bigger raft. I just arranged some woods and joined them using a rope. The rope was supplied by the spiderlings. I tied it in a way where it won't be overturned. I tested it on the river. Not bad. No, I guess it's good. Unlike the previous one, this will not overturn. I stood like a Deva king on top of the raft. It is really stable. Great, the Kuros get on it. And the spiderlings too, ha, it sank. Yes, it has a weight limit. While I'm playing on the raft with the Kuros and the spiderlings, the others are enjoying their boats. There is a part of the river where the flow is gentle. It became a goal of the games like boat racing. Rasudi is the one responsible for bringing the boat and the boatman back. It seems tough for her, but the person in question doesn't mind it. It seems like the Beastkin Gulf is the winner. Next is the High Elf Rhea. After them, the others are on dumpling state. The Kuros seem to be handicapped in this kind of match, so I did not let them participate. Safety is priority after all. Bulga and Stefano did not participate in boating. They are enjoying the hot spring. In order to not obstruct anyone, I returned to the hot spring. I also want to warm up my body that was cooled down by the river. After this, we'll be cooking. The seasoning we brought has decreased. When will Hakurin's group return? Though we already got accustomed in sleeping here, winter is not something we can overcome. We have a nice tent. We also made something like a hut, but it is now used as a meat smoking place for the grappler bear's meat. There are many grappler bears around here. We even encountered several of them on the way here. We are still encountering them up to now. They are big, so I appreciate the amount of meat they bring, but the problem is the taste. It's a good thing that the Kuros are eating them with pleasure. Because of that, we decided to smoke them as preserved food. Though the Kuros eat bones too, I won't let them eat bones until all the meat is consumed. They also like to eat that big stone at the chest of the grappler bear. I gathered all the bones and boiled them down. It gives off a terrible smell, so I stopped. I must not act on a whim, I have to reflect. While I'm reflecting, Hakurin's group came. Ancestor-san looks dead tired and went to the hot spring looking like that. He only doesn't look like it, he is really tired. What went wrong? The spiderlings went to the hot spring too. The Oni maid and checked the remaining ingredients and seasoning. It seems like she's thinking about the menu of our next meal. As for Hakurin, for some reason, she's behaving like a baby. She's sticking up to me. What happened? Nothing. If that is the case, then why won't you let me go? I'll just let her do what she likes. I put Hakurin's head on my lap and she began to sleep. Anne looked into my eyes. I returned her gaze and let her join. It's not like I mind. But why are Rhapsody, Lou, and Tyr here too? They surrounded me. What happened to the boating and the river? Why did I ask a useless question? One by one, they joined. I resisted, but it was useless. My hands and feet became pillows for a while. So, what happened? When I was released, I asked Ancestor-san about what happened. A ghost king was planning and doing bad things, but Hakurin kicked it. I didn't get it. Let's listen to the important parts. Is there any more danger? Nothing, I think. I said to get some information first, but it was in vain. It was kicked and burned by breath. There were also document-like things there, but they all burnt. I did my best to secure some, but it was in vain. Thank you for your hard work. Don't mind it. Hakurin is disturbed with what happened in the dungeon, so take a note of it. HNN. She's disturbed to what? She was worried about you apologizing to the Titans about the dungeon's collapse. So that's it. Give it some thoughts. I understand. Then, I want to hear about the other thing. All right. Beside Anne is a little girl. She's about 5 to 6 years old. She's with Hakurin's group. When Anne put her in the hot spring, she looked satisfied. Who's that? The Ghost King's body. It was hit with a sacred attribute breath, so it hammered her state of being. She flipped and was revived. Ada. She also got young at the same time. Thanks to that, she has no memory. She's only a girl, but she has various skills. Leaving her behind is impossible. Is that so? It was decided that she'll be protected by Big Tree Village. Chapter 147. Ghost King. I am the Ghost King. I don't know why I exist or what should I do. I only sleep. That's it, but someone awoke me. Irritating. Furthermore, that someone gave me an order. It is to lift the seal in this place. I never thought that I would follow that order as if I'm controlled. Irritating. But at the same time, I thought that this might be good since I don't have any purpose anyway. I gather subordinates. I feel like I had tens of thousands of troops before going to sleep. I can't recall it that well. My subordinates are everywhere. I just need to issue an order, and the soil will transform into the shape of a person. Yeah, it looks weak. This doesn't count as a fighting force. After all, my subordinate must be strong. For some reason, I know how to prepare subordinates like that. Corpse. If I use a corpse, it will be overwhelmingly more powerful than those who are made of soil. The result would even be better if the corpse is powerful when it was still living. Because of that, I began collecting corpse. But should I really do that? I am the king. Isn't it shameful for a king to search for corpse? Yes, it is shameful. Yeah, definitely shameful. This is troublesome. Even if there's no one watching, a king must not let go of its pride. Even if it's dead, a king is still a king. Even if it's rotting, a king is still a king. If a king throws away his pride, how can he even be identified as a king? I should resign as the king for a moment, gather corpse, and assume the position of king again. Damn it, I don't think I can do that. Anyway, I can't lift the seal unless I gather subordinates. Can't I really do it? Maybe I can do it alone, because I am king. It's pointless, I sat down. It's hard. I dig using magic, but it's inefficient. I specialize in anti-creature magic. This is already the limit of what I can do. I'm so stupid. I look at the place where I give my first spell. The amount of soil gone is equals to the amount of soil turned into a figure of a person. With my remaining magical power, I should make soil people. It looks weak, but I can dig as much as I can make them. This is it. Good, I will make soil subordinate one after another until as long as I have magical power. My soil subordinates look weak, but I made a number of them now. There are 200 of them. Not bad. I'm making subordinates while digging a hole. Good. I'm quite a hard worker. The only problem is that I feel a little lonely since it's so quiet. Anyway, I continued digging while looking down at the hole. It is a good thing that food and sleep are unnecessary for me. I dig non-stop, but it still took me many years. On my way down, I felt sad to see many of my subordinates melting down when groundwater leaked out. I also have never forgotten my sense of accomplishment during the time I crushed a hard rock with my magic. When there was a continuous heavy rain that made the hole collapse, I thought that everything was over. However, I was still able to dig the hole to the target depth. Good. By the way, how did I know that this is the correct depth? I think I know, but I really don't know how was I able to know it. I dig sideways after that. The direction that way. I somehow know for some reason. It also took me many years, but I reached a place with a big black rock. This is part of the seal. This and how many others more. I feel like there are more than 2 of this. Whatever. All I should do is destroy this. I feel like destroying this now is something I must not do. I should break all of them simultaneously. Otherwise, a nuisance will come over. How did that idea pop up on my mind? Is it the intent of the one who commanded me? Again, I don't understand. I shouldn't think of things I don't understand. As I am king, I should not trouble myself with unnecessary things. I targeted the next rock of the seal and discovered corpse when I was digging. There was an open area deep underground, and there are a large number of human corpse there. There might be a cave here once, but that not important. What matters now are the corpse. They have been here for a long time. 100 or maybe even 200 years. I won't even be surprised if these are 1,000 years old, but I can still feel power. I did not hesitate and put them under my command. Ghost Knight. Ooh, amazing, I feel its power. I can throw this to the enemy if I ever meet something I can't deal with. Good, I raise the corpses one by one. There are 17 Ghost Knight and about 80 Ghost Warriors. Great. Now, let's have them form their ranks. My cheeks unintentionally. Wait, I don't have cheeks. Soil subordinates, you don't have to form your ranks too. I will not throw you away. We have shared hardships for a long time. Now that I have the Ghost Knights and Ghost Warriors, I am unstoppable. Ha ha ha. Good, let's do our best in digging today. Ghost Knight and Ghost Warrior, investigate this place. I think this place is safe, but we'll be in trouble if there's a strange person here. My soil subordinates continue digging. It seems like the cave where the corpse of the Ghost Knight and Ghost Warrior is part of a dungeon. There's a way up, so I'll leave it to them. I'm also digging the hole, but I have thought of efficient methods of digging, so I'll write them down. There's neither parchment nor ink here, so I'll write on a rock by carving. Phew ha ha ha. Impossible, troublesome. Paper please, the Ghost Knights got some for me. Oh, great, but where did you get this? When you conquered the dungeon, was there a ruined village above ground? Did you get this there? It's a pretty good paper. Is that village destroyed recently? Why was it destroyed? I don't know why, so I won't think about it. My priority is to lift the seal after all. We continued digging. On the way, I was so lucky to have encountered a demon beast that can dig. I controlled it by using hypnotism and have it dig for me at that moment. I feel sorry for exterminating a few of them. Corpse, I won't use them. I'll properly hold a funeral for them. Right. But thinking about it, a demon beast not under my control will definitely attack us. Ghost Knight, I'll leave that place to you. One of my Ghost Warrior, who got separated on the ground, came back. It seems like it got lost. It is good that it is safe and could join us again. However, I was surprised by seeing that it was accompanied by a lot of corpse. Does it have an ability similar to mine? Excellent. However, it is not good to increase our number without my permission. I made an angry expression. A few Ghost Knights and Ghost Warriors looked away from me. Let's not mind about the details, because I am king. The demon beast under my control found the second rock of the seal. Good. We're doing great. The next one is in that direction. HNN, why is it noisy? This is unusual. It's supposed to be quiet here. Did something happen? I turn around to look what's happening and saw the sole of a woman's foot that belongs to a woman with a scary face. Who am I? Who are you? I'm thinking of various things, but nothing happened. But there's something I know. I don't like this Oni-chan. Hakuren-sama, you're completely hated. But she also acted violently. I like this Oni-chan with a small horn on her head. I also think that what you did is the natural thing to do. Ara, look at what I have. That's important. Ancestor-sama, what is that? I like this tired-looking Oni-chan too. Hand it over. HNN. This is not a big deal. Then what is it? Earth Warriors Corps. The ones who fought and defended her. Yes, but it is not necessary to pick them up. Right now this place. There's nothing more we can do. Let's meet with the village chief at once. Spiderlings gather. I like the spiders too. I like this troubled-looking Oni-chan too. I also like the bow-wows. I also like the hot spring. The Oni-chan with small horn held me in various ways so I won't melt. I really like her after all. Food, tasty? I somewhat feel nostalgic. I don't really understand how I feel. There are a lot of things that I feel like I know but not really. Who am I? Braza-sama? No way. But her age and addition. That hair color and feature, there's no mistake. She's the queen of the brave, Braza-sama. The Oni-chans with wings said those with a troubled expression. Apparently, my name seems to be Braza, though I don't know why I wanted to be called Ursa. My name is Ursa. My important thing is the lump of soil in my hand. Other than that, I don't know. Chapter 148. Way Back Home 1. Based on Ancestor San's story, the Dungeon of the Titans collapsed because there's a big tunnel underneath it extending from east to west. On the western side, it ends to the place where Rasudi's group found a black rock. The east side also arrived at a place with a black rock, but the tunnel further extends to the east. The last point seems to be a place beyond the mountain range in the east of the Forest of Death. The tunnel is one straight rod, but it seems like there was a branch that leads to the ground. And that happened several times. Those are parts of dungeons and Earth Rat's nest. One was within the vicinity of the Forest of Death, the second one is beneath the mountain range, and the last one is beyond the mountain range. Two of them are Earth Rat's nest. Those two Earth Rat's nest were destroyed by Hakuren, Oni Maid Anne, and the Spiderlings. Did some manage to escape? That is something I am unable to confirm. Right. Ancestor San is only lightly answering my questions. It seems like he's really tired. He's currently taking this chance to soak in the hot spring. I'm also taking a bath. How about the dungeon? I crushed it as soon as I saw it, but it's not a big deal. The group, because there's no air hole, wouldn't it be great to have one? Beside Ancestor San is me. Indeed. As for the reason of you asking me, if you really want to consider the safety of the Titan's dungeon, I recommend destroying the hole. Right, that might be for the best. If you look at it like a house, you can say that the back door is really loose. I'm worried about the black rock too. It is probably best to bury them with the hole. Is there something wrong with them? HNNN, they are located quite deep. If they crash straight, I think that there would be at least a visible impact on the ground. I also don't think that they were buried using magic, since it is something that negates magic. To put it simply, they are manually buried there. And you probably think that there's a pattern on how they are buried. That's right. I see. So, is there a way to prevent the earth rats from digging them? HNN, that is, their nest has a lot of entrance and exit points, so, right. I know of a certain magic that can deal with that. Great, then I'll leave it to you. I'll take care of it. After Ancestor San answers, he looked up the sky and put a towel on his eyes. But you should really enjoy this place first. Ancestor San seems to be really tired. The dungeon beyond the mountain range is almost uninhabited. There is a ruined village near the entrance of the dungeon on the ground, and Ancestor Sama said that that's the place where the angels exterminated the undead. After eating, Anne explains their findings on the east side. You went to a pretty far place. Yes, but the tunnel is straight. It was a simple journey. Is it? The Spiderlings raised their leg, so I praised them since they also work hard like Anne and the others. According to what I heard, they played a considerable part in communication, luggage carrying, and battle. Ooh, thank you for your hard work, Anne. Do you intend to let her live in the village? Do you think that it's not good for me to take care of her? I don't mind, but won't Taurine be jealous? Maybe, but I'll love them equally. I think she'll be a reliable older sister of Taurine. I understand. Let's just think about an additional action if Taurine is troubled. Thank you very much. When Anne lowered her head, Ursa came over. She's riding a Kuro. I wonder if it is normal for a child of her age to ride a Kuro. No. What's that strange thing over there? When Ursa found Anne, she got off of the Kuro, run towards her, and hug her. It's not strange. It is a slide made by the village chief. Hakuren comes up afterwards. Because Ursa dislikes Hakuren, it will be troublesome if she lives in the village like that, so I intend to make them closer with each other. Because of that, I asked Hakuren to take care of Ursa. Bae. Ursa puts her tongue out towards Hakuren. It seems like it's not going well. Well, I know that it is impossible to obtain an immediate result. By the way, the slide is a water slide from the hot spring to the river. I thought that it was a child's play, but I never thought that everyone would like it. Is it because they never slipped on a slide during their childhood? Should I make one in the village as well? While I was thinking of it, I pat the head of the Kuro that Ursa was riding until a while ago. You have it hard. Several Kuros went around Ursa. Don't worry, even if she didn't choose you, I'll still pat you. 5 days after Hakuren's group joined us, we left the hot spring. I'm currently riding a raft, and just like I initially planned, we'll go first to the place that is burnt by Rasudi. So, only Makura will not join. Her whereabouts was known. She's in the Titan's dungeon. Is she going to meet up with us on the way, or will I have to ask Ancestor-san to teleport her back? Every one of us is either riding a raft or a boat. The reason why we'll leave only after 5 days is because I have to make rafts or boats for everyone. Well, there's also Ancestor-san who doesn't want to leave the hot spring immediately. After making enough for everyone, we finally left using rafts and boats. Though the flow of the river is fast, beyond the area where they were playing earlier has a slightly gentle flow. Slightly gentle, but not in a bad way. There are also 1-meter-long fish flying from the river from time to time. Most of them are caught by the web of the spiderlings and enter the Kuro's stomach afterward. Is it all right for them to eat it raw? Well, it will be more worrying if they use fire here. When the river flow becomes faster, I'll start to worry if there is a waterfall ahead, but since Gran Maria and Kirbit scout from time to time, there's nothing to worry about. The river flow changes depending on the depth of the riverbed. The flow is slow when it's deep, and it will be fast if it's shallow. I see. Does this mean that if it becomes really deep, it will stop, and if it's really deep? A big fish suddenly jumped out of the river. Oh. It looks like it's around 3 meters. Is it the boss of this area? It looks like a moray. The reason I thought of that is because of its moray-like mouth. No matter how I look at it, it looks carnivorous. I wanted to observe it more, but Lu exterminated it with magic. That's wonderful, but is it really all right to use lightning magic when we're at the water? The Kuros and the spiderlings seem to be okay, but I'm a little startled. Is everyone okay? Everyone replied that they're okay. Lu was preached by Tyr and Anne afterward. Especially Anne, she's particularly angry, probably because Ursa is crying. Looking around, Lizardman Daga and Beastkin Gulf were stunned. I guess that's why they were not able to reply. I have to reflect. We get the now floating fish on the river to turn it into our food. There seems to be no second area boss. What a relief. We arrived at our destination. We get off of our rafts and boats and move to the forest, a wonderfully burnt area. And it's really wide. There's also a huge hole in the center. The black rock that Rasudi has said should be at the bottom of this hole. First of all, since this area suffered a large-scale fire, big beasts seem to have come here to check it. Let's get rid of them. I took out the aft, all-purpose farming tool in its hoe form. HNN. I'll leave the spectating big beasts to Hakuren and Rasudi. I'm anxious about a certain thread. That black thread seems to have come from the bottom of the hole, and it is attached to Ursa, who's beside Anne. I don't know what it is, but I have a bad feeling about it. I plowed the thread with the aft in its hoe form. There was a sharp splitting sound, and the thread disappears. That was refreshing. I check Ursa. There's no thread attached to her anymore. Ursa will be probably safe now. Somehow, I felt that way. Angel's Tear, Gran Maria, and Kirbit's point of view. If she's really Braza-sama, won't it be a problem since she's turned too young? She needs a strong proof, especially with the Kingdom of Full Heart, Kingdom of Galbart, and the Kingdom of Garrett, or else they'll make a commotion. Ah, that's right. She's the brave queen of those countries. Those countries were divided after being simultaneously attacked by the Demon King. And all of them claimed to be the successor of the brave queen. And when we had a proof that she's alive, they won't give up their authority obediently. However, we can't disregard the fact that she's still alive either. The vampires and dragons are involved too. This will really be a troublesome issue, that it might even start a great war. The village chief won't like it. But we can't stay silent. I agree. Let's discuss this with the others. I'll talk to the vampires. I'll talk to Anne, Ria, Daga, and Gulf. I'm in charge of the dragons. Wait, change with me. Change. Please do your best. Also, don't forget about Bulga and Stefano. Chapter 149. Way back home too. We prepared a place to stay at the place Rasudi burned. The enemies around were rooted out, so there won't be a problem. They became our food too. That's great, but we've been too reliant to Ancestor San's magic. I want to rely on Ancestor San only during emergency, not on such a trivial chore like that. Lie. I only want to selfishly enjoy the camping atmosphere more than anything else. Returning home in the middle of the trip ruins it. In a certain anime, there is an arc where they went to a certain house in the middle of the forest by commuting, but I don't think that it can be counted as an adventure. An adventure is a challenge. Ma, that anime is for children, so I guess it's all right. For some reason, I feel like I want to see children's faces. Thinking about it, I'm considering if I should send Ursa back to the village first. However, if Ursa goes, so will Anne. For that reason, I decided to let her stay because I want to return with everyone. I didn't even think of the weakened Ursa who's pretty much crawling around. I'm really selfish. What has my heart turned into? Could it be because of the way I live my life now? I intended to live a life without stress after all. Would you permit me to return alone? I don't mind, but why? We no longer have seasonings. Ancestor San looked at the cooking Oni made Anne, and the devils Bulga and Stefano. I was asked. I myself also want the food to be tasty. I permitted it. Ma, is that something that needs my permission? I left the cooking to others and prepare a place where we can set up our tents. I first plow it using the hoe form, then harden it using its hammer form. After I'm done preparing it, the High Elf Rhea, Lizardman Daga, and Beast King Gulf set up the tents. They are already accustomed in using it since we've been setting them up even during the time we're building the hot spring resort. Many tents are pitched immediately. I built a toilet in a place slightly far from the tents. The presence of toilets can be noticed with their high walls. Others might not mind it, but I do. I also made chairs and tables and kept plowing the place until it was time to eat. Lou, Flora, Tyr, Rhea, Gran Maria, and Kirbit take turns scouting the surroundings with the Kuros. Their purpose are the undead in case they miss them. In this place, they will definitely be immediately targeted by monsters and demon beasts, and should be extinct in a few days, but we can never be too sure. I was not able to find any undead. Me too. It seems like they can't find undeads, but there are no monsters or demon beasts in this place too. They were already taken care by the Kuros. I want to contribute a little more. You've contributed more than me. Besides scouting, Lou is also the one fetching water for us. She takes water from the river by magically making the river water into a large water ball. It looks like a huge slime. Ursa is pleased to see it. That's great, but isn't that too big? What will you do if the barrels we have here are not enough for it? Ah, she's sprinkling it everywhere. I don't mind her doing so, though. Hakurin is taking care of Ursa. It seems like she's beginning to open up. You'll get muddy if you go there. Bay. Maybe in the future. Rasudi is doing something else. After exterminating the surrounding monsters and demon beasts, she headed for the Titan's dungeon. She's going to help Makura, and she also has to tell the Titans to not enter the Earth Rat's tunnel. I planned on requesting Ancestor San to teleport her using magic, but I did not do so because I want to close up the hole without relying on magic. Rasudi is aggressive, will it be all right? There are a few spiderlings with her, so maybe. When Rasudi transformed into her dragon form, she looks majestic. Ursa looks really excited while looking at her. Hakurin transformed into her dragon form too, but she did not even look at her. I cheered up Hakurin. Eating time. It seems like Ancestor San has brought food from the village. There are apples, pears, and oranges on the table. It is good because Ursa is pleased, but I'm thinking about the alcohol. Isn't this the alcohol that guy Donovan has been hiding? Mother Spider, Zabuton-kun gave it to me. Donovan, don't cry. Ursa, don't be satisfied with fruit juice. Night has passed, it is now morning. The Kuros patrol in turn, so everyone enjoyed a quiet sleep. But the prey looks like a mountain now. How did they kill them without sound? Have I slept that deep? I patted Kuro and Yuki, and a line was formed behind them. Those who are still sleeping shouldn't have woken up. You're free to do what you want before breakfast. After a little late breakfast, Ancestor San's work begins. It seems like he'll fill the tunnel. But before that, I check the black rock at the bottom of the hole. To be honest, I know that I won't be able to do anything about it. I only want to see the strange rock myself. It's a black rock. Yes, it is black. If I carve this, can I make tablewares with it? Ancestor-san laughs at me who's examining the rock. Do you mind if I scrape it off? It seems to be super hard, I see. I take out the aft in its chisel form. HNN. Isn't this the same thread that was connected to Ursa? Several of them appeared below the black rock. They look like tentacles. Sickening. I transformed the aft into its hoe form and cut of the threads. Cut, 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 cut. Good. However, no matter how many I cut, another one appears from the bottom of the black rock. Is the source under this rock? Ancestor-san, are you done examining it? I understood something. What is it? I understood that I don't understand anything. Hahaha. Do you want to go back now? Can I do something with this rock first? Go ahead. It's not my property. I think it's okay. Right, a big black rock. There are strange threads coming out under it. The best thing to do might be crushing this rock, then plow whatever is under it. If I can't plow this, it will be troublesome. Just by looking at the evil-looking threads, I feel sick. Then, how about I do this? Ooh. After half a day, the big black rock became the god of creation's statue. The carved part was used as the altar by planing the exposed part. Though I thought that the black color wouldn't be suitable for it, the color of the god of creation's statue changed slowly to gray, and eventually become white. The threads under it no longer appear too. I also feel that this place was cleansed. Is it because of Ancestor-san's prayer? That reminds me, there is another black rock at the end of the tunnel. There might be threads coming out of that too. Maybe I should carve it too before Ancestor-san fill up this tunnel. When I tell Ancestor-san about filling this place out, he looks like he's going to cry. Even if you make that face, we still have to fill it. Otherwise, troublesome things will happen. No, 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 no. I had a hard time persuading Ancestor-san. Chapter 150. Way back home, 3 and merge 3. The magic used by Ancestor-san to fill the tunnel is making an army of Earth warriors and sending them into the tunnel. Look at that. The Earth warriors are advancing forward into a triangular formation for stability, then return back to their soil form upon reaching their predetermined position. One after another. Darn, this is cruel. Not really, because they don't have lives. 10 Earth soldiers were created in front of me, but they give off some sort of impression to me. Damn, I feel like I can feel what they feel. I'm reluctant. I'll discuss this with Ancestor-san. Ursa looks excited looking at them. It looks like she's fascinated with the Earth warriors made by Ancestor-san. No, she's already mimicking him and making one herself. However, it didn't go well. The way she does it is correct, but her attribute has already changed. Ancestor-san and I stop our discussion and look at Ursa. Attribute. If she's still a ghost king, she'll be able to do it that way. However, she was revived. Then, is it impossible for her to do it now? She can try another method, but perhaps the reason is she still wants to use the core of her previous Earth warriors. I wonder if the village chief can help her with that. If you can carve something, she can fuse the core she has with it. I just need to make something. Yup, however, the material should be of good quality. As for the size, the smaller it is, the higher the success rate. Got it. Material. My discussion with him about filling the tunnel will resume later. For the time being, I'll choose the material while consulting Ursa. Soil, wood, rock. I can make something with grass too, but it will be fragile. Hakurin brought her scale. This might not be a bad material, but Ursa ignores Hakurin's scale and says that she wants soil. Don't cry, Hakurin. I'll cheer her up later. Soil. Though the soil here is soft compared to the area around Big Tree Village, it's still hard. I just heard earlier that the better the quality the material is, the better the result will be. So I plow the soil using the aft. I then add water to the soil and make a mud doll. Yeah, the result is quite good. However, Ursa doesn't seem to like it that much. Ursa imitates me and makes mud doll herself. She made a weak-looking 15 cm doll. Ursa's eyes are sparkling, so I guess it's okay. I am not very helpful. After that is Ancestor-san's support. Ursa chants a spell according to Ancestor-san's instruction. It seems like she's more talented than me. 10 minutes later, a mud doll walks like a toddler in front of Ursa. No, it is a clay doll. Ursa embraces it with pleasure. You'll get dirty. Ah, it's broken. You embraced it too tight. Let's improve it. Ursa's clay doll was mixed with crushed scale powder that was brought by Hakurin. This will improve its strength. It doesn't melt even if it gets wet with water. But it can rival the strength of a dragon soldier now. Ancestor-san mutters so, but I pretended to not hear it. By the way, a dragon soldier is created by a dragon by using its own blood. Its strength is similar to a grappler bear. Perhaps this is a good guard for Ursa. When I told Ursa that it will not break even if she hugs it because of Hakuren's scale, she obediently thanks Hakuren. A good girl. After receiver her gratitude, Hakuren wears an unfading smile. She's even humming, so she's probably really delighted. They are now friends. No, being impatient is not a good thing. Let's wait more patiently. Let's postpone the filling of the tunnel. Let's prioritize returning to the village. My discussion with Ancestor-san shifts in that direction. We've stayed in various places for a while, so it is almost winter. It's getting cold. If Rasudi and Makura won't be able to accompany us, I'll have Ancestor-san to teleport them back to the village. How about just destroying a part of the tunnel? Destroy it only enough to make sure that no monster will turn it into a nest. The Oni maid Anne suggested that. It seems like Lou and Flora did something similar using magic, and it went according to calculation. It was only enough to destroy the tunnel to a point that it will not cause trouble to anyone. Even the place where the newly turned white statue of the god of creation was not affected. By the way, the place where the god of creation statue now gives off a divine atmosphere. It looks like a sacred place. Rasudi and Makura are still unable to come back to us, so we decided to return to the village. It's because of the sudden temperature drop. The spiderling's movements have become dull, which made me anxious. We prepared to withdraw while securing thermal insulation stone from the hot spring area. I have to leave the rafts because Hakuren can only carry the boats in her dragon form. She's a gigantic dragon, but I'm asking her to do something like this. Rasudi was doing it willingly while playing in the river. We left the hot spring resort just like that. Will it still be fine when we return? That might be hard. There are many monsters and demon beasts around. Then, does that mean that I need to repair it every time we'll use it? We gather our luggage and return to the village via Ancestor-san's teleportation magic. We were teleported to the mansion's courtyard near the big tree. It seems like our return was reported to the villagers. How sweet of them. The spiderlings all reported to me at once. The villagers are all gathered in the mansion. And why is it that Dorame is the happiest one to see me? In any case, the winter preparation is almost over, so this will probably turn into a banquet. No, wait, because we still need to pick up Rasudi and Makura. Ancestor-san, I have no excuse. I left things to the house-sitters like that and went to the Titan's dungeon using teleportation magic. I thought that it will only be me and Ancestor-san, but Lou, Tyr, Hakuren, Kuro, and Yuki came along. We're just going to pick up Rasudi and Makura, then return. Aren't you being overprotective? Ma, there's always a chance that an emergency might happen. Thinking about it, Rasudi and Makura did not come back to us. Why? Perhaps something has happened. We arrived at the entrance of the Titan's dungeon, but there's nothing unusual. I was certain that I'll meet someone as soon as we arrive, but that doesn't seem to be the case. The temperature dropped, so they might have moved deep inside the dungeon. That must be it. Let's enter the dungeon. It is a little encouraging for me since Lou is here. There's no light in the cave, so magic is used to illuminate it. Because this is a dungeon, it gives me this artificial vibe that the space between rocks is natural. Though the caves on the side look like they are manually made. They might have been dug by either the Titans or bloody vipers. As for the path, though none of us knew the way, Kuro and Yuki are leading us somewhere without hesitation. Do they smell something? After advancing for some time, Kuro and Yuki suddenly became alert. Slightly behind are the cautious Lou and Tyr. Hakuren and Ancestor-san are calm. By the way, I don't feel anything. After advancing some more, I heard a sound. Sound of battle. Hakuren, leave it to me. If uninformed people will look at what I did, they'll think of me as an evil man who sends a woman to a dangerous place. While thinking that, we advanced to follow Hakuren. We arrived in a large space. We confirmed that Rasudi in her dragon form is there, and Zabuton's spiderling Makura is there too. They are both safe. What a relief. And Rasudi is fighting something. It's a bug. A stupidly big bug. I don't know how long it is, but it can compete with Rasudi's size in her dragon form. It also has 2 big horns in its head. It has many legs. Is it a centipede? And there are a number of them. I feel like Rhapsody is holding back and seems to be protecting something from her back. Hakuren and Isama, don't use fire. Rhapsody stopped the participating Hakuren, who's about to spit fire. Why? The Titans are behind me. Using flame in a cave is strictly prohibited. Hakuren was convinced and transformed back to her human form to hit the centipede. The centipede dislikes it, but it doesn't look like it receives any damage. Makura is already using thread to stop its movement, but it seems like it can only be stopped for a moment. Everyone, close your eyes. Ancestor-san said so and casted magic. It was sudden, so I'm a little late, but I managed to do it in time. However, even with my eyelids close, it's still dazzling. When I open my eyes, the centipede is suffering. Chance, however, it acted violently. No one can get close to it. While I'm thinking that, Rhapsody in her dragon form held down the centipede with her foot. Seeing that, Hakuren transformed in her dragon form too and held down the centipede with her foot. I then plowed the centipede using the aft. I learned something. Even if the centipede was plowed in two, it can still move. It is tenacious. The part of the centipede that was released by Rhapsody's foot after being plowed by the aft rushed to me. Lou and Tyr saved me. It seems like they're putting their heart on guarding me. I'm sorry. And thanks for saving me. As for the centipede, it should die. End of Volume 3.